Hey, what's up guys, it's Trav and I'm here to share how you can earn rewards by watching Brawl Stars esports. First of all, if you're curious about the Brawl Stars Championship and its $1.6 million prize pool, be sure to watch the explainer video up there. By tuning in and watching our monthly final shows, you can earn things such as coins, Brawl Pass tokens, bling, and exclusive sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favourite teams or simply take a wild guess at some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next monthly final starts or what rewards are available this month, be sure to go and check them out on event.brawlstars.com. The countdown to upcoming broadcasts, news articles, and other content are available in-game at the esports news tab. For even more updates, why not give us a follow on social media? That's going to be Brawl_esports on Twitter and BrawlStars_esports on Instagram. See you at the next monthly finals broadcasts, and as always, keep brawling. Share how you can earn rewards by watching Brawl Stars esports. First of all, if you're curious about the Brawl Stars Championship and its
It's been such a fantastic year for Brawl esports. This is where dreams literally come true.
Welcome back to the new Brawl Stars Championship 2023. Are you ready to join the action? Take part in 6 exciting monthly seasons, plus 2 incredible events. The tournament starts in February and continues through August. Repeating the success of last year's format, your team will progress by joining the in-game championship challenge, then the monthly qualifiers, then move to the monthly finals. The power match format allows you to continue making strategic picks and bans. And new this year, teams who make it to the quarterfinals can swap out teammates between sets. With our newly refined point system, stack those points month to month to earn your ticket to the World Finals and represent your home turf. Plus, 2023 will feature an all-new Last Chance Qualifier event, as well as no single elimination at the offline World Finals event. This year, there are 8 sub-regions around the world, grouped into 4 super regions, each with their own set of slots for the LCQ and the World Finals. All of this leads to a huge combined prize pool of $1,650,000. Will you take a piece of the pie? Brawl Stars Championship 2023 is here and bigger than ever. Log in and become a legend.
sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favorite teams or simply take a wild guess at some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet, sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next monthly final starts or what rewards are available this month, be sure to go and check them out on event.brawlstars.com. The countdown to upcoming broadcasts, news articles, and other
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Good friends, it's F. It's Ready, Set, and it's Trav. Been a while since we've seen you, Trav. How you been, bud?
I mean, as you say, it's been a bit of a while since I've been on APAK, but I've been great and I couldn't be more thrilled to be back.
Good, because I miss you a lot. Ready, Set, you're always here.
Yeah, it's the same old, same old. Okay, no, not at all. We got exciting new stuff coming up this month, especially as the year is starting to close in these final 2 months of BSC.
That's really the situation is, as we all look towards Worlds and everything like that, this is where all the important stuff starts to trickle down and we start to see those numbers really come into play. So let's go ahead and take a look at the regional leaderboard and see where everybody's sitting, because some of these teams are sitting pretty. Just a quick reminder, this is how we play our monthly finals. Power match format, that means picks and bans, baby. 8-team single elimination bracket, so just the good stuff. And in fact, on this side of the broadcast, we are only showing you the really good stuff, a couple of grand finals. And as per usual, it's best of 5. And so this is what we're looking at with respect to Southeast Asia. Team Flash, really, really comfortable. Technically, Trav, Rising Sun are still in the running.
I mean, they've been looking decent. They've been looking decent, but Team Flash are sitting on 430. So I think you've got to kind of take that into account. And obviously, they've been winning pretty much month in, month out as well. So I think it's hard to kind of root against them in this in this leaderboard and in this region as a whole. But obviously, we've still got a few chances in there.
Yeah, that's the big deal here. The last chance qualifier is coming up, and if Rising Sun wins this monthly finals, the whole thing, they do clinch the LCQ. I think it's a big if. Let's go ahead and turn the page to the bracket and take a look at the competition that we're seeing here today. And ready, set, as we said, we're jumping right into the grand finals. Team Flash versus Rising Sun. This is what we expect out of this region. Team Flash, though, definitely the upper card, so to speak.
No doubt, and hardly a grueling journey for them to get here either. They breezed through Takeover 2.0, then through Winter to get on to the Grand Finals. Seriously, a star-studded roster that has been doing so well in this region so far this year. Rising Sun, SEA, same deal. A bit more notably difficult for them, especially as they face Bai in that semifinal to make it onto the Grand Final. And now it's the paramount match in SEA between Team Flash and Rising Sun, SEA.
Well, all these teams fighting for their way to get into finals, get into Worlds, get into the money. You guys are also competing, though, as well. You got to give us your predictions at event.brawlstars.com. We're talking unique pins and sprays and the whole 9 yards. Also bling and everything that you can go ahead and grab up there. But don't worry, we're not going to toss you to the wolves. We, too, have done our predictions. And so here are our thoughts. All of us. Trav, you look so handsome as you select the same thing that I do.
I was gonna say that's a few years in the past, so you know, I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing you're saying that, but I think it's pretty unanimous across the board with this Team Flash. You know, they've won month in, month out, as I said just a little bit ago, and I don't doubt they'll be able to do it again.
Definitely Flash, like we said, the upper card here, going to be a lot for Rising Sun to go ahead and usurp them. But if they do win this, they clinch their last chance qualifier. So definitely a big deal for them. But let's go ahead and jump right into the action. Your Southeast Asian Grand Finals for the month of July. Team Flash versus Rising Sun. Now, we talk about Meshi, Rio, and Hiroshi. This is the squad that has really locked down this region.
And
Ready.
I would say really like an untouchable roster too, considering how well they have done this year. Just not a single loss for these guys. Mameshi, Ryohei, of course, being some huge names added to this roster towards the beginning of the year, and now continuing that domination.
Yeah, I think Mameshi has definitely just been the standout player for me, Trav, although that one is, you know, pick a card, any card. All three of these guys kind of stand up tall, and I think that's what makes them so incredibly just scary. That's the word I'm going to roll with. I'm going to roll with scary. But Rising Sun, Trav, on the other side, CZK, Meow, and Troy, these guys are, as we said, they've always played second fiddle, but if you drop them in any other region, I think they'd beat some people up.
I think so too, and I think, you know, the most notable member of this roster, CZK, been on Team Flash, played with that organization and a few of the players in the past, so obviously he's going to know the ins and outs of what they kind of do and what their game plan is, and he's a very seasoned player. We've seen him at World Finals in the past as well, and I think that he can, you know, really bring some seriously good dynamic to this team and, you know, possibly take down Team Flash. It's a tall order, but there's always a possibility.
Exactly, and you know, I like that how you said that there's always a possibility, and really brought forward the fact that CZK has this experience, because I think that's one of the bigger deals he already said is when we look at Team Flash, this squad is just, yeah, they're stronger than you, they're better than you, but they're also practiced, established, and they're just experienced, and that can be hard, maybe even harder to fight up against than just raw talent.
Look, synergy is a huge thing. I think some people really like to downplay the value of synergy when really it makes all of your comps more efficient. It allows you to trust in your teammates to get things accomplished. It allows you to focus on your own lane a lot of times. And I think that's something that Team Flash have nailed down with this entire year of domination is they have grown very in tune with each other and have been able to play together effectively.
That's exactly what this team has been trying to do, and Rising Sun across the way, just an arduous tale. When we look at Team Flash, really, this has been one of the more dominant regions in Southeast Asia. Later on today, we'll take a look at some of the stuff out of the Indian region, and even East Asia as well. And when we look at East Asia, that's really known as one of the more dominant regions, but other teams have sort of risen to the task of dealing with those. We come here to Southeast Asia, Team Flash, this team kind of on an island by itself. You know, Ready, Set, you've sort of seen the scene for a number of years now. What do you think the number one thing that Rising Sun and the other Southeast Asian teams need to do to really reach the level of Team Flash? Or is it just a time in the oven type deal?
I think it's absolutely the latter. I mean, this is just more time that Rising Sun SCA needs to spend playing together as a roster. Something that I've seen really for the top dogs coming from this region in the past have been consistent members staying together for a very long time, and even for like a couple of years at a time in some cases. So just a little bit longer for Rising Sun SCA to, you know, nail down some of those things and stay together as a roster, deepen those synergies, I think is really the name of the game for these guys.
I've got to agree there. I think it's just, you know, time together. Trav, as we've seen these international teams kind of step forward and step stronger, it takes a number of years, you know, to really kind of become one of these squads that can kind of get together and then reach the level of everybody else. We saw it in North America where there was just one or two teams, and now there's a little bit more competition. We've obviously seen it in Europe where you do a lot of coverage of the international scene and just seeing how robust that scene is as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it is difficult to get to that kind of level, and I think Team Flash have done a good job of it, considering how many roster changes we've seen them have. You know, Mameshi slotting in, obviously coming in from Japan as well. So I kind of feel like they've not only, you know, solidified themselves in this region, but also future-proofed themselves for the LCQ and the possibility of Worlds later on down the line as well, if they manage to make it through that, by bringing in Mameshi from Japan. You know, he might have a little bit of an issue with the server being locked away from his home, but later on down the line, I really think we're going to see him excel even more and even take on some of those international teams.
I think that's one of the cooler moves that we've seen in Brawl, seeing sort of a region swap from a strong player coming here to Southeast Asia. And last month, we actually got a chance to interview Mameshi and ask him about sort of the idea of bringing in himself from a different region and if that elevates the region. And honestly, I'm not knocking it. He was just like, I mean, it makes my team good. I don't know about anyone else. And he didn't say this, but I don't think he cares about anyone else. And I like that style.
I think that's definitely the move, right? I mean, you don't know how everyone else operates. You just know how your team operates. But at the same time, there are provable results. It has worked really, really well for them so far. And also there's a concept of, you know, historically on the world stage, at least for the past couple of years, we haven't seen the most successful, I would say, representation from this region. Definitely would hope that these guys get a little bit farther on the world stage. And so bringing some stuff from the other regions, especially from East Asia, which has rocked those #1 spots for 2 years in a row now, can definitely bring some new blood, some new ideas to this region.
Yeah, it makes sense. As we jump right in, Brawl Ball is going to be our first matchup here. And Trav, we'll talk to you after the jump. But ready, set, we're going to jump right on in here. And you can see it's Meow in the mid, trying to push up forward. And Rising Sun coming out of the top side of your spectator UI. And on the other side, Mameshi in that mid on the Max. But a win in the right lane allows Barley to step up. Max is going to push forward, gets punished for it. And now an open net, pushed in, and scored.
Wonderfully played here for Rising Sun SEA. Love some of the draft selections here as well. That Barley's going to be incredibly oppressive for really anyone that faces it. A good move to switch Ryohi onto that right side, though, to break things down. And some big moves around the left, too, as Troy has to fight right into that Tara. Just free supers all day long for the Tara. A 3v2 ensues with Rising Sun SEA on the defense. Another good kill on a Meow. And Rising Sun SEA looked like they might have been staggered for a moment, but Team Flash are sort of having to reel this one back. A lot of room opened up by Barley here, and Rising Sun SEA might be able to bring things out into the open again.
Well, I don't even know if they're interested in it. As Troy goes ahead and trades out of the left-hand side. Always fun to see a Primo, the control tank, coming out here, doing job on the left-hand side. Mameshi hits go. And one kill is good, but not great. Not enough of a window to shove Team Flash up and to the left. As I said, Rising Sun cornered this ball, and they've got a long time to sit. 60 seconds about. But still, that seems to be the game plan. Just chill.
And plenty of ways to defend, too, as Troy has that super on lock. Mameshi's going to try and get some speed here. Nice super there for Meow, and a takedown on the left side. Troy has that super.
Wow.
He's just flashing it, waiting for the perfect time to pop in, or maybe just playing defense. They're actually going to leave this ball in the back left corner as they gradually push things back. Speed on Hiroshi on the right side isn't going to accomplish too much, unfortunately. He has that super in hand, and a good takedown on the left side from Troy. It opens things up quite a bit as well. A self-super from Meow. Troy has got to play defense. Mameshi completely circumvents it. 20 seconds left. Got to see some kind of move from Team Flash.
Well, it's not going to be on the left side. Meshi falls down left. Hiroshi falls down right. Ryo coming up on by himself, and goes the Weasel. We'll count it down from 5, but Rising Sun takes game number 1.
I like the draft here from Rising Sun SEA. We didn't get to quite see how it developed brawler by brawler, pick by pick, and the bans for each side, but I really did enjoy that Barley selection. The Primo definitely, I think for some people, raises some eyebrows, but if you look just beneath the surface, then it'll start to make sense. Primo, he's like the tank that deals with tanks, and he definitely wasn't the final selection here. He was probably picked in advance to prevent another tank selection on the opposing side, and it didn't wind up working out for these guys, but they're still able to sort of secure their own fate with an early first goal that they look to develop once again.
Barley was a big mover and shaker in game number 1, to be honest with you. Although the right side, the 2-on-1, works out. Well, I don't know if there's going to be a scoring opportunity for Rising Sun. CZK does secure the kill, but not a window of opportunity just yet. Respawns are out in 3v3, but we are definitely on Rising Sun's offensive push. CZK wins one, but so does Hiroshi. And Troy's got to watch out. This will wind up being a neutral trade, balls in the backfield. And so nothing doing for either team here. 1:40 to go.
And Rising Sun, they're equipped to play defense, but they can't really do that just yet. They still need to secure their first goal. Ryohi on the left side, wall break and a takedown onto Troye. Things are wide open for them to get some good value with that super. Another double super for Hiroshi on the right side. Ryohi sent all the way in the back lines. Little self-destruction of the walls as well. And no value there for Troye. It's goal number 1 for Team Flash.
Listen, I'm not the guy that sits here and tells you how hard our job can be sometimes, but that's the opposite. sometimes it's real easy to figure out what happened in the play. Tara hit the double super and they scored off of it. That's all of the analysis you need, folks. Hero gets another kill, and this might be another score. Big play by Primo. Corners the ball on the left-hand side and finds the defense versus 1, 2, and 3. Buys enough time for his team. Troye with a huge play there for Rising Sun, keeping them in the game.
It's going to be kind of oppressive, though, for Rising Sun. They're missing walls. Mameshi also can get a lot of value for them with some of these walls broken down, especially on the right side. CZK doesn't have a whole lot of terrain to play around. Hiroshi is going to be his ideal lane matchup, but he is at relatively equal range once the walls are down. Here's a speed. Could be a big move from Ryohi. He's trying to create pressure on the left side, but there's just not really much he can do. Just waiting for the clock to tick down. Hopefully they can defend for another 15 seconds. In goes Troye, CZK with the takedown on the right. Mameshi very, very low on health, but Hiroshi remains alive. It's 5 seconds left and no chance in sight. Rising Sun SEA bringing things back for a victory. It's a team flash W as we tie things up in set 1.
Great job there by Hiroshi. Again, this one was real simple. They landed the super. They made the play off of it. Really, really good plays. But also, not to take anything away from Hero here. That's exactly what the character is designed to do. But you just can't clump up against the Tara with the super available.
I mean, my thoughts exactly, right? As soon as you see 2 brawlers within that radius, you might as well assume that you're dead already unless you have some Galaxy Brain strategy in your back pocket. Well, Rising Sun SEA, they're going to get this done with early game aggression. Ryohi take down the left side, easy pass up to Troye, and he just walks it right up to the goal line. Well done for Rising Sun SEA, and that's exactly what they needed. They will have to play into the speed off that second pitch of the game, but still, they have the materials to make this defense work. As long as they don't allow those walls to be broken down, they should be relatively safe.
Left wall broken open there. Keep an eye on that. Meshi gets the kill on the left side, but Troye just walking him down. Such a strong defensive character when he's got this wall to hide behind. The 2-on-1, though, certainly going to work out in Team Flash's favor. Troye falls down as Ryo and Mameshi bark on the left lane. Damage out here. The pass to himself. Walks it in. Tied at 1.
Unreal there from Max. I really did not expect Mameshi to be able to make that work, but I should learn to expect as much from a world champion just a couple of years ago. Well, here he comes once again, already looking for that super. Hiroshi pressing up the left side. Good defense from Troye on the right. Mameshi's got to get the super pretty soon here. And he has a wide open area to do so, but Meow is lasering him down 2 shots in a row. It will take a moment to rejuvenate some of this health. CZK also, if he gets that next super, can create a lot of pressure for Troye to just run this down. Meow has the super to pair up with him too. If they decide to just go ahead and go for it, here's a healing herbal tonic in. Troye is thinking about it. He's having second thoughts, decides not to go in, but he might have wasted enough ammo now. The takedown and the super in from CZK, but there's enough firepower to hold them back, it looks like. Yes, and Ryohi with the takedown. Rising Sun SEA stay at the line of scrimmage.
Full out reset. Ball essentially in the center. Overtime probably works out in Team Flash's favor, if you ask me. Barley nothing to hide behind, neither does the tank have. So Rising Sun notices that, and they want to end it before overtime, or at least use this mid-push to open up the world. Mid is open, ball is in, back of the net, Rising Sun. They take the game and the set.
Well played, just great position.
That we are going to lose this if we play overtime in the middle nice and fairly. I thought that one was going to go the other way. This kind of surprised me there. But so they make the opportunity, they make the choice to end the game right then and there. Really, really cool stuff there coming out from Rising Sun, who now have the 1 set advantage versus Team Flash as we head into the later stages of the grand finals here, ready, set. And so looking at Rising Sun, this is the situation you want to be in. Again, just a reminder, if Rising Sun win this, which they never have, they secure their LCQ spot. So this is a very, very important grand finals for Rising Sun SEA right now.
Yeah, just get that second LCQ spot ahead and locked in. Team Flash, they already have theirs locked in, but Rising Sun, they found some good success in the region so far. They'd also be breaking the winning streak of Team Flash, so there's a lot more at play. It's a lot more than just going to the LCQ, even though that's really the big goal at the end of this entire road, also disrupting a reputation that has been earned in this region and starting to stir things up and make us question who is the strongest team in this region as we get towards the end of the year and even closer to LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, that and asking that question is really what we want to do. We want to create that conversation. Right now, though, we've got Hot Zone Dueling Beetles in front of us. We'll go to Heist Pit Stop later on after this one. And we'll see what else we got a little bit later. But a spooky situation as we jump here into Dueling Beetles. The bands are in. Squeak is our first selection overall. And our bands do include Shelly, some Poco as well. Interesting. And the Stu band's unsurprising. Stu's just that guy.
He's just good. Right, all around good brawler. It can be frustrating to play against a lot of times, especially if your enemy has low ping. We're all playing on the same server here in the monthly finals, but you never know if someone took a little vacation to sit right on top of the server. So play it safe, get rid of the stew. And overall, once again, just to reiterate, frustrating brawler to play. But let's talk about the Squeak. Usually, at least if it were more than a couple months ago, I'd be very sort of apprehensive towards this first selection. But Squeak has gotten a huge, huge buff. One of Squeak's star powers now gives additional, always gave additional damage, but now has 20% additional damage instead of 10% additional damage to those normal attacks. So I think that'll be really, really valuable. He's a good DPS now. The selections from Rising Sun are going to sort of play the range game as well. Going to have to play around the control that Squeak has to offer, but as long as you're able to operate against Squeak, even when he is locking down a lane, I'd say that's a pretty good situation.
The Gus selection here across the way on Rising Sun as well. You can see 80% win rate for Gus, usually played in the mid lane, able to have those long range shots and of course provide the shield for his teammates. Big fan of Gus and Bonnie. Bonnie jumps in, gets some help from Gus. Big, big, big cool interaction there. And then our last choice, as there's a lot of control on the side of Team Flash. Rising Sun go to Barley again. They went to Barley in the first one. Going to go to Barley here. I think it makes a little bit more sense on Dueling Beetles than it did last time around, but it worked last time around, so I'm not here to dunk on it at all.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing that makes me scratch my head a little bit is that they're playing it into Gray, and theoretically Gray should be able to just TP in, get a free kill versus any squishy brawler, so we'll see how that works out for Rising Sun at SEA. They picked this one very deliberately, so they must have some kind of counterplay that's going to prevent that from happening. Maybe they're able to switch their lanes pretty effectively. I'd say it's more challenging to do with Bonnie on your team since she is pretty slow. We'll see how they managed to make do with it. CZK going to play the mid game here, and also Mameshi throwing down some of those bombs at mid, trying to create some space. Now going for the lane switch over to the left side. Ryohi looking to pull CZK back. Interesting prediction over there, considering that all three other brawlers were visible. But yeah, there's the pin as well. Ryohi, I think, knows that that one wasn't the greatest, but they got plenty of time to start winning this one back.
Well, Meow here on the left side. As everybody's slowed down, Rising Sun is able to step forward as Meow takes down Rio. But as soon as we say that, Hero makes the play to come push, and now Mameshi the only one on the point. winning this duel versus Meow. Fantastic play. Rio shows up, gets the yank, but not able to find the damage. And so Team Flash now taking the lead by sitting on the point. Mameshi doing a lot of the hard work, bringing his team to a third and counting.
Woo, wonderful play here from Hiroshi. He's going to get that takedown with that spirit spawning from his super. Meow remains alive at mid 2, but it's a 1v2. Now joined with Bonnie at his side, and Barley joining the fray too. Rising Sun and SEA gradually forced out of this area. CZK still has some indestructibles to hide behind on the left side. Ryohei gets that final bit of damage with his last gadget. Won't be able to break down any more walls, but it's probably not too much of an issue. Meow doesn't get too much value here on the right side, hiding behind those walls. Another TP in from Ryohei. And it was a slow start for the guy, but he really has managed to bring things back with some valuable gadgets and some great TPs.
Yeah, look at where this TP is. It's directly at the 3 o'clock to this unbreakable wall of L. And that is really, that's what Rising Sun was hoping to put their thrower behind. And like you said, Gray just negating this situation, doing a great job of giving his team a better position. And because of that, all 3 players of Team Flash sitting pretty on the point. No chance to survive. Make your time. Game number 1 here for Team Flash.
Well done. I mean, this is kind of what I expected to see, seeing that Barley on the opposing side played into the Gray. Just a really, really risky move. I think with some counterplay, they could prevent that from happening, but Ryohei is no one to be messed with on that Gray, or really any brawler for that matter. So picking something that kind of risky into him, we'll see if it was necessarily the best play for Rising Sun at SEA, because they do have a chance to start to bring this one back. Just need to get a couple wins in a row. It's not really an easy task versus Team Flash. We also see the residue throwdown on the left side, forcing everyone over to mid and the right lane. Soon enough, it will expire on the left. Good pull here from Ryohei. It's just a bit of additional damage, though. Need to see some wall breaks in on those walls on the right, which we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see. Rising Sun to SEA grab back that control of mid, and Team Flash relatively trapped in spawn.
But so how do they keep it? That's the question here, because Team Flash has a bunch of options. They can TP aggressively. They can keep you away with the squeak nonsense. But when Rising Sun gets on the point, they have a number of tools to get there. But once they're on there ready, Rising Sun seems to kind of fall down. Bonnie's kind of a fish out of water. And look at the way CZK is just pushed away.
Very well. Oh my gosh, and a great super from Ryohei. I mean, rather from Hiroshi, but Ryohei on the right side here can get a lot of work done with that last gadget. As long as he's able to pull someone through these walls, it'll be great value. He's going to use that last one, though still is able to get the TP through. Bit aggressive here. Not going to win that 1v2 interaction with CZK. Really get that much damage for that matter. This is how you play into the Tara pull, though. Make sure you snag yourself on a bit of the environment. Get yourself sitting around one of those blocks and make sure you don't get pulled into the middle. It was a great bait from Rising Sun SEA, and Team Flash still managed to keep control of this mid. It's going to be a lot of work for Rising Sun to win this one back.
41 to 75-ish. Team Flash on the good side. And after that team wipe, that might be it, to be honest with you. Rio and Mameshi sitting on the point. Hero playing on the wing. And the pins are out, the spins are good. That's going to be the end of game 2. Set 2 goes to Team Flash a little easily, honestly, Reddy. I think they definitely had the upper hand with respect to the draft, and the gameplay just spoke for itself.
Certainly so. I mean, just technically, mechanically, very, very well played. And there were some risky moves in there from time to time, like maybe some gray TPs that weren't super guaranteed to be successful is what I'll say, like going into a 1v2 without really any ammo, sure. But they were winning anyway, so why bother? The other thing is, I think it was a total outdraft here for Team Flash, as in they had the outdraft versus the Barley. I think Rising Sun outdrafted themselves a little bit here, but when you're playing versus a team like Team Flash, you got to come here with some bold ideas.
Got to agree. You know, I think the idea here for the you know, CZK was like, hey, I play a mean Barley. Beat me on it. I have these unbreakable walls, and Rio did. That was pretty much, you know, I think those are the calculated, like, in a best of 5, you have the chance to play poker. You have a chance to, like, lose the hand by being aggressive, you know what I mean? And here, that's what happened. Rio beat him. Rising Sun asked to be beat. Sure. But it just worked out incredibly well. for Team Flash. Just not really, very routine. In fact, you take a look at these numbers: 11 kills for Rio, 239 DPS. That's a lot of potatoes for Team Flash.
I mean, look, you're talking about Gray, a brawler who notoriously has very poor DPS, and he's getting the highest DPS on the team. When he has Tara and Squeak as teammates, Squeak especially, a brawler that a lot of people would consider to almost be a tank buster at this point because he just does so much darn damage with that attack. With the recent buff, he does 20% extra damage by equipping that star power. So good stuff. Really a great display of skill from Rio. He dude's just teleporting all over the place behind you. Nothing personal, kid. I'll take you down. I'll see you in set 3.
Yeah, beautiful play there. As we jump into Heist, we're going to pit stop. And we will go to double swoosh after this. We'll see if we need Bell's Rock there for set number 5, rather. I'm anticipating a friend, but I don't see any, and I'm a little upset.
Is that friend
Look
material?
at that big smile. I mean,
I like
I don't want to. I don't want to be his foe, so I'm definitely going to be his friend. Nita, first pick here for Team Flash overall. I want to touch on Cordelius real quick. Banned twice out. Do you think without a ban we'd see any play from Mushroom Man?
Maybe I would. Well, okay, Team Flash, I think absolutely know what they're doing. Rising Sun SEA might just send it in case, but I do know that Cordelius is incredibly strong right now. He can actually stun lock you pretty much. He'll just take you to the Shadow Realm. Literally, that's what it's called. It'll take you to the Shadow Realm.
Yep.
And then he'll keep you in there because he charges you for backup, keeps you in there, and congratulations, you're stuck there for the rest of the game. So maybe better not to risk it. Typically also what we'll see pretty much for all of the existence of Brawl esports is that when there's a new, really strong brawler in the game, the underdog is basically always going to ban it.
Makes sense. As we see our BB coming out here. Not every day we see the baseball bat, but certainly can make noise. That unbreakable wall on the bottom side by the safe side. Obviously, you can slam the bubblegum back and forth, do some real damage. No surprise here out of some of the choices we see for Rising Sun. And there's the Crow. One of the better all-around DPSers in the game at the moment and in general. Paired up with the Daryl. So a very offensive composition here from Team Flash. They are looking to hit the gas pedal.
I like these moves from Team Flash. I think Crow isn't going to get as much value as he maybe could because it's not a super open map, but still can get some good value slowing down BB. And really, if there's any other healing ideas, more likely a tank idea coming from Rising Sun and SEA, he can just pop the slowing toxin on. I really want to talk about the Nita, though. I mean, it's not really a surprise to see Nita in pit stop in the bans, but to see her picked is not super common. This could be an oversight for Rising Sun and SEA to not get rid of both Barley and Nita, considering that Team Flash have that first pick. Now they're going to have to play into it, so it could be a bit of suffering for them. To be feeding those Nita supers repeatedly, depending on how the lane interaction works out. I anticipate Meow will probably try and get on that mid lane versus Nita. Since that's where we see her played a lot of times, Crow also can take up that mid role. We'll leave it up to Team Flash to decide how they want to lay things out, though.
I mean, here's the deal. You've given Rising Sun an impossible task, essentially. You got to ban Shelly. Barley and Nita are both essentially asked to be banned. Plus, you have new Cordelius. As you said, the lower card is usually expected to ban the new crazy guy. And so you essentially have 4 must bans. Whatever one makes it through gets first picked by Team Flash. Lucky them. So the Bear Lady is on the left-hand side, dealing with Rico. I say dealing with because Rico should win this matchup, and he is. Right side, though, Troye winning Rio. Just kidding. Shotguns blast backwards. And the fight's won by Team Flash.
Rio on this right side here is trying not to get absolutely domed by CZK. Same here for Hiroshi versus Troy, just trying to get that super up. Troy is playing a dangerous game, though, getting pinched out by 2 characters at once. Ryohi with a takedown, rather getting taken down, and Meow finishes him off with a chain to super. Well done, Hiroshi on the left side, taken down as well. Meow now gets to advance. Ryohi still wants to send it up the right, but he's given no opportunities. Troy's going to keep on knocking him back, getting a lot of damage off of him. Ryohi tries to get some kind of stun here, but doesn't make connection with Troy. It's a good advancement here for Rising Sun SEA as Troy can maybe get it onto the safe. Ryohi still being a really stiff defender. Rising Sun SEA start to take the first bits of damage on their safe. Little trade out here too as Team Flash takes some damage on them.
Both teams just tickling each other's saves at the moment. 25% done by Rising Sun and a little bit more by Team Flash. As CZK puts down the barrel, 63% left now for Rising Sun. So Team Flash with a 10% lead. And with 40 seconds to go, still a ton of time. Check out Daryl right side. Troye just now notices. We'll try to keep him at bay. Big damage coming out on the top side here. And Rio falls down, but damage is done here, Reddy said. Both teams have barked. Now only 2% separating our squads.
20 seconds left. Countdown coming in soon. 2% remains, and Rising Sun SEA possibly in a more optimal situation. CZK tries to push forward. Hiroshi takes a lot of damage. This could be it. Big move in from Ryohi. A stellar defense from Meow, and no super from Ameshi. No more damage can get in here, but the damage is already done. No, never mind. A final swing on a Team Flash is safe, and Rising Sun SEA bring it back.
Man, what a fantastic defensive sequence coming out from Team Flash, and Mameshi was just like, or excuse me, then we saw Rising Sun just go, hey man, what if I jump over the wall? Really, really fun stuff, just nothing to do there. So game 1 going in the direction of Rising Sun, last moment victory. Fun stuff. Mameshi just coming through in the clutch there, or at least trying to. Rising Sun winning it on the bottom side.
Pretty serious aggression here from Meow on the left. Hiroshi getting kept back super effectively. Great use of the angles from Rico on the left lane. Mameshi tries to sort of sneak around CZK. Got to get good dodges versus the Fertilize. Maybe a takedown for Ryohi. No, never mind. A takedown for Troye as he gets the defense off. And no damage for Daryl on that safe. Still riding fun, nice and high on the opposing safe health. Meow on the left side also. Good damage in. Ryohi tries to roll forward. Might be able to escape the clutches of BB. Lots of damage in. Just 1%. And that's all he's going to get as Meow continues to hammer down on Team Flash's safe.
Yeah, Meow has done about 18% now, as Team Flash has only gotten 1% across the way. So Rising Sun, again, the bottom card, doing the majority of damage here. CZK over the top. Gonna find the super on the safe as well. So sub 60% here for Team Flash. Again, just a reminder, Rising Sun has never won one of these finals. Still a lot of Brawl to be played though, already. A minute left.
Yeah, if they keep up this kind of aggression, they certainly can generate a victory for themselves. A minute left. Ryohi now looks for the roll in. Troy just keeps smacking him back though, giving him one concussion after the next. He's looking for any chance. Went for the double stun too, but Troy persists. Another roll in. Mameshi and Hiroshi look to close in around the sides. Troy could get taken down. He manages to persist through all of that poison. Force himself up the right side. Not too much damage down to the safe in all of that scrap. 35 seconds remain for Team Flash to make something happen, but it's going to come down to Ryohi. And even still, he's going to have to push through BB every single time. It might be too much to ask.
Check this out, though. Top side, somebody's doing damage to the Rising Sun safe. It's Ryohi doing a ton of work. 62% left, but he's down. It's still Rising Sun's game, 9% and counting. CZK tosses the super onto the safe. That'll tick it down one by one. No chance for Team Flash to get there. Rising Sun takes the game and the set. They sit 2 above Team Flash's 1. This is an exciting one, man.
Yeah, well, you said it might have to go to set 5, and a lot of us put our chips on Team Flash to win this. I mean, they've only won every single monthly final in this region so far this year, so if they want to win, they got to go to set number 5. Seriously, stellar stuff, though, from Rising Sun. I mean, so well played, especially on defense from the BB. Not exactly the pick that I expected to be running the show here in Pit Stop, but I'll take it any day of the week. One of my favorite brawlers to play and watch, and I'd love to see her do well.
Man, that was the play that tricked me. I saw Mameshi go in, and there's only I only have two eyes. I saw Mameshi go in. I'm like, oh, Team Flash win. Nope, Rising Sun. We're still doing damage on the bottom side, and just like that, they were able to take game 1 and then game 2. Honestly, a little dominance from Rising Sun, like. You know, and this is the nerdy excitement, because I'll be honest, there hasn't been a crazy, oh my goodness, drop your water bottle to the floor play, right? There hasn't been an insane moment, although we see a ton of damage coming out from Meow here. Really, this is dummy exciting because of the tail of the tape. Just the idea that this is July, monthly finals, and we haven't seen Rising Sun beat Flash ever. We haven't seen Flash get beaten ever. And because of that, I'm sitting at the edge of my seat. Well, I'd fall over because the chair isn't really balanced that well. But I'm sitting theoretically on the edge of my seat looking at Rising Sun, able to take this from the undefeated Team Flash. That's kind of crazy.
It's a little bit crazy. And I mean, hey, can you blame any of us for making our predictions on the team that's had the winning streak for the entire year so far? But I'll always root for the underdog. And I'm always one to root for sort of the domestic threats, the scraps between the top 2 teams in the region that really creates more competition, propels these guys towards the big performance on the big international stage. And so far, Rising Sun and SEA are kind of running the show today. I've loved their drafts, and they've made me question a bit of what I thought I knew about Brawl Stars, especially the Nita selection from Team Flash. I thought, okay, that's got to be it for sure. That has to be a blender from Rising Sun SEA. But no, they're able to counter it. They're able to deal with the Daryl super effectively too with the BB. I just loved every single aspect of it.
I mean, listen, you know, I think 2 things can be correct. I think that you can look at that Nita selection, and like I said, blunder, I don't necessarily disagree. It was just an impossible situation that in order to be a top tier team, you need to be able to win these impossible situations. There were 4 must bans for Rising Sun. You only have 3 bans. Deal with the 4th one. They make the choice that they'd rather deal with the Nita than the Cordelius or the Barley or anybody else involved. So bam, there it is. And they make use of it. This just in, Ryohei will be stepping out for Jay. Jay's going to go ahead and sub in. Do you think this is a positive or a negative?
I would say, really, if it ain't working, or if it's not working, then you should probably change something, right? I've heard some people define insanity as repeatedly doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So change it up a little bit, switch up. One of the team members saw Ryohei struggling a little bit in that last set as well. His stats, I think, compared to the rest of the team, certainly having some troubles. So let's give him a breather and see what Jay is able to accomplish in his place.
Got to agree there. I think that this is one of those situations where it's really easy to have an ego. And when you're playing in a competitive world, you got to put your ego in your back pocket, you know? And just like, hey, man, Rio, he's a great player. Jay, who's the better one? That's not the conversation you're having. This isn't working. Who wants to take a seat? Okay, you said you saw a spike mushroom?
Yeah, it's look, it's to the left.
Oh, I see it. I'm just so terrified by Big Teeth Guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's keeping the Spike guy safe, so rest assured he's going to be safe and sound there from anyone who could seek to upset our new friend's day. We'll see, though, the first selection from Rising Sun could certainly, unfortunately, put a dent in that poor Mushroom's face with the super. Rising Sun SEA, great first selection from them. We'll see how Team Flash plan to counter it, but if you're looking at those win rates, yeah, those are the win rates from last month across all regions with a minimum of 10 games played for each of those brawlers. A 78% win rate for Shelly looks pretty threatening. I know that Team Flash are hoping that it's going to be the remaining 22% for this set.
Yes, that Shelly Open here. I mean, okay, Team Flash bans out Cordelia, Squeak, and Crow. Where are we? Double swoosh? All right. Okay. Cool. I probably... Ooh, do you ban Shelly instead of Squeak here?
That is, I mean, I think that Rising Sun SEA had to decide which brawler they wanted as their first pick, and just decide, yeah, I want the Shelly, so we'll get rid of the Squeak. I mean, those are both absolutely.
I'm more looking at Team Flash's. Like, Team Flash has to ban out. They don't have first pick, so they have to ban out Cordelius. Squeak's pretty insane after the buff. Crow's Crow. Would you have banned out Shelly instead of maybe the Squeak or the Crow?
I think Squeak is probably more troublesome. There are ways to deal with Shelly. I think that Shelly's Shelly is a good player killer. Shelly is a noob killer, but when you're at this level of play, you find ways to deal with it. Team Flash, I think, are absolutely up to the task.
That's also,
That's not how I would have done it, but I'm not a good player.
Yeah, we'll talk Chester. But that's also something I wanted to say about the Shelly is that, like, the first month of Shelly stars was nobody could beat it. But the longer high-level players play against extremely strong stuff, the better they get against it. Shelly is still absurdly powerful, but the players at this level are better versed at it. So, you know, there's that. Chester coming out here, I think there's always something to be said about the variance. You are rolling the dice. Whether you get that stun or not is questionable. But what does he reliably bring that makes Team Flash pick this with their back against the wall? Don't forget, Rising Sun, this is their match set.
Yeah, and that's really like kind of almost a paradoxical question because there's nothing reliable about Chester. He has one of the more powerful supers that you can get. You can get that stun, right? Call it the funny hee-hoo because of the sound it makes. But, ooh, big pull there for Meowr on the right side. But Mameshi, he's able to scout out the bushes effectively, if anything. He does go on a 4-shot cycle. Good takedown for Jay on the left side as well, shutting down the Shelly. And the Stu mid is putting in work for these guys. And this is sort of when we begin to realize, yeah, this is why they didn't select Shelly. They knew that in a lot of cases she can be the best selection, but Jay's going to play such good control around it.
Also, Hiroshi is just, this is where Stu, gem grab, he's just outplaying you, man. Hiroshi went here mid, 7 gems in the pocket, hasn't dropped a single one. CZK walking up here and forcing Team Flash out. But there's just no uncoordinated movement from Team Flash. Every single time Hiroshi walks up, he's got teammates with him. He's playing the spray perfectly as well.
I think really the big move for Rising Sun SEA is just as soon as Hiroshi gets that next one, Troy's going to have to pop that super. He might be able to farm it up quickly. No takedown for Hiroshi on the left side. CZK left completely high and dry. Hiroshi now with the takedown. And this extra route from Team. What's going on, dude? Hey, did they forget about the last couple sets?
Mameshi just, I've never seen somebody spin that hard, dude. That was, he's feeling some type of way. Okay, all right. He might have hurt his thumb. You okay, dude? That was, you know, I think that was one of the more relatable moments here at the BSC monthly finals. Like, we have all lost a couple of games to a team that you feel like you should have lost to. Mameshi's like, I come all the way over here from a different region, and this is what you do to me in July? And then Rising Sun steps on him as soon as game number 2 starts. Nice response there from the red team.
Oh, look, I didn't expect to see Team Flash stoop to psychological warfare here with the spins, but we'll see how effective it is on Rising Sun SEA. They are just a couple of games away from winning a monthly final and breaking Team Flash's streak, also advancing themselves to the LCQ for this region. Team Flash, not the greatest start for these guys so far. Rising Sun SEA, looks like they leaned forward in their gaming chairs this time. 6 gems already, and not a single one going to Team Flash. Not a bit, not a shred of control for Team Flash, even in their own bushes.
Yeah, big shrimp mode here for Rising Sun, but I think it has a lot to do with keeping this M's at bay. CZK also actually getting involved. Shelly was having an issue because Stu was just outplaying, outranging, outbrawling this entire Rising Sun squad, Shelly specifically. Now, Jay does get a kill, but there's 9 on CZK, and Meow's got 1. And this one might be all the way for Rising Sun. Jay on the left side has an opportunity. That's smoked out. We're tied up at 1 apiece, and Rising Sun on match point.
It's far from the outcome I expected, but I'll definitely root for Rising Sun. I mean, what a story in the making, and seriously well played today. The drafts have been top tier. I would say the gameplay has just been absolutely peak from these guys. However, it could just as easily go to set number 5 depending on who wins this game. Team Flash.
Very true.
Once again, they got to go full shrimp mode. They got to lean forward in their gaming chairs here. Pedal to the metal and not surrender that bush so early in the game like they did last time. It seemed to be really troublesome, especially a teamwork between CZK and Troye on the left lane.
Yeah.
So far, Team Flash, though, nice work. A good few gems, but not really too much control on the right side. They haven't forfeited control of anything. They've also got Jay paired up versus Troye. We'll see how long that lasts. Good use of the cross-stick charisma. And a takedown, too. Rising Sun, SEA tie things up, but they don't have that control they need.
CZK kept out of combat now for a solid 10 seconds. Just now stepping forward. Teams all but tied, 4 versus 3, but the 4th on the floor here. And number 5 as well, as Rising Sun takes the lead. Game number 1, CZK did nothing. Team Flash won. Game number 2, CZK did a lot. Rising Sun won. Game number 3, CZK 50-50, making the plays, getting pushed out. Because of that, we have a tighter game here. I really think it all lies on this player. Meow gets a kill against Mameshi, and Troye in trouble as well. But Rising Sun, with this mid-control, 3 gems above Team Flash.
Rising Sun SEA just trying to hang on to this control here. An easy gem for Meow to hang on to. Hiroshi could get some serious damage in here. Jay has to push forward. He's got to get this super down. Troy, big damage on him. CZK also completely left open. Hiroshi goes for the shots. Good
Huge
take
play
from Meow. Mameshi with the final takedown, and Troye advancing, trying to keep these gems safe. An easy cache for them to grab when they so desire. CZK is going to pick up a couple of them, but decides to leave the rest in the back right corner. Easy kills for Jay versus CZK. That's a countdown for Team Flash as they start to pivot onto defense. 10 seconds remain. They got plenty of room. Just got to back up slow and steady to bring this one into set number 5. 5 seconds remain. No super for Troye, neither for Meow. Not a whole lot of mobility. A super for Jay around the right side too, and a nice clean finish for Team Flash as they take us into set 5.
And they certainly feel good about that one. Great job there by Team Flash identifying, and I mean, like, listen, identifying the fact that Shelly is going to be a big deal. Certainly not the most difficult, brain-breaking puzzle in Brawl Stars, but that's exactly what happened. They noticed that they noticed, there we go, that CZK was the guy and kept him out of the game in game number 1. Game number 2, they couldn't handle it. Game number 3, they wind up putting him down. Because of that, Team Flash do find themselves going the distance, and now just a single set remains, or a single match remains. And it should be a tough one here. Rising Sun, I think they needed to win here, ready, set. I really think they had it.
Me too, but I mean, slowly and surely I started to realize just how frustrating it can be. For the Shelly player to go into that Ems. She's going to have so much area control. Really, the win condition for Rising Sun in game number 2 was that they managed to take control of the bushes. After that, it was smooth sailing. And that's kind of the way that Ems operates. Once she has control of like a bushy area, yeah, you're kind of never getting her out of there unless you have like a super duper pinch. So, well done for Rising Sun SEA in that one game where they were able to force her out. But for the other two, Team Flash, they just had Ems do Ems things, and it worked out in the end. We're going to set number 5.
Again, I've said his name a heck of a lot, but I just want to do it again. CZK here, 226 DPS while being focused, pretty much. Impressive, despite the loss. So, Meow, Troye, and CZK trying to do it one more time, although the swap here for Jay certainly worked out. Rio sitting on the bench for set number 4, and Jay making an impact and bringing us to a set number 5. And a good one so far. As we said, these are the grand finals of Southeast Asia. If you're just joining us or haven't been around, Team Flash wins every single time like clockwork. And Rising Sun trying to tell us that the clock is broken, or at least needs to be wound up. Because this is one of the more competitive monthly finals we've seen in this region. Full stop.
would almost go as far to say like the most competitive monthly final that we've seen in this region so far, because we don't typically see a team go so far versus Team Flash. But I'll put my money on Rising Sun to make it work. We're going to Bell's Rock for a bit of knockout action. Slow down the pace just a little bit if Gem Grab wasn't tedious enough for you just yet. But I think a lot of different strategies that can be put to use here. Typically see that long range play. Of course, that's not Bell's Rock. That's Layer Cake. Let's get Bell's Rock up here. Squeak is the first selection as well. Going to get some good control play. Probably some decent DPS as well for Team Flash. Overall, strong pick. They get rid of the couple throwers as well as the Gray, which I'm definitely a fan of. Triple thrower ban as well for Rising Sun. I want to say this is straight out of the Stamina playbook, but they're definitely not the first to think it is.
No Cordelius ban, first time all night. Think we see it in knockout?
No, too short ranged.
Agreed. Brock. Dude, an 82% win rate for Fang? That's got to be low pick rate, yeah?
No, this is off of 10 games played at minimum. Usually a last pick here, so.
And you know what? Potential. Like, yeah, Fang always just seems like, it's hard to say that he seems like an oversight because there are just so many better brawlers. But when you look at what he does and what kind of game mode knockout is, it makes sense on like in your brain. But then you go like, oh, but there's RT and there's all these other choices that I like kind of need to choose. So Gus chosen across the way and looking for a third and final choice here. Jay Hiroshi. Have the Squeak and the Gus. Man, that Squeak change really changes the way you have to think about the character. Before he was, well, a high, like it was area denial, just don't get hit. Now he's just kind of straight DPS.
He's able to do a lot of things these days. Used to be like a free kill for Carl, for instance. Interesting approach from Team Flash here. Usually when you see the Gus, it'll be paired up with something that will benefit a lot from that shield. Maybe they plan on having Jay go super aggro. We'll see the Edgar final selection from Rising Sun. That's an interesting one. I see plenty of potential for Team Flash to play into this one effectively. Mameshi can camp on that high-powered B, run the Honey Molasses as well to tank a bit more damage. Hiroshi can also get the knockback with the Cookie Popper. Jay is just a DPS machine. Rising Sun SEA, I mean, this is their time to make this streak vanish, to earn their first spot. The first non-Team Flash win in this region. I'm not sure if Edgar is the way to go about it, but they sure seem to think so. So we'll see how they operate.
Man. Edgar into this composition is a little bit rough. Squeak is almost certainly not going to be running the slow, the super sticky star power because of the better one. But I still, with Honey Molasses and everything, Edgar's just not in a good position to do what he does. Now, I often say that I do like these jump-in assassins in Knockout because the penalty, the slap back, just doesn't really exist that much. But this still is an arduous composition to pick the Edgar into. And so Rising Sun, again, kind of sticking to their style, picking some weird stuff. We've seen them do it before where it worked out. And we've seen it do it before where it didn't work out. I'm thinking of that Barley in set number 2 or what it was. And Troye dies before he even gets started. Team Flash knocks the dominoes over. Easy game one, easy round one.
In the industry, that's what we call it, dead on arrival. Rising Sun SEA still have a chance to bring this back, but it's definitely a very difficult one to execute. Troy is going to have to take virtually no damage before he decides to commit. He gets a free super with his gadgets, so I think that's probably why he decided, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and use my super here, even if I have a very low chance of actually locking in any damage. He might be able to get onto Mameshi here, but still, Jay's going to be able to power him up with the shield, and that'll be very difficult to fight through. Meow on the right side also getting kind of comboed out. Here comes the residue. Mameshi now with the shield up. It could be an easy kill for Troye. There it is. Big damage from Jay. into the honey molasses, but still Troye persists. Jay looks for really any value possible, just need to get the super back for the next pitch. The 1 versus 3 is virtually impossible, but if he's able to get a super, then that's incredibly good value for Team Flash.
Jay's just waiting. I don't think we see any hero play here. Not with the Gus, that's for sure. Lands one shot, enough to get the super. So Jay does get the super. That is something to note here at round 2. Troye actually able to play the game this time. So nice look there. Jumping on the 6K health squeak, not ideal here for Troye, but Team Flash kind of forcing him in that position. And so a nice job there, kind of aiming the assassin. Still works out in the assassin's favor, but you know.
This could be it. Mameshi on low health. Instant damage from Meow to keep him low, keep him from regenning too much. He's still forced to switch lanes around the right side. Not a whole lot of range to work with against Hiroshi. Troye can go for a big move in. Might decide to go on to Mameshi. He's completely left alone on the right side. A miss super from Jay, who's just out of range. And a 3v2 is afoot. Jump back from CZK, an ability he's been hiding this entire time. Jay and Hiroshi sort of surrounded the left side. Jay looking for anything. Another gadget from CZ. I'm telling you, he didn't reveal this entire time that he was running the rocket laces. He's just popping them off like it means nothing here towards the end. Hiroshi needs to stay alive. Good takedown with the 3KB. Another one, CZK dead as he lands. And Meow has to create some space here. Well done with that form down. Gotta avoid some damage. Looks for the final bit, but Jay persists in the poison. And the match point goes over to Team Flash.
Oh, man, that one looked like it was going Rising Sun's favor, but Team Flash winds up wrestling control there towards the end. I'll just ask you straight up, misplay from Rising Sun or just great control from the other side?
It's a tough one. I think in the final few moments, everything gets a little bit hectic, but Meow certainly could have ducked around that right corner. It came down to the last second. Jay dealing that final bit of damage the tick before he went down to the poison. Well played by Team Flash nonetheless. They're at match point. Rising Sun SEA had the opportunity to make history in this region, at least for this year, but they still need to get 2 game wins in a row. Mameshi left, all alone at mid. An easy kill for Troye. He even has a super to show for it.
He's going in a second time, and this is what Rising Sun kind of wanted. They wanted this separation, and then Troye can jump on in there. Honestly made this one look a little bit easy. Do you think it's because Rising Sun got involved early?
Yeah, and I'm kind of trying to work that one out in my head too, because Team Flash, it looked like in game number 1, they were able to play this effect. Ooh, Jay's not moving. Hopefully he's present in the game. Rising Sun SEA, though, there we go. They managed to single out opponents here. I'm sort of split between whether that's because they've done a good job of keeping enemies apart, or whether Team Flash have not done as good of a job of responding to it as they did in game number 1. Nonetheless, the verdict is the same. Rising Sun SEA sort of breezed through round number 1. So far, not a whole lot of development except for Team Flash as they push forward, but they can't get too separated. Mameshi needs to have some kind of backup plane. Here it comes. There's a super from Jay. Mameshi still alive. Troye with an insta-super on the left side, but it's countered. Mameshi with the trade.
2-on-2 here. Still anybody's game. 1 kill traded out for the other. Super coming out from CZK. Hiroshi popped like a pimple, and now it's Rising Sun. 2-on-1 versus Mameshi. This round gets them the game. Mameshi can't find anywhere to go. Right side does lose, but CZK winds up on top. Ready, set. We're going the distance here.
The distance indeed. It's the longest that we can possibly go, the double match point. And in knockout 2 is when it starts to get really, really nail-biting, extremely unforgiving mode where every death is permanent for the round. There's a possibility that not only we go to the double match point, but we go to the double game point too. Rising Sun SEA once more with the Edgar. Have to find that good positioning. They've done a phenomenal job in the past couple of games. Team Flash, probably a lot more situationally aware. Jay has to stay closer. Mameshi isn't able to push up as much as he was pushing up before. Troye also is opting not to use his gadget. We'll jump back here for CZK. Places the sticky residue a bit further back than before. Rising Sun, SEA hold on to the position. Just a slow and steady game so far.
This is where Rising Sun found themselves in trouble, when they waited for Team Flash to make a move, when they waited for the enemy to kind of come to them. Rising Sun has been successful with this composition by being the aggressors. Troye just now healing to full. One shot from this squeak brings him down to half, and then takes him out pretty much for the entirety of that time. But the gas coming in here. Jay down to half HP. Mameshi's the target. Troye finishes him off. Jumps on the secondary target. Already gone. But Troye's stuck. Hiroshi wins top side. It doesn't matter. Rising Sun played the better round there, Eddie. I think they played the better round, but they got stuck in the mud and died to the gas.
This is tragic. It was so well played by Rising Sun SEA up until that point. Team Flash, they could have the game in their hands. And they have the opportunity to sort of resolve some of those mistakes that they made in the early game in the last round. How will they plan to accomplish it is really the big question to ask here. I don't think Rising Sun SEA are going to bail them out again with yet another round like that. Troye also searching for that target. A little slow from the Honey Molasses. Maybe eyeballing that left side Mameshi. Staying high on the ammo to make sure that he can get some damage.
Jay's by himself.
Here it comes. Jay with the super popped in an easy takedown for Team Flash. Another one on a CCK. And Rising Sun SEA down to their last member. The spins and pins are already out, but it's a game far from over. The final bits of damage. Hiroshi with the last shot. Mameshi as well chiming in. Rising Sun SEA go down. And Team Flash are your July monthly finals champions here in SEA.
A sigh of relief as all things go as planned here for Team Flash. Mameshi certainly feeling good about this one. When you look towards Rising Sun, you know, I called it. As soon as that Edgar went down, the month was over. I saw it. That was the right plan. They isolate the player on the left side. But this was, think about it. We were in the fifth game set match. It's always so complicated with knockout. But we're in the fifth set. We've seen round after round after round after round after round after round after round. And Team Flash was like, look, we get it now. We know what you're going to do. They isolate themselves, they split up, and then they immediately target switch to find that assassin. Edgar falls down, the rest of the team does so after the fact, and that, all the dreams gone there for Rising Sun. I like what we saw, man. The most competitive month in Southeast Asia by far.
Certainly so, and I really think this is the rise of a new competitor in the region too, because Rising Sun SEA, they've done so well so far this year, but as you said already, and as we have repeated, this is the most competitive month it has gone so far. So if that's trending upwards, then we could be in for a pretty fiery August, especially coming from Rising Sun SEA. I was quick to judge the Edgar pick, and while it didn't win it for them in the end, I really think it was more of a case of, well, less of a case of the Edgar not being a good pick, because look at the stats here, and more of a case of them having some moments where, yeah, they get stuck in the mud. They make some great plays, but they all fall down in the poison. That happened not once, but twice. That's 2 rounds gone to Team Flash because of some misplays. So I still think there's some things to work out, some kinks to work out from Rising Sun SEA, but that's just part of growing pains, baby. Team Flash, they're top dogs for a good reason.
Yeah, I liked the plays here. The Edgar was oddball, and I really didn't like it. The thing is the Honey Molasses is definitely kind of the big concern, just getting slowed and bowed. But at the end of the day, he made it work for the most part. Ultimately, it wasn't the Edgar that lost that. It was just the strategy of having the assassin jump in, and Team Flash was able to identify it and push it down. So a nice move there from Team Flash. As we said, had this gone the way of Rising Sun, giant storyline implications, but nothing doing here today. Hiroshi on the other side is the one that stands up thanks to your votes at home. Our MVP of the match, Hiroshi, doing it big.
Well done for Hiroshi. I mean, and honestly, as Team Flash as a whole, I think a great day for them because Rising Sun SEA, they look seriously scary this month. And Team Flash still managed to pick themselves up. I will say, I think the spins on Double Swish probably helped to get some of that momentum back. So we'll gauge in the future whether that's a seriously effective tactic. But I will say, anecdotally, just from this one instance, hey, it might have had some influence.
Well, it might have had some influence, but ultimately it was the brawl on the field that got it done. And Jay was one of the guys on the field itself. We have a chance to talk to him. Hey, Jay, congrats on the victory. How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I must say I wasn't actually planning to play today, but I guess it didn't go as planned. So yeah, at least we got a dub.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask first and formally about was, you know, you guys have a 4-man roster. What goes into the decision to have Rio step out and you step in and play?
I think mainly today, our drafts weren't really on point. So I think in pit stop, we weren't really happy with our drafts because, like, obviously Crow wasn't such a good pick and Daryl, like, it's really hard to make Daryl work with delay. So, like, I was watching the game from Ryohei's point of view and I thought, well, maybe since we are like kind of backs against the wall, maybe I should just step in. So yeah, I just made the decision to come in and play. Yeah.
And then coming up against this Rising Sun squad, listen, you know, straight up and down, Team Flash, you guys are undefeated. You guys win every month. You're really not tested. Rising Sun did that. What can you say about this Rising Sun team and how strong they are?
I mean, I must give it to them that I was kind of impressed with some of their drafts today, and yeah, I think that personally my team, like we didn't really put in our best showing today, but Rising Sun still did their best and pushed us to the limit. So yeah, like condolences to them, and it was GG.
Awesome. Strong teams are always fun to play against, and you guys certainly had a giant comeback here versus them. What went into that comeback? Was it a large conversation on your end, or was it just, you know, head down playing the game?
I think that the reason why we managed to come back is mainly because of the mood of the team. So I could kind of tell that after we lost the third set, everyone was kind of nervous, stepped in and like told my team not to be so nervous because it's literally like any other scrim. Just treat it like any other scrim or any other tournament, and we're better than them and we know it. So yeah, we'll just perform.
Well, great stuff, man. Again, like we always say, sports is a large percentage mental, so always got to keep that in mind. But congrats on the win. You guys stay undefeated. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go home?
Okay, shout out to Panda Cast for casting our region. So yeah, do check him out on Twitch. And yeah, shout out to everyone that's cheering for us and our fans. Yeah, that's all.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Appreciate you, Jay from Team Flash. Always good to catch up and chat with the winners.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Ready, set. Great to chat to Jay, see what Team Flash is going on, and honestly see the human side. You know, he was like, it's easy to hold these guys up to an incredible standard because they just don't lose. But even him saying, like, listen, man, we were nervous. We had to just calm down a little bit and like get it out of our system. You know, I feel that. And so, you know, even the tall wind up in situations like this.
I think a lot of the Twitch chat warriors forget that there's a lot that goes into staying at #1 every single month. And even if like you lose for 1 month, it doesn't mean that you fell off. There's some serious competitors at your tail at every step of the way. And for now, for Team Flash, that's still Rising Sun SEA. They still stay on top. But in the coming month, and remember, that's a month singular. There's only 1 month left before we go to LCQ. Rising Sun SEA might be able to catch up to them. They did say it was a poor draft day for them, so they have identified already what they need to work on for the next month. But Rising Sun SEA are looking seriously fearsome.
You love the competitive side. You love the community side as well. Seeing Jay shout out Panda and just everybody that's taking part in what's going on in the region for sure. So shout out to everybody involved on the ground as well. But we are still flying high here at the BSC. One region down. We've got another one on the way. India coming up in just a matter of moments. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the BSC.
Let's go!
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Welcome back, friends. It's us still here at the Brawl Stars Championship, and it's F-Dot. But now, with an upgrade, I'm here with Trav.
Well, I'm glad you think that. As much as I love Ready Set, I like my ego that a little bit more.
Well said. Let's take a look at our regional leaderboard to show you how India has been going so far. Revenant Esports up on top, pretty secure. Marcos Gaming, though, a very strong team in their own right, kind of chomping at their feet. But here's the problem, though. Marcos has been one of the top teams in all of India. It was Marcos, Revenant, and maybe some other squads here or there. 4-button worth noting. I don't see True Rippers anywhere. But Marcos, they just haven't been that team as of late. Revenant and Marcos are the two squads in India. But these days, Trav, it seems to be all Revenant.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant have just been on top of the world, and I believe they actually clinched that LCQ spot by just qualifying to the July monthly finals. So I think we can give them a big congratulations on that one. But at the end of the day, Marcos have been, you know, their biggest opposition. But as you say, not performing as of late.
Well, when it comes down to our Indian region, we only show you the good stuff, so we are jumping right into the grand finals. This is how they made it, though. Revenant coming through here on the bottom side, just 3-0ing all the clowns that stand up in front of them. And Marcos Gaming again miss the mark. And it's Southern Cross that's going to be showing up here, as they have had an arduous task to get here. Shafeen, Captain, and Pratik making up that Southern Cross squad. Whereas Revenant, we know those players. So let's focus a little bit on these guys. Pratik and Shafeen, though, we've seen them a little bit. The Southern Cross team, I think under a different squad name, if memory serves here, Trav. But at the end of the day, they are definitely looking up at Revenant Esports.
I think it's hard to argue any other way, but these guys, you know, they've been here time and time again. We've seen these names before. I believe we saw them in the Snapdragon Pro Series Masters as well, so they are some seasoned players. We've seen the names and we know they can put up a bit of a fight, but just as it was in SEA with Team Flash, this year has just all been Revenant, and it's hard to really root against them.
I mean, the players have been really stepping forward. I think that's one of the fun things watching one of these newer regions, because India is certainly being drawn on this scale in competitive Brawl Stars, certainly something new. But Sergeant, Prashant, and Response here kind of making up this Revenant squad. And honestly, getting a chance to talk to Sergeant and Trishant in Japan at Brawl Masters was a pleasure, because this squad knows that they have a lot to learn globally, at least with respect to how solidified the other regions are. But at the same time, they know that they're number one in India. They know that they have a lot to learn, but also a lot to just show the world. And watching these guys play has been a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. You know, you say they know that they're not on that kind of international level just yet, but they did play very well at Masters, and I think that's something you've got to take into account, because these Revenant guys are improving month in, month out. They don't have the biggest competition here, so they want to get onto these worldwide stages, improve thanks to the scrims that they're going to get at those LAN events, and I think that's exactly what they need to do. Just qualify towards those, get the international level experience on the board, and they clearly use it against these guys in India, right? Because they've been dominating so much at this sub-region level, and obviously I think it's kind of fair to say that the community feels the same with that 73% prediction as well.
Well, we're jumping in here to Pinball Dreams on Brawl Ball. What we'll do is we'll play Dueling Beetles and then Pit Stop. And if we need to, we'll go to some Gem Grab and Knockout as well. Should be the same layout that we saw last time around up in Southeast Asia. And so with the bands across the board, it's a first pick Bonnie here for Pinball Dreams. Gotta say, no dislike there. But then RT picked up across the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be that ranged affair and mid probably through this Pinball Dreams map. And to be honest, I like the Bonnie. It's got that aggressive tendencies, you know, jumping forward and going aggressive on that, but can play the range game as well, which I think is that balance that you need in Brawl Ball, especially when it gets further down the line to those overtimes. You can really use that to their advantage, make some passing plays. The RT, on the other hand, I feel like it's very good. I think at certain moments it struggles to keep up with the Brawl Ball speed. And I think El Primo's probably a good brawler to kind of make up for that in that. And obviously with Cordelia, Shelly, Nita all banned out, that was the route that they were going to go with the tanks.
Got to agree here. I think RT winds up being one of the more impressive defenders in Brawl Ball, but I agree. When you're trying to push that advantage, being offensive, RT might be a little bit slow and leave some to be desired, but Primo can jump on you. So I'm very curious as to the last pick here for SC, and that will really tell me how strong I think overall the draft winds up being. But Griff comes out, big DPS and some wall break as well. And they will team that up with the long-range Bonnie. Last selection here, what do you want to see?
I mean, I think it's a tough one, but it's a pretty similar draft to what we saw in that SEA region when they played Brawl Ball as well. You know, Griff coming in, it's not the most common of picks at the moment, but good against Primo, and a lot of those tank counters banned out. Then maybe they'll just double down and go for another tank counter. Yeah, they are. They're going to go with they're going to go with that Otis. Ability to mute him out. Fat Splatter's good as well, blocking off a few of these avenues through on the map, and then we're going to see Tara. So yeah, it's pretty much, you know, almost the exact same brawler pool we saw in that SEA region. So clearly a pretty similar meta across both of these regions here as well. But overall, you know, I really don't mind this Southern Cross draft, to be honest. You know, I said that RT might struggle a bit with the pace, but that's nothing Primo won't make up for. And obviously, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Tara.
It's a bit all in though, is it? Like Captain Pratik kind of looking for this big group up and take them down. They don't really feel like there's a lot of secondary opportunities here, or am I wrong?
No, I do kind of agree with that as well, and I think it's going to be just Primo getting that one opportunity maybe throughout the game, because it's playing against Griff, it's playing against Notice. The only real supercharge he's going to get is with being hit so hard, and already going to walk into that gadget, be knocked back, and Response is going to take advantage of this open left-hand side now as well, and Trishan going to have a bit of an easy right-hand side here too until Captain pops some of these gadgets.
All it does take is one big play though, and Southern Cross can make that happen. Problem is, they're already on the defensive end. Response thinks better as Pratik respawns, and so back to the middle. Sergeant falls. I don't know if this is a big opportunity, though. Pratik jumps forward. Looks like Southern Cross wants to make it one, but I just don't think the window is open wide enough. Captain here brings out the shades. Shafin gets the kill. This could be it. Response doesn't have the damage. Shafin scores.
I mean, that was nice from Shafin. You know, they just waited for their moment, and as you said, it didn't look like there was an opportunity, but they pried it open and made it one. A few more breaks coming in from Response as well with this piggy bank here. Got the supers widely available. They all pretty much show up at the same time.
Oh, wow.
And they're going to make use of it as well. Get two of them down. Just Response remaining, but that might be enough to hold them off and just until the respawns come through.
So that was the type of play that Southern Cross, that's their sort of like ideal situation. Obviously, Griff wanted to fall down, but that's what they're looking for. That big moment. Southern Cross not out of it just yet. Still over a minute of Brawl to play. They did score early. It's going to be more about the defensive end. Sergeant jumps in, gets one, gets two. The ball's kicked out towards the left-hand side. Scoring opportunity is here. Trash points to Response, and Response points to the scoreboard. Tied at 1.
Well, starting things from square one again. I mean, 40 seconds on the clock. I think we're going to need to see something fairly soon from Southern Cross, because this Primo's not going to have the best of times in overtime, but it looks like it's actually Revenant making the move, and they've got that mute, they've got the jump in as well. Sergeant maybe overly aggressive there, gets absolutely obliterated by Shafin and Pratik when he does land, and Response is trying to make the most of it now, but does actually get jumped on as well. Surely going to go down to the burn damage, but his star power might keep him alive. Does just. Trishan's still got his mute and does use it on Shafin there, and it brings him down as well. Captain the only one remaining, but got this jump now as well. The range is all going to be on Revenant's side through this overtime.
You pointed it out, this tank, Pratik is going to have a bad spot here. Sergeant does have the super. I'm anticipating just a big old penalty shot right there, caught on the left-hand side. I think I would have missed even if it wasn't intercepted. Kills coming out from Southern Cross. The respawn's trapped. Do they have it?
I mean, they're going to pass it back to left-hand side. Shafin goes for the right, finds the opening in between Trishant and Sargent. They're going to take the first game here, but it definitely wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy road to do it. They had a few hiccups here and there, letting them score, but you know, they scored when it mattered, and I'm surprised that they didn't manage to win that overtime. A little bit of an overextension, I feel, with that super being shot towards the left-hand side. Slightly too ambitious, I feel.
I really liked how we got some some good pass action up there. Love to see it. Pratik pushing forward now. Sargent again. I won't dog him for being over aggressive, just forced into that position. Now Shafin pushing the ball up just a little bit.
Well, Response just trying to stay passive here. Gets his super, throws it out to that right-hand side. Now the jump comes in from Sargent. Not going to get the landing on, but he might be able to find the opening around this left-hand side here. The trick shot through, finds the goal, and Revenant Esports are the ones who strike early this time.
Nice play there. Revenant Esports looking to get these goals just have to be aggressive. I think the longer they allow Southern Cross to kind of play out here, the worse it gets. Revenant seems to be scoring just off of pure aggression when they're the ones dictating the pace of the game.
Yeah, Captain's got a super as well, so Revenant need to be a little bit careful, same as Shafin and Pratik, but there comes the super now. Actually going to miss it completely, and that's not good. That shade gets dealt with quite quickly as well. Pratik going to go for the jump in as well, quickly get eradicated in this star power. Keeping Response alive is just so good against that primo jump. If he does go down, the burn damage isn't going to bring him to the floor. And Trishant just trying to pinch on this left-hand side, looking for another super, and Captain fully wasted it, so he's not going to have any cycle on that whatsoever, but in comes Pratik once more. Doesn't find anything once again, and this is just all Revenant.
Still a minute to go. Sargent pushing up. Shafin barely alive. Trishant finds the shots finally. Sargent backs up defensively. Again, Revenant kind of have control of this mid. Shades fall down, so does Captain. Pratik jumps up, falls down. Revenant still with a numbers lead. But notice, look, they're not forcing anything. They know they have the goal lead. They don't need to score the second one. They just need to hang out for about 25 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what the body did there, just getting back into that tank form to avoid being burnt down. Shots coming through from Shafin, though, and he's actually going to find something from it, but Pratik gets muted out. Just going to be able to pass the ball up. They're not going to have time for much else other than an aggressive primo play here, but a little 1-2 with Shafin might be able to make something work. The only one with a super, he tries to find it, but actually ends up giving the ball straight to the side of Revenant Esports. Sargent's going to do a little pass and jump onto it to keep it out of the hands of Southern Cross, and they're going to even things out here in Brawl.
Well done there by Revenant. That's some veteran play. You know, that's just like, listen, they know that they can play the long game. They know that they're good enough to sort of sit there. They trusted in their ability to keep the opponent on their end of the field and just ran with it. Not afraid to be overly defensive either, seeing the body jump backwards just to survive and then jump right back in the tank, like you said. Survival on display there for Revenant. We were used to seeing them be aggro. Although I guess they were playing survival by being aggressive. But a game number 3 here nonetheless. Revenant starting things off again on Southern Cross's side of the field.
Yeah, they definitely warmed up to what Southern Cross were trying to go for and just kind of stayed out of the way and let Pratik, you know, kind of kill himself by the way he goes so aggressive and just jumps in and doesn't really get a lot back from it. But Shafin gets an early super here as well. Captain not really finding the most connections, and Trishant with this control. I mean, Response hasn't done that much, but he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Break this map up, get the piggy banks down, and hopefully get a super at a certain point. For when Pratik jumps in, he's going to be able to deal with him swiftly.
That's really it. You know, you pointed it out as well, is that just the star power being able to just, he's not doing much, but he's not dying to Pratik's jump in, which is pretty much what you need to do versus this comp. The shades are out. Captain again gets his hand forced. Shafin pinched here by 2, Sargent and Response, but Sargent falls back. And so ultimately it's Captain on the good side of things. This might be an opportunity for Southern Cross to get outside of their own front yard. They've got to make a move though, Trav.
Yeah, at a certain point, they've just got to call it and go aggressive. Pratik's going to get his super here as well, but Sergeant's going to go for the jumping. Gets one. Response is going to clean up Pratik as well. Trying to rotate around this left-hand side of the ball, but Captain does have this super to try and defend it. Going to hold it just for now. Not overextend too much. And we do have these supers coming off spawn for Southern Cross, and they might need to use them quite quickly now as they have an opening down this left-hand side. Response has a super as well. Might be able to get the defense, but the pass forward and the jump not going to be intercepted by Response. And the ball back, and that might delay it long enough, but still finds the goal. Almost a big mistake from Southern Cross there, but the recovery might have just won the game.
I think so too. You heard me say no and then stop halfway. Well, Kobe on the clock and Revenant have to find a clutch position. They're going to go up the left-hand side. Shafeen here and playing good defense. Response falls down. Sergeant being chased out by Shafeen again. And with 8 seconds left, this one looks like it's all Southern Cross. Game number 1 goes to Southern Cross, and set number 1 goes to them as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few mistakes that led to the goal, but it looks like Southern Cross are quite happy that it played out that way. And why wouldn't they be? They've just taken the lead against the reigning champions of this region, and saying reigning champions is putting it shortly. They've won pretty much every single monthly final this year. So feeling pretty good about this opening set, but let's be honest, that the same happened in SEA, and they managed to claw it back. So, you can't count Revenant out just yet. They do have these seasoned pro players who know how to come back from a little bit of a momentum loss. So I think they'll probably be able to do just that.
Absolutely. I do think Revenant are a little bit closer to the ground. Like, if we're going to compare the Indian region to the Southeast Asian region, I do think the distance between the number 1 team and the rest of the pack is smaller here in India than Southeast Asia with Team Flash. And so Revenant Esports, we've seen this happen. Now, they do always wind up bringing it home, but we have seen Revenant kind of drop the ball, make some silly mistakes. Here, I'm not even going to say it was any of that. I think Southern Cross played pretty well and earned this victory. That said, look at the number differential. Southern Cross definitely playing the tactical game, so to speak. Pratik, a stunning 86 DPS, as everyone else across on Revenant over 200.
Yeah, I mean, just eats up all that damage. He's probably provided all the DPS on the side of Revenant as well, but I mean, DPS means nothing if you can't back it up with the wins, and I think that's clearly shown here by Revenant's massive out DPS and miles more kills, but they just didn't get the goals on the board, and therefore no wins as well. So Southern Cross come home with this first set, and they've got to be pleased about it. Going to be moving on to Hot Zone through the Julian Beetles maps, same maps as the previous series we just saw. We've seen pretty similar comps so far as well, and maybe something similar yet again on Julian Beetles.
Should be interesting. I do want to get your take on right here. Wait for it. Come on. Very spooky. We get it. Yeah. Okay. Nope. Still not. Man, they changed the order of this. I swear. Every single flyover. We don't even get to see the big teeth guy. It's probably better that way. That guy scares me a little bit. But bans are out here. Kind of standard. Expect to see the Squeak ban. I'm surprised that we got to see much Squeak play in Southeast Asia, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you as well. Just the residue shutting off. So, here he is. Coming in, and that's going to be a big thing for these teams. And, both that and Shelly have been left in play. Yes, Shelly probably isn't that great on Dueling Beetles, but with the 2 best brawls in the game being left open, simultaneously, it could be leading up to something quite good here. Looking at the brawler win rates as well. Bo up there high, and not that we've seen him really play that much, so obviously it has just snuck into that 10 game for the percentage, but Gus looking pretty good there as well. We're going to see the Pan come in for Revenant here as well. I like the pick overall, but it is one of those tanky units, and if Cordelius is going to get in range, they're going to have some issues, so it looks like they're going to try and keep him quite far away.
Troublesome stuff here is there's a ton of long range on Revenant, and that's really the downside to Cordelius for as much power as he does have. There is a little bit of range concern. I'm really pushing that though. Cordelius is just very strong, and so we'll have to see if that range is actually dealt with. But Lou selected here for Southern Cross on Dueling Beetles. Lou Super is the size of the hot zone. I'm required by law to say that. Still going to be tough here. Last pick. Oh, they juked me. I thought we got the last pick in there.
I will say as well, though, like, if Revenant lose control of this map, it's going to be very difficult to get it back. Lou Super's coming down, Cordelius, you know, dragging people out of those the actual map and taking them to the Shadow Realm for the 1v1. It's going to be difficult for them. Captain going with the Meg, and I feel like that's put maybe a little bit of a downer on their comp, as Meg's not the strongest at the moment. I feel like they've kind of just broken something that would have been very, very good if they just kind of kept it in a similar mentality.
Where would you have liked to see them go?
I feel like you've got to just keep on playing the control route. I mean, obviously, Squeak could have been the perfect brawler being banned out, but I don't know what I'd go for, but just mech wouldn't be my answer.
I would have got so here. Yes or no? Bo.
I don't mind Jesse here. And obviously, if you can establish the Pam and Jesse turrets, it's going to be difficult for them to break. And now it's kind of just, I feel like a game of that. Just the early game is going to decide who wins this one.
So, yeah, I agree. I look at Revenant Esports and they've got Turret Town. And you look at Southern Cross and they just have, like, you know, you can't step here. And so there's just a lot of, like you said, the early game I think is going to be incredibly important, as it's not quite as simple as whoever steps on the point first wins. But Trav, it's kind of close to that.
Especially when the Cubs kind of line up like this. We're seeing Captain play through the mid as well instead of the Lou being down there. He's going to try and juke his way up to Sergeant and get some super off it. But so far, he's just getting hit pretty hard. Gadget's going to miss as well, and the bounces from the Bell on the left-hand side are not going to be helping him out. Does survive. Teams can be brought out of that Meg super, well, the mech as well, I should say, and does get taken down. It's pretty much even Steven on the percentage board, though. Captain eventually healing back up, but during that, Shafin took a bit of a deficit in HP as well, and now that it does actually connect. Super not going to be used, just saving it for the next spawn, and I don't mind that play.
All three players focusing the mid. A little bit rough there for Pratik and Shafin. They don't step forward for Captain, but now Captain zoom in, looking on the right-hand side, trying to push down response. Trishant gets the kill onto Shafin, and so Captain left behind enemy lines without anything happening. Revenant Esports now over 50% done. Southern Cross just a quarter of the way.
Well, there's a loose super.
There's the loose super.
Yeah, should stun out that Jesse turret. Great stuff from him. And Captain does have this super, needs to try and use it, but another Jesse super available. Meg's not in mech over this left-hand side. He's just going to throw this out and surely able to tank a lot of this Cordelius damage. But he's actually going to win that matchup regardless of not having his mech. But now dragging him into this 1v1, it kind of puts Sergeant in a 1v2, and he's not doing bad in it at all. Not going to have that swipe yet. And he's surviving still. He's in the 1v2, even with Pam being dragged out of the situation. Captain's going to get the mute up there onto response, and now he starts to chain these supers, but it might be too little too late.
Just about 90% and counting. Trishant pushed off the point, but only 8% left to go here for Revenant. And with Sergeant in response stepping up, that's game number 1 in the hands of Revenant.
I mean, that's rough for Southern Cross there, you know, off the back of such a good victory early on in that first set. They didn't bring the best performance here, and definitely a few misplays across the board as well. I mean, I love Cordelius. I love seeing it played. I love the mechanics that it has, but it just doesn't seem like it's working here, whether that's just maybe Captain not playing it correctly or just the matchups not being the best.
I think it was, honestly, Pratik and Shafin leaving Captain out there to dry. Captain doesn't have the range, and so all three players are going to look at him if Pratik and the other lane fall back. This is a much better example where the side lanes are able to do their job, and that leaves Captain able to press up and move forward. Look at him just punching response in the mouth here, getting the duel and winning it. Left side owned by Captain, comes over to the mid, and his team now 1/3 of the way through. That said, Revenant, the squad on the point.
Yeah, I feel like we do need to see some loose supers coming down at some point as well. Captain going to pick up a few of those mushrooms along the way, and not going to be able to get in range of response, and even if he does, he's going to be coming out of this super soon, and that's going to put him in a 1v3 in the backside. But there's the mute, and he gets the super off again. Super down the right-hand side, coming in from Lou, gets the stun there onto Trishant, mech back as well. And this is what it is, just that early game, and now we see Southern Cross have the early game. They've got a vast lead as well.
Well, response from Revenant. All three players step forward. Southern Cross have just everything they asked for. They had 2 ideal sequences in a row, and Revenant just sort of went, okay, and then came back and smacked them. Trishant landing these shots. Sergeant, though, trouble as Captain finds himself behind, but the Jesse turret gets it done. Jesse's a good pick, huh?
I mean, I'm kind of liking it at the moment, to be honest. He knew that he was going to be coming out of that Shadow Realm soon. He was just spamming that super. You could see the ring around him just flaring up, and now they are in the lead, but quickly does get taken down. And Shafin, when he gets these supers, they start to make plays, but Captain not going to be the closest to his super, as he did just use it before he died and went down. He's going to fall as well. Pratik, the only one available and alive now, and that Lucifer completely gone to waste, really, and it's Revenant established themselves back on the zone. Should be evening out this in just a second, and with this Jesse turret, I don't like Southern Cross's chances.
It's going to be tough. 15% to go for Revenant, and with Sargent getting a kill and Drashant getting a kill, that confirms it. A nice back and forth here from Southern Cross, but Revenant gets game 1 and game 2, and we're able to take the hot zone and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant just played it well. They were composed throughout, and even when they were in, you know, 40% loss on the percentage, they just played it for the late game, and they did very well at re-establishing themselves in that mid, especially when you see a Cordelius in your face, so much loose supers coming down. But, you know, the loose supers just didn't come down as often as they needed, and sometimes not even in the right places as well.
Yeah, I think, again, I think there was some left to be desired on the side of the draft there for Southern Cross. I think we could kind of play would you have all day. The Meg pick, listen, it won the left lane sometimes, but I think that wasn't really pick determinant. I would have liked to see something a little bit more synergistic with the composition. But that said, I don't think if they picked exactly what I want them to pick, I don't know if they would have won anyway. Revenant responded really, really well to everything Southern Cross had. They didn't just get stepped on by the Mushroom Man either. They were able to deal with Cordelius. And so I like what Revenant had to say here. 300 DPS here for Cherchant, and Sargent just below that as well.
I mean, I'm not sure we can ignore this left-hand side statistic here, to be honest with you. I didn't think it could get much worse than the Primo in the first set, but 0 kills and 80 DPS for Shavin here. Definitely not what we wanted to be seeing from Southern Cross, and, you know, as you say, I don't know if that Meg lined up perfectly, to be honest. It definitely didn't synergize, as you say, but also at the same time, even if they picked something that didn't synergize completely and was just good, we could have got more done. But obviously Shafin was on that Lu, and, you know, with the pretty much Lu being the highest range brawler, I feel like we need to see a little bit more out of that.
We'll head out to Heist, and it's Pit Stop this time around. Oh, I think this is the map with the creepy mushroom with the giant teeth. I'm gonna see it in my nightmares, dude. This guy. Are you a fan or are you afraid?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that as well. I didn't see it in the first one, so now looking at it, I'm not sure if I can get behind the hype behind it, you know?
Yeah, I don't like that. I often am a fan of the friends here, but this one, no thank you. Anyway, picks and bans are here. Rico will be our first selection overall here for Revenant. As we see the Shellys, the Nitas, and the M's here banned out by Southern Cross. This Dynamite and BB keeps staring me in the face.
I mean, me as well, but like Dynamite, I feel like it just succeeds when all the rest of the throwers aren't there, and it's the only valid option. But now I feel like we have more throwers on the map, it doesn't really get picked that much. BB on the other hand, I do really like the BB. Rico as a first pick, it's been a while since I've seen that. Usually maybe a little bit more of a recovery pick a little bit later on down the line, but we see the Bonnie and the Daryl coming through from Southern Cross. I do kind of prefer those picks.
It's a nice one so far. I thought, man, every time we get that wipe, I think the pick's coming in, and so I like don't say anything as I'm waiting for it, but then sometimes they just show us the players. Sorry, folks, getting juked here. Another Cordelius. This time it's on the side of Revenant. Man, it's very funny. Last region we saw almost unanimous ban, universal ban out of Cordelius. Now we get to see him played not just once but twice.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is Revenant's comp, I actually kind of love it. Cordelius here on the defense is so good. We saw Navi bring it down in the SPS over in Europe during the league phase just recently, and it just played out so well on the defense. It interrupts Daryl's role. It takes them out. It stops them from getting damage on the safe, and against the Daryl, a Bonnie on defense, that's instrumental.
certainly one of the stronger things that you're looking for. There's just so many tools for Trishan to use here with Cordelius, and like you said, best often used on the defensive side. Daryl's going to roll in. You just have so much control. What we've seen out of Otis, Cordelius can do it arguably better. And so I think a lot of this for Southern Cross is going to have to deal on Captain. And this is just going to be Stu trying to outplay the two robots and the Mushroom guy. But when it comes down to pit stop, I am confident in this Revenant draft. This is a nice looking draft. Southern Cross, I've got no complaints on their side either necessarily, but I just think the Revenant one is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, as you say, I don't dislike this Southern Cross comp. I just feel like the Revenant comp seems that little bit better, but at the moment, looks like we improve Southern Cross here as that team wipe. But Trishan off this spawn, super coming through from Sergeant here as well. We see the Cordelius super being picked up now. Great super coming out of Sergeant there. Gets the Daryl and brings Captain low as well. Should back him off. And a super from Response is going to channel them all to that left-hand side.
So a team wipe at the second we start the game only leads to 3% damage dealt to the enemy safe. And so Revenant Esports do have a nice look after the fact, but they haven't been able to find any offense of their own. Trishan here, slowly trying to inch up. As we said, that range, this is the map where that range is going to come into play for sure. Pratik chasing down Trishan. And Response falling down. Assassin jumps over the fence, and Shafeen's able to find a couple more percent, 86 left for Revenant.
Yeah, did get shut down by that Cordelius though as well. Pratik looking down this left-hand side to try and roll on Sergeant, but actually it's Captain who does get the better of him. Trying to mute him out, maybe bring into the Shadow Realm as well. Nice stuff from him, and this just completely takes him out of the mix at the moment, but did take a bit of damage along the way. Now having to back off as that time is getting close to hitting 0 for the Shadow Realm. Great stuff from Captain coming in, gets one, but doesn't get Trishan. And regardless of how well they're defending, you know, they've been pretty much being attacked the whole time and only taken 14%. It doesn't matter if you've got 0 yourselves.
Exactly, you can win with just 1%, so Response here on the left side trying to make that happen. Finally some damage on Southern Cross, but it's 4% and then done, son. Half a minute to go, and Captain dodging and weaving, barely alive though. And here comes more damage from Southern Cross, just bringing it all the way down, 55% and counting. A ton of damage coming out of STC, and I think that's going to be it.
I mean, Response coming in now for the first shred of damage, and Rico coming down that right side. He's got the slow off as well. This might be enough for a comeback here. Super available from Sergeant. Still 40% needed though, and I don't think it's going to be done. Nice stuff. Good clean up there from Southern Cross, and they've come out swinging in this third set, regardless of how good I thought that Revenant comp was. I'm just not sure if they played it right. Like, I've still got full faith in it, but Southern Cross just seemed to play better.
I mean, that's why we play the game, you know. It's always funny talking to high players, but very rarely do you win the game in picks and bans. I will say, I think Revenant have the better draft. Like, full stop. I think they do. But Southern Cross just were able to play it a little bit better. And you know what? I said a lot of it was going to rely on the Stu, but Shafeen on the Bonnie has been doing a lot of this dirty work here in this mid.
Much better start then for Revenant in this one. Sergeant going to get some bounces off, and with that super bouncy star power, going to add decent amount of damage to the safe. It is 16%, so pretty much the reverse, complete flip of what we saw in the last one. And Trishan is just sitting in this back spawn. You know, they're letting Southern Cross come to them and going to try and take advantage of Pratik rolling in, and that should just stop him from doing it end of, really. But if Shafin manages to jump in at the same time, it's going to be quite a lot coming in. They're going to have to get one of them into that Shadow Realm. Actually chooses the Bonnie there. Defends it off quite nicely. Captain's still alive and actually going to take the lead now for Southern Cross. But with Response and Sergeant coming up this right side, they should reclaim it shortly.
Right side, Captain got his eyes on Response, but Revenant's teammates are here. We were briefly tied at 80%, but now Revenant takes the lead by an additional 3. Shafeen, no super available, so not going to be able to jump offensively as we've seen time and time again. Prashant dueling, wins in the Shadow Realm. What a wild character.
And that's the thing, you know, he wins the one-on-one and just retreats back to his home line, like, just staying behind this wall, knowing that he's pretty much only good for defense on this map, and he's going to need to be as Shafin comes up now. But down this right-hand side, we do see the Rico pushing up, and Response is going to join him down there as well. Great hit from the super from Trishant there, and adds quite a lot of damage to the safe from Sergeant. Clean up on defense, and Response has his super as well. Pratik's low, gets sent back to spawn, and this is looking much better for Revenant.
Yeah, huge lead here for Rev. That said, there is half a minute to go. And Southern Cross can certainly make it happen. Shafin has the super. Pratik doesn't. Ooh, Shafin going for the players, not the safe. I don't know if that's the right call. I guess if he doesn't go for them, they get damage onto the safe, but because he does, his team doesn't get damage on the safe. And Trav, that might just be it. 30% needed to match. Not gonna happen. Revenant win game 2.
Yeah, that's a definite this time as well with Trishant, you know, bringing him into the Shadow Realm, stopping him from really doing anything, getting any kills, getting any damage. Nice move from him, and yes, I don't think he moved out, you know, the top 6th of the map for the entire thing, just sitting behind that defensive wall. That's exactly how it should be played. You know, against that Daryl, you just sit there, and if you hit the super mid-roll, he stops exactly where it is, and you just sweep him up with no worries.
Nice play there from Revenant, adjusting to what they got thrown at them game number 1 here. We'll see as we jump into game number 3 if there's a response. I'm just so primed to say response because the player name, I swear. It's annoying. But Captain here leading the charge, and charge is exactly what he's doing. 2 players down on the right-hand side. Shafin pot shotting from a distance. Pratik has the super and waiting for his moment. Revenant going to avoid Southern Cross's offensive players, though, and head right for the enemy safe.
Sergeant coming through yet again, going to get the gadget off, and that's quite a lot of damage. A lot of damage, 6,000 each way there, you saw. And Sergeant now getting some shots off on safe. Does it again, 4,800 and another 6,000.
Wow.
And that's already 60% done just thanks to that gadget. And Trishant's defending well.
Yeah, that's an incredible amount of damage from the Rico gadget. Pratik rolls in and tries to match it. 14%. Not the same. Shafin wins the fight. Left side there, yeah. And Pratik wins it again. Now Southern Cross with a team wipe on the offensive, pushing forward. But Trav, here comes everyone from Revenant. I don't think Southern Cross got a single % off of that.
Yeah, well, Soup comes out as well. Great stuff from Sergeant now. Shafin in this aggressive form. Soup comes out there, and the defense is still good from Revenant. They got 30%, but still 30% behind with a minute on the clock. It's not going to be the easiest of comebacks from Southern Cross, especially with Cordelius just sitting here still on defense and Sergeant. If he gets up, still 1 gadget left, and that's going to add almost 10,000 damage to the safe. Just that. Soup comes out, and there does get some connections, probably fairly close to another super himself, but in comes the roll. Gadget's there. Maybe the super should have been as well to stop this from happening as they get some kills, and now Shafin on the safe. Captain trying to join him. Response,
well played.
Get taken down, but Trishant should clean it up. Actually, they're going to leave him and focus on the one who's going to deal with more damage. Right choice, but it's getting close. Down rolls there. If Bonnie can join him, maybe something can happen.
That's what I was going to say, man. Just very unfortunate that Bonnie didn't have the super there. If Southern Cross's Bonnie has the super, they both jump in. A ton of damage gets dealt to the box. But because that doesn't happen, Sergeant wins left side as well. And that secures it. That definitely secures it. Revenant goes ahead and takes this one as well. Despite a push from Southern Cross, Revenant take game 3.
I mean, that game 1, it was a little bit sketchy for Revenant, to put it that way. You know, we saw Southern Cross coming out swinging yet again, but then I think they just kind of learned how to play the comp. You know, it took them maybe that first game to adjust, to get ready to just play Cordelius on defense, and, you know, hands up, I understand it's boring. I understand it's very, very boring to sit in your own spawn and just play like that, but that's what's got to be done. But not only that, he's got to be relying on his teammates to get the damage, and you know, we saw a lot coming out of Response, and obviously the Rico in that one doing the majority. Sergeant absolutely performing so well and getting up the map to get those gadgets perfectly on safe. That's 10,000 damage each time.
That, dude, look at the play right there. The Rico just going nuts. Sergeant, sometimes all you need is a moment. I think Sergeant left a little to be desired in game number 1, but at the end of the day, you know, gets it done when it needs to happen. And so the Rico pulls through in the clutch. Where is he? 305 DPS there. 11 kills for him, but 14 for Trishant.
I'll say this looks good for all of Revenant Esports on that side. You know, they've all got very, very good statistics, and all of their DPS is better than all of that on the side of Southern Cross. And you know, you need the kills to be able to get damage on a map like this, unless it's a complete base rage, which none of the maps and none of the games were, I should say. But, you know, you need damage. You need to be able to get the kills to be able to get up the map on this one. And that's probably why Revenant won, you know, a few more kills. Actually, no, actually less kills on the side of Revenant Esports. But, you know, they just played the defense on lock so well. And all it needs is a couple of moments.
Well, that is well said. Just a couple of moments needed. Because of that, Revenant sits nice and pretty, 2 above 1 in the grand finals here in India. If you're just joining us, we just took a look at Southeast Asia. Team Flash winds up winning as per usual. And Revenant now in the driver's seat in India as they usually win as well. The top card for sure. That said, we've seen some good stuff out of Southern Cross. I don't know if they take it here at GemCrab though.
Yeah, I feel like there's just too much of a secure game mode for Revenant Esports to really drop, and with Cordelius banned, Shelly banned, all of these really solid bans across both ways, Squeak, Cordelius, Evans from Southern Cross, and then Crow, Gene, and Shelly. I just don't think there's enough randomness for them to be able to win here. They're going to take the Stu early on though, and we saw that work very, very well in that SEA region. Stu did perform amazingly through this mid, but Revenant Esports got the return 2 picks.
First selection overall doesn't really tell us anything. A lot of times I like to look at your first pick and try to decide if you want to be aggressive or defensive or whatnot. Stu is just an evergreen all-rounder. Can be played offensively, defensively. Now Amber, Revenant, a team after my own heart. One of my favorite brawlers. She saw a big surge of gameplay after the oil change, but now has largely come back to where she was in the past, sort of a map-dependent niche selection. And Double Swoosh is certainly one that you should expect to see some Amber. And then the Sandy, sleepy pick. Interesting.
I don't hate it, but I will say at the same time it wouldn't be my 1 and 2. You know, maybe one of them would be my 2, one of them would be my 3. I don't know if I'd choose Amber first and Sandy second. It feels like something that you kind of choose to go for a little bit further on down the line as that surprise pick that's not usually seen. We saw Chester play it out beautifully as well in that SEA region, and we saw it in EU across the SBS as well. So be intrigued to see if that does come back out, but Captain going to bring in this Bonnie, and obviously the ability to go aggressive on the Amber and the Sandy, being able to outrange them in this tank form as well. It's going to be a difficult one for them.
Last selection here. Need to see some sort of utility. Double Swoosh. No Gus. Southern Cross locks in the Janet. Ooh, it's been a while. Haven't seen the other stunt sister in a minute. Pure DPS though here from Southern Cross. Are you concerned?
I am a little bit. I still really like the comp, and depending on this Revenant pick, maybe I'll even like it more. But you took the words right out of my mouth. Like, it's been so long since we've seen Janet. It kind of fell off the face of the earth with some of the changes that it did receive. Drop the base, obviously going to be able to scout quite nicely. But, you know, I love myself a Carl, and I think that's a great pick. I'm kind of just questioning, we're going to see that Sandy through the mid, I imagine. It's not the most conventional of mids, but it's going to be decent, obviously, with, you know, the burst it can do, the stun through mid as well if someone steps out of line for that. But I feel like Pratik should do a good enough job of not feeding it.
Yeah, I think that obviously that's the goal. But no, I'm here for it. I think we do see probably the Sandy in the mid, only because who else? Well, we'll see. Stu gonna head mid versus, all right, there it is, right there. Sandy in that middle lane. Amber versus the long-range Bonnie, and then Janet going to the right side versus the Carl. Very important point here as well. I think this update has the best music as Trishant falls down left side.
Well, It's important to have some good music whilst you're getting taken down, I suppose. But now claiming these 3 gems on the right-hand side, obviously have this flying hook still in hand as well, and a lot of this map's getting burnt up. But to be honest, I'm not sure who that really favours, because we see quite a ranged approach from Southern Cross, and Response going in nice and aggressive there on Shafin, but Captain trying to bring him down now, and it's actually a defensive flying hook as his first use. Captain going to go aggressive for that as well. Gets taken down though. Response can't find anything, doesn't have a super to swoop in and swoop out. And obviously the flying hook will only take him one way, and it'd be pretty much a one-way ticket to death, I feel.
Revenant, large mid-control thanks to Sandy. Sergeant actually gets a kill off of that as well, and so it's 7-4. Big play there from Trishant, bringing Captain down a half HP. Trying to fight Pratik as well. Next gem should pop out here. And now Revenant are 1 away from a countdown, split amongst Sergeant and Response. So 2 targets for Southern Cross to find the reset on. We'll count down from 15.
Well, Shafin's got this flight, does get taken down. It's going to be Sergeant with all of the gems in hand. Response is going to go towards Pratik. He's going to go for the jump in, but he's going to tank that landing and possibly tank the damage that would have followed up as well. Sergeant not even Response not even needed now, so he does go and just kind of maybe BM a little bit in spawn, provide him with a few gems, give him a shred of hope for this next game, but I'm not really sure what hope remains after that convincing performance from Revenant.
Man, Sandy showed up and just smacked those 2 players down. That really kind of let us know the style of this one. Revenant here on match point for their monthly finals for the region of India. Southern Cross put up a fight earlier on, but this one does not look like theirs at all.
Captain sliding in for those first 2 gems, though, and actually do have the lead for pretty much the first time in this set. Sergeant looking for that second one now as well, but doesn't want to overextend. Don't really want to feed Captain Super just that quick, and he is not going to get it still. Pratik's going to go in for the jump, and Sergeant gets a few shots off. He's not going to complain about that towards the Sandstorm, and the Sandstorm was a big part of claiming pretty much all of the map now. Should only be 1 or 2 hits off as he does connect a couple more. More oil being placed down by Trishant. Going to give him a little bit of a speed boost, but the breakup on the left-hand side will stop those aggressive plays from coming through. Pratik's going to get back into the tank, but quickly going to get wasted there by Trishant, and Sandstorm providing a lot of help as well. Revenant, push up, get all control, and now should be taking the lead shortly.
Tied up. Well, I would say that if Revenant didn't have mid-control. But they're so good at just pushing Southern Cross back onto their side of the field.
The thing is now as well, they're going to have to overstep and kind of feed Sergeant even more by getting onto this side and getting their gem, but they are actually going to get it. That's what they needed to do. 1 gem is all they kind of needed off the other side to play this 50-50 game once again. Response is actually going to get taken down, or get a takedown there. Dude. Up top, gets jumped in on Captain, very low. Response in behind as well, and still has a flying hook, but almost gets brought down, and Sergeant just recovering nicely.
Great stuff out of Southern Cross despite this Janet pick. I'm just so down on this Janet pick. Janet took to the skies before, did a whopping 0 DPS. Janet can't get off the ground there, does a whopping 0 DPS. Response is just owning this Janet selection. Shafin takes to the sky one more time. Does. Oh, actually landed a shot versus Trishant, and then immediately gets deleted.
I mean,
why Janet?
I'm thinking the exact same thing. It literally did nothing. I'm intrigued to see the statistics in this one as well, because that was not the last set performance we wanted to see from Southern Cross. We thought they might have been able to take it to the 5th, but it was shut down by Revenant in the 4th. Great performance from them, and double swoosh is where they close it out.
Fantastic job there by Revenant, continuing their era of dominance here in the Indian region. Listen, these guys, they are tested often by some of the guys in this region. This region is not just an easy walk over, but Revenant still consistently find themselves above and beyond their opposition. I think it was fun kind of watching this one. STC getting it done, having some moments. Captain really impressed me at times. Pratik had some good moments. Even Shafin, who, like, yeah, I dunked on this game, this set, but it was more about the pick. But ultimately, Southern Cross just won a day late and $1 short.
Yeah, it kind of just went wrong before we even got into the game, really. You know, they looked good. They came out really strong in that first set, won it, even though I feel like maybe they were countered. Obviously, with that Primo, they performed so well in Brawl Ball, but from there, it was just all Revenant, really, and they did convince us quite heavily towards the end, and yeah. Statistics across the board, not looking good from Southern Cross, but Shaffin yet again getting least DPS and the least kills, but Revenant across the board, looking good.
Trishant, Sargent, Response. Get used to seeing these names because you're going to see them win here in the grand finals when you tune in to this region. You're going to see them in international competition as well. And Sargent coming through in the clutch, being the guy on top as voted by you guys at home. Shout out to Brawl Nation, bringing Sargent all the way home. Love to see this stuff. A lot of interesting things going on here in the Indian region as well. Some Cordelius got to be played today. Fun to see the Mushroom guy show up.
I'm never going to complain about Cordelius, right? And especially when we get to see it excel so hard. I mean, it had a little bit of a tough time there in Hot Zone, but in Pit Stop, I think it got its redemption arc and it just played it so well. I mean, a little bit boring at times, the way it's meant to be played, obviously, but still love to see a bit of Cordelius.
Well, Revenant winning this one keeps them in that #1 position across the Indian region. Marcos Gaming is #2, but as we said, man, you know, Marcos, this region used to be Revenant, Marcos, back and forth. But these days, it seems like Revenant, Marcos, Revenant back in position #1. Really tough for Marcos to find their footing here recently.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, they didn't make the finals this month, obviously, as well. We've just seen Southern Cross come in, so it is getting increasingly difficult for them, dropping almost 200 points behind Revenant Esports. But how well they've played this year to get up to 506, that is a lot of good performances coming out of Revenant Esports, and I couldn't think of a more deserving team to be at the top of the India region.
You know, you're not wrong. Revenant has been here. They've been doing work across a number of different competitions, whether it's the SPS or the Queso Cup or any stuff we see here. Revenant just keeps showing up. Like I said, get used to these names and get used to them getting better and better. Just like our program, we've gone through 2 separate regions so far. Now it's time for East Asia. We're going to take a brief break, and then after the jump, we got semifinals 1 and 2, and then, of course, your East Asian Grand Finals.
grind. Boring.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling!
What up, people? Welcome back to the BSC Monthly Finals, where we've just gotten these first two grand finals behind us. See ya, India, see ya, SEA. It's time for East Asia, where we're going to be going through those semifinals and then the grand finals at the end of the day. It's going to be super exciting, Trav. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it always is, right? This region is at the top of Brawl Stars for so many years now. We saw a little bit of a falter on the global stage, but it's been pretty much more of the same here in this region.
Yeah, I mean, things have been fairly consistent. We'll get to check in with how things have been going so far this year, with Crazy Raccoon firmly in the lead, but only 40 points ahead of Reject, who have actually gotten some good chops in this year so far. A Feeling Esports and Chasmat Gaming EA leading closely behind in number 3 and number 4. Some pretty good teams also in the top 8, but our main main characters of the story are here in the top 4, and we'll be getting to check in with them today. Crazy Raccoon is is one that a lot of us have been paying close attention to, boasting some seriously accomplished members in this region that have made it to the World Finals grand stage numerous times.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a big day for Chazmac as well, because we don't see Aphelion Esports here today in the top 4, and Chazmac Gaming, it's a tall order, but if they beat Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be getting some serious points on the board and possibly taking that number 3 spot. So they really do need a big performance today here against Crazy Raccoon to start things off.
Right, well, that's going to be determined by their performance later today, but of course, there was stuff leading up to this point. We've already played the quarterfinals where we saw Crazy Raccoon, Chazmac Gaming, EA Reject, and 3R Gaming making it some good moves in their Aphelion Esports. Unfortunately, we won't get to check in with them today, and 3R Gaming will be taking their well-earned spot. But still, we'll see Crazy Raccoon and Chazmac Gaming EA up as a first match of the day, and this one, I think, is going to be a very entertaining match, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be right. Like, Chazmac Gaming EA, they're sitting down there in 4th with Crazy Raccoon in 1st. It's a pretty well-seeded bracket. It played out as planned for them, but Chazmac, it's going to be a very tough game for them. They've obviously got the talent and the rosters extremely capable of making this upset, but at the moment, Crazy Raccoon, they've won the majority of the monthly finals in this region, so they're always the team that people are going to be scared of over here in this sub-region. But I'm not saying there's not a chance for Chazmac Gaming. You know, they need this win. When everything's on the line, you've got to pull through at some point.
Okay, so a quick history lesson, and now the present. Now let's think about the future. Predictions time. If you want to submit your predictions, which you should, go to event.brawlstars.com, and we'll also share our predictions here to help you out with your homework just a little bit, but you can get some good rewards and goodies by submitting your predictions there on the event platform. Predictions for today: I expect Crazy Raccoon to go all the way, and I expect Reject to do pretty well too. I mean, clearly the front runners in both of their matches.
Yeah, you've got the same as me ready. I locked it down on event.brawlstars.com already, and at the moment, I'm doing pretty well. So we'll see if it continues on throughout these. I went for Crazy Raccoon and Reject again. I think Crazy Raccoon will probably go all the way and take the monthly final, but they've got competition all the way through, and it starts here against Chazmac Gaming EA. Tensai Shisampo and Moy versus Kenji Kuru and IC. Let's start with this Crazy Raccoon roster, obviously, because they have been at the forefront of competitive for many years now.
They certainly have, and they're keeping that streak going, only faltering on like a couple of occasions, and they're still looking strong. Tensai, Shitampo, Moya, really a dream team in this region. Now, they, like we said, have stumbled a little bit in the BSC. They're looking incredibly strong, and from month to month, you never exactly know what's been going on. What's up, Tensai? How you doing? And good luck today, because they got some pretty fierce opponents awaiting them on the other side.
Yeah, drinking that ice-cold water for his ice-cold veins. And, I mean, he's going to need him today against Chazmac Gaming EA, Kenji, Kuru, and IC. A very well-seasoned roster. IC came in from that Sunny Tin roster of the previous month, but Kenji and Kuru, we know them, we love them, and we know they're capable of an upset.
Well, okay, Tensai's got ice in the veins, but he's not quite IC, who over here doesn't seem to see anything except for his forearm, but that's him on the cam. It's IC, and IC had some things to say leading up to this as well, and this was quite entertaining. Chazmac Gaming EA, I mean, as a team, just leave IC to speak for the team. Tired of watching Crazy Raccoon win? Leave it to me. Now, mind you, this is translated from Japanese. Leave it to our boys, Google Translate, to help us out there, but I will say, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. We'll see if Chazmac Gaming EA are able to pull this one out. I'm excited to see how this showdown goes.
I mean, the thing is as well, I'm excited to see how they do play, because confidence against Crazy Raccoon, it's a big thing. You know, a lot of the teams that face them coming into this one, and they don't really feel confident, and that definitely puts them on a bit of a downer straight away, and that's not what you want to do. You want to be coming in on a high against Crazy Raccoon, really playing the best you can with, you know, as Eftor said a little bit earlier, the mental is a big part of sports, and it's a big part of esports as well. So we'll see if they're able to kind of keep this this mentality that he did tweet out all the way through.
I'm excited to see how things pan out for these guys today. I mean, confidence is absolutely huge. Whether it's overconfidence, we'll find out with the verdict of this match. But we've already put forth our predictions. We expect a Crazy Raccoon victory. But, I mean, this is very bold from IC. He's on the camera, and he's also the newest addition to this roster. So maybe he knows something that we don't, but it's got me real excited for this one to get started.
He's definitely going to need to know something as well. That's the thing, you know. When we first saw his camera, he wasn't looking the happiest, but now he's starting to look a little bit better, getting into the rhythm of facing Crazy Raccoon. And you know, as you say, he's the newest player to this roster. They clearly saw something in him when he played last month on that Sunny Tin roster. So we'll see if his clear abilities able to shine through this Chazmak Gaming roster as much as it did in the previous months.
Well, of course, one of the first places that I look for Chazmak Gaming to take down this real roster of Titans has got to be the draft, because the draft seems to have a much, well, I think objectively, right? We've seen enough Brawl Stars to know this for sure. It has far more weighting on the outcome of the game than the actual mechanics of the game themselves. Okay, predictions are through, and y'all voted 25% in favor of Chazmak Gaming EA, 75% for Crazy Raccoon. That's about what we'd expect. Chazmak Gaming EA, the clear underdogs here, but not in their own eyes, at least not icy.
Yeah, well, we are going to have some different maps, starting things off on Safe Zone as well, on Heist. So a little bit of a ranged affair on Heist, rather than that kind of mess that we saw on Pit Stop with a lot of those 1v1 matchups deciding the game. 8-Bit is going to be the first pick coming out of Chazmak Gaming EA. I do like it with Brock Band, Penny Band. It just doesn't really leave a lot to take down that turret. And obviously as well, we did see that Bell Band, but we're going to see the Piper as a first pick. The 1v1 matchup against the 8-Bit is pretty good. When he gets the turret though, it can be done in pretty much one push, so it's going to have to be control all the way through from Crazy Raccoon.
All right, Squeak selection from Crazy Raccoon. One of those brawlers that I really expect to be selected here is Colette, and you saw just a moment ago, aggregated across a lot of matches, in fact, all of them from the last month. Colette has a 72% win rate, and she's kind of a hard counter to the 8-Bit, so maybe they're saving this for their last pick and hoping not to get countered out on that Colette. Typically, she can have a lot of trouble versus long-range brawlers, so Crazy Raccoon, one more selection left. The 8-Bit can be kind of troublesome. Stetampo on this Piper can also get it done. We'll see how they also put up some resilience versus Kuru on the Carl can be really troublesome. He only has 3 gadgets, but he gets the work done with those. Jesse, final selection from Crazy Raccoon. This brawler is seeing a lot more play recently, and I think sort of the idea here might be, let's make contact with the turret, bounce it off 8-Bit, or vice versa.
I'm really liking this Chazmak comp, I won't lie. I think it does look on face value a little bit better. You know, obviously Piper's going to have a decent matchup against 8-Bit early on, but you know, Crow and Carl, if they're managing to go aggressive, we're not really going to be able to see that much from the Squeak and the Jesse. If a Carl's going to fly and hook towards you, you're not really going to be able to survive that long. That goes for Piper as well, but she does have jumps, so she'll have something to get away, but for the rest of them, I don't feel too confident.
All right, well, final swaps getting in here as we prepare for Safe Zone. Probably going to see this 8-Bit mid here. I'd be incredibly shocked if we don't. Tensai going to take that mid role as well, and Moya looking for a control on the right. He actually has quite a bit of resilience versus Carl here. Has a good amount of damage output too. Can just keep him pretty much locked in that area on the right side as long as the teammates don't peel for him. Pretty slimy moves from Kuru on the left side too. Walking back and forth super rapidly. Everyone just playing for control here. Good taps from Tensai though. Force 8-Bit back. And Crazy Raccoon might be the ones to get the first bit damage on the safe.
Yeah, Tempo looking for some bounces on Kuru towards that safe. Looking for Kenji now as well, but I see just holding this right hand side. You see Tensai breaking up that wall to give him a little bit more maneuverability against Kenji here, and that's probably what's needed for this Piper. I see still choosing to stay passive, stay off that, but I mean, obviously Tensai doesn't have the auto aimer because we've seen that homemade recipe come out of him already. Connects 3 shots instantly onto Kenji and pushes him back straight away. Tempo's going to get slowed down, but I see still choosing to stay passive and not go aggressive. Surprising to see, but he is quite low.
All right, turret in, immediate destruction. Chazmak Gaming EA were absolutely prepared for that one. And Icy tries to push in, but doesn't really fully commit. No super, no gadget, just slowly moving forward, perhaps keeping Moya pinned in this area on the right side. Icy gradually working his way back up to the position, and a nice snipe from Tensai to send Kenji packing and continuously force things back. But Kuru refuses to budge. He's got good dodges. He seems to be on... Never mind. I take it right back. Leave it to the caster to curse the game here as Crazy Raccoon get a nice snipe there at mid. Another one on the right side. Look once more to push onto the safe.
The IC goes down. We're going to see a little bit more coming in from Jesse now as well, but a great flow there. And now the flying hook comes through, gets the kill, gets the turret down as well. And CMG start to firm themselves in this mid. Kuru gets hit though, and Kenji's going to go down. Shots from Moya to bring this turret to its knees. IC down this left-hand side, going to have a Squeak super coming his way, but actually manages to avoid it all, I'm pretty sure there. But Sampo's going to come in and sweep him up against the pinch of that super. Closer than it was before, but still, we see a slight lead for Crazy Raccoon.
30 seconds remain. There's no cheat code for this one. Chazmat Gaming A just got to push up slowly and carefully without allowing anyone into their area. Shtitampo down. Big jump in from Kuru. Tenside's going to have to jump for it. This is what we're talking about. He tries to make it onto that safe. He's got to power through 8-bit first. 8 seconds left, and he can get some damage in here. IC with a final pickaxe swings away. 3 seconds left. 64 on Chazmat Gaming EA safe, and the body blocks are good. Chazmat Gaming EA take the very first game.
I mean, that was a good performance from them. They waited for the moment. They got the flying hook in when they both slowed and they could use the gadgets in unison. It really was a wonderful thing to see from CMG, and that's what I mean. You know, they're really shining through, and maybe IC's confidence was warranted in this one because that start is not something you see every day against a team like Crazy Raccoon, who are usually so calm, composed, and come in looking strong.
Seems like really the health from 8-bit, the health from Carl are helping them out a lot here. Crazy Raccoon also, look how they're adapting to this as well. They allow a little bit of damage on the save. Actually, IC's able to get the kill. Just, yeah, smack that pickaxe off the wall, get a few more shots, and 77% dealt so far, and Kenji moves over to the right lane. Tensai is going to take advantage of the situation. A few shots popped into that enemy safe. A takedown into Kenji as well. Brings us back to a 2v2. Chazmat Gaming EA lead by a decent margin so far, 6%. It's a big difference considering how little damage we saw in the early game in the last game.
Yeah, definitely a bit more scrappy this time, but Kuru being pretty slimy, and I'm doing the same as you now. I'm doing the same as you, Reddy. As soon as I say something, he goes down, but not without some good control. Wonderful play from IC coming in, gets the shot towards Tensai. The spin on safe, and he's still there as well. Pipe is even going to choose to leave him, and Moya's going to come in and sweep that one up on defense, but not without a lot of damage, and he's not stopping there. 70% dealt, and it's just not matched yet by Crazy Raccoon.
Plenty of time left on the clock, but it looks like Chazmat Gaming EA might chew through this safe without even letting it hit zero. IC's going to try and get 40. He's all out of gadgets, but it doesn't even matter. The teamwork so far from CMG is proving to be so overpowering. Kuru even jumps in. Big damage from Kenji, and the walls are broken open on the left. It's a perfect avenue for IC to super right up to the safe, and the final bullet comes in from Kenji. Chazmat Gaming EA just like that. Trounce Crazy Raccoon in the very first set, leaving no room for questioning their domination so far. I must say, maybe it wasn't overconfidence. He just knows that well. I see that is maybe the seeing that he's doing is a bit of clairvoyance. He already knows how this one's going to turn out. That's set number 1, done and dusted. 0-2 for Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, I don't know about you, Reddy. I'll ask you, do you think it was the draft? Because I just don't. I didn't really have faith in that draft coming in, and just from the start, Chazmax looked that little bit better, and I don't think that, you know, Ciara ever going to be out-mechanicked, so I think we've kind of got to put it down to the draft, right?
I'm tempted to say the draft, too. I think that there were some areas where Crazy Raccoon could have decided, yeah, we're going to counter out some of these brawlers on the name of team, and kind of decided not to. The Piper is a big one for me, simply because Piper, she's not actually that versatile. She can get some wall break in there, sure, but in close range, she's not really going to do that much. I will say also, the 8-bit, it went completely uncounted, with the exception of the Jessie. Okay, I'll give kudos there, but I think something like Colette, which was not banned, was entirely pickable, was left open. Well, we'll leave it to the pros really to decide what they want to pick, but a win for Chazmat Gaming EA definitely suggests that something different needed to go on with that Crazy Raccoon draft.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the stats as well. Look how in favor of Crazy Raccoon is. That is the thing. And Tensai getting so much DPS, but just not the DPS on the safe. And I think this is kind of classic outdraft from Chazmat Gaming EA here, because no matter all the kills and damage the Crazy Raccoon got, it just wasn't enough to bring Chazmat Gaming down. And obviously, we saw the Carl being left on the safe throughout that second game, and it just did 70% pretty much alone, which is a big, big thing for it to do. So, need to see a little bit of a change from Crazy Raccoon. Maybe need some reparations to be made. But we're heading on to Crystal Arcade in Gem Grab, and this is probably where they've got to make their stand. A 0-2 doesn't look too good.
Yeah, and I will say also, this map, at least in my opinion, is a little bit more complicated with the draft than Safe Zone. There's some pretty clear-cut brawlers and clear counters when it comes to Safe Zone. Now, gets a little bit more interesting. You can shove a brawler into one of those bushes, have him try and stay there for the entire game. You can break open the bushes. Chazmat Gaming EA are incredibly aware of this. They've decided to get rid of the stew and also get rid of that roughs as well. 2 brawlers that can break open walls, so maybe they'll decide to play around this sort of dynamic. Crazy Raccoon have also decided to ban out the Nita and also ban out the Shelly. Cordelia is also making an appearance in their ban phase. They got 2, 3, in the pick phase, what do they go with?
Yeah, you can't really blame them for wanting to get rid of Cornelius and Shelly, to be fair. Especially with first pick going the way of the opposite team and Squeak going to be their first pick. I like it. Obviously, the residue's pretty solid down here. They're going to go with Tara as their second as well. I don't mind that either. Obviously, the support from Beyond's pretty good against the Crow. Being able to tank a lot, get the control, and then if you just manage to keep that control and stay out of Crow's range, you know, weave back and forward instead of side to side against that Crow, then you can do quite a lot of work. But depending where it is played, that Tara's going to be good against, you know, the future picks of some tanks as well.
All right. Knowing East Asia as a region, do we see them go for the same picks as last time? Probably not the 8-bit, but I would definitely see IC playing that Carl again. He seemed to do a pretty good job on it. And Kuru also did a fairly good job of playing that Crow, which is more than likely, well, now that I see the Gus pick coming through, I'm beginning to question it. I could see Crow being a very viable mid option. Chazmat Gaming EA now with the Gus, a very strong brawler right now. A lot of people would consider him simply one of the top 5 best brawlers in the game at the moment. He's simply so strong. Paired up with the Carl, he could be a deadly force. Carl, I think, could also do well versus a Squeak and swing through some of the shades that Tara usually has to offer. Barley is their choice, though. Another good way of dealing with Tara, and I think also that versus Shetampo on that Squeak is going to be pretty effective. Just leaves them open to some counters.
Yeah, I mean, with the Crow, it kind of stops some of the aggression from coming in, but I feel like you've still kind of got to go with something aggressive. You've Crazy Raccoon. Maybe they'll even go for that Carl. I mean, Carl not the best into the Tara, so I can see why Chazmak chooses not to play it, but Crazy Raccoon is definitely still available for them, and, you know, I wouldn't mind playing that Squeak through the mid, play, oh, they can hit for the Gene through the mid, Squeak down the lane. I don't hate it, but I also don't really love it either.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I will say for just Brawl Stars draft theory, if we can call it that, usually you don't save your last pick for your mid, but they didn't really have a mid brawler up until this point, so this is an interesting tactic taken by Crazy Raccoon, but I definitely think it's a good choice for them, especially to deal with Barley, which I think was going to be basically the antithesis to the couple of brawlers that they had selected so far. So I think this is a pretty good approach from Crazy Raccoon. Be able to chip away the damage from Gus, just won't be able to pump out as much damage, which is where they might falter, where they'll have to lean on Shetampo and Tensai to close in on those lanes. Win lane, win game. See how Crazy Raccoon can put this into play.
Yeah, and it seems like at the moment Tensai's not winning that lane, which I understand is very difficult against the Barley, but therefore they might not be winning the game. Shetampo did place a residue down early on and pretty much still only 50-50 on that. Great pinch coming in from Kuru, and the team play we're seeing come out of Chazmat Gaming today is really unparalleled from what we're seeing from Crazy Raccoon. Even the shades are coming down, and it's not going to do that much. Tara rotates over to that left-hand side, but I still don't think Squeak's going to be able to do that much against Barley still.
And it's going to be frustrating. Kenji does get tagged once, though. He has to get hit 3 times total. Nice pull from Moya around the left side. He's already looking to farm up the next one. 6 gems over Kuru's head. Let's also note Barley only has 1 healing herbal tonic left, and he's going to have to really stretch this one out. Chazmat Gaming EA, they also sort of fall into the back foot, but with all of those bushes and walls broken open on the left side, IC has a massive advantage. Big plays, and he survives, and the herbal tonic goes down. There's a lot more Brawl Stars left to be played, and with Moya holding on to this super, it's a dangerous game. Kenji tries to bait it, but Moya doesn't bite. With Shetampo on that Squeak all the way around the right side is a serious threat. The countdown's active. IC's going to get taken down too, and Kuru cannot afford to go pick these up. Big damage in, and Shetampo gets the take. No, never mind. Kuru only barely stayed alive before getting taken down from the smoke, and Crazy Raccoon now has the advantage.
Finally, someone who's still using this Squeak star power. Yeah, I love the slow, and like, it's not terrible. I don't know why more people don't use it, but he's using that super again and actually going to get the trade out there against IC. Gem picked up there by Kenji. Just doesn't want to wait to pull on someone with only 1 gem. Oh, max range. He finds it anyway. 9 gems there now. Make it 10. Pull coming through from Tensai. Not hitting, which might be a bit of an issue for the future, but it's 10-7, so they don't need to stay in this mid.
Oh, that pull got a gasp out of me. Chazmat Gaming EA really got a lot of ground to cover. They got some good damage. Need to take down Moya somehow. IC doesn't have enough DPS to make it work. Kuru tries to pipe in and does manage to get it. He's slowed, and the shield slowly trickles away. A whole lot of gems for Tensai. A treasure trove on the back lines as he seeks cover. Perhaps in the back left corner, IC expertly avoids these, but he doesn't have that jump that he needs to get the kill. Kuru also sort of evacuating things on the right side, and it's a split decision. Tensai out of sight, fully in their heads, rent-free. A game 1 victory within set number 2 for Crazy Raccoon.
I will say though, like Chazmak, they looked good for the most part. That pull was definitely, even though it was one gem, and I was even questioning whether he wanted to go for that one gem pull. It was a big turning point. You know, they got the control back from that and onto the gem, and another one spawned, so they got the countdown from it as well. But it was a much better start for Chazmak, but Crazy Raccoon just played the ending that bit better.
Well, let's see if they're able to play the beginning just as well as they did last time. Have to have good economy with some of those healing herbal tonics. An easy first victory on the left side for Kenji, but they had to be cautious about feeding these supers. It was totally their undoing in the last game. One pull after the next, and Moya's looking for another one versus Kuru. He completely concealed the fact that he had that super too. It was incredibly sneaky. The Crazy Raccoon already a 6-0 gem advantage. Kenji's going for something big though. Here's the last call around the right side. Some damage in versus Moya. He also keeps Tensai at bay on the back line. Still though, just no touching Moya. He's completely secured by Stetampo and the terrain to his advantage as well.
I mean, Kenji is completely cooking Tensai here, which I understand is what's meant to happen, but now Moya coming across for the pull. Kenji's going to go down. Great pinch coming in from those two. Kuru, 3 gems in hand. Moya might just take a bit of a gamble pull here. He's going to be able to find him at some point, and he's still... It's like the auto aim didn't hit, but still, they get the kill. Pull comes through from Tensai, and the 1 gem in mid will start the count, but Tensai picked up another anyway, and Crazy Raccoon looking confident in this second one.
It's always the most crucial moments where auto aim on the gene pull fails you, but Moya, Tensai, and Stetampo have a pretty good defense over here to keep this one locked in. 2 seconds remain, and Kenji is all the way out of range. A nice lock-in from Crazy Raccoon to speed us through set number 2. Yeah, the smile's there from Tensai. I wonder if that's at all related to the gene pulls, because yeah, that was funny, and you get to laugh at those kind of things and take a deep breath as long as you get the set victory.
I mean, yeah, you understand you can laugh at that when you're so far ahead in that game, right? Like, the pull was there for the taking. I'm pretty sure it was like the only tile he could be in without being scouted, but still, that auto aim just looks too attractive sometimes, and you've got to just go for it if you're not feeling too confident in mechanically hitting that pull. But Moya obviously did miss it. We saw some good things from CMG again. They had their moments, especially Kenji winning that matchup quite convincingly. Almost had a bit of a turnaround here, but there was just no escape in there as he was slowed down, and Kuru not finding that pull definitely was the big play in the second game there for Crazy Raccoon.
Really nice set here for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, you could tell just how much momentum Chazmak Gaming EA were coming into this one with, how confidently they played, how well they strategized going into it too. I mean, I think really their undoing was the gene pulls, and then also missing out on some of that herbal tonic as they were lacking it towards the end. The stats from Crazy Raccoon also tell a similar story, but let's keep in mind it was the same deal in set number 1, and guess who took a win there? So Chazmak Gaming EA, I think, need to lean on the draft a little bit to get them their edge, and I liked their draft here. It was just the gene, the mid last pick. You just don't see it often, and it was a good strat for Crazy Raccoon to pull this one out. But with 2 wins for Crazy Raccoon in a row, all right, I'm getting bored. I'm tired of seeing the Crazy Raccoon wins. Let's see what Chazmak Gaming EA has to say in set 3.
I mean, they're going to need to pull out something, or as I imagine he's going to get a lot of heat for that tweet, to be honest with you, because if you're that confident against Crazy Raccoon, you better believe you have something to back it up. First set looked like they did, but second set, not so much. Crow not having the easiest times there for Icy either, and I mean, it's pretty clear that Crazy Raccoon play for the statistics and play for the wins through that. You know, kills, everything are on their side, so they get the kills and then play it through that way, rather than just kind of a more objective-focused gameplay, I'd say, from Chazmak Gaming so far, at least, as they didn't have the stats on the side, even when they won the set, and still when they lose it as well. So Crazy Raccoon answering back quite nicely, but we're heading over to open zone in hot zone here, and I won't say I like this map, but it's another one where I feel like maybe Chazmak can pull something through if the comp's right.
I mean, you're taking the words right out of my mouth here, because not only is this very comp dependent, as with any map, sure, but hot zone is also one of those modes where you can afford to have lower stats, but as long as you play the objective better, then yeah, you just kind of win. It's effective to win your lanes by eliminating enemy brawlers. Oh man, and the Pam already coming out from Chazmak Gaming EA, maybe taking a tankiness approach, pulling out some of the healers here. I like the Bell response. Good for dealing with turrets as long as those aren't stowed nice and safe behind some walls. We'll see if Chazmak Gaming EA picks up yet another healer. That would make them extremely tanky here at mid.
Yeah, I mean, I like, as you say, I like the Bell return pick. It's going to need some connections, but Jesse coming through again. Didn't work for them in safe zone. Maybe it will do in open zone now. So back to Chasmac Gaming for their 2 last picks. Obviously with the bans, no Cordelius, no Shelly, which is the main 2 out of the way. But Squeak was a big player in Crazy Raccoon's success, so I don't blame them for banning that one out. Probably a smart idea from Chasmac Gaming, but they have this tanky, the tankiness early on. Maybe they want to kind of pivot for some range now to be able to deal with the Jesse a little bit easier. But we should see any second now. And I mean, Crazy Raccoon, I like what they've got so far. We're going to see the Amber burning down some of those bushes and obviously burning through the Jesse turret as well. But if it gets placed behind that wall, it can be a bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to deal with because Amber, she's not really great for peeking those shots. Each one of those does basically negligible damage. It's really only once you get hit by a barrage of them, a flamethrower, that things start to fall into place. But otherwise, a very good pick here because you're able to burn the bushes really easily. You pretty much get your super for free too by popping down a gadget and having the correct star power equipped. We'll see what their final selection is though. The Stew, I think, is a pretty solid selection. Avoid a lot of that damage. I think maybe at first they were thinking about a strategy where they stick relatively close together, benefit from the group healing plan, if you want to refer to it as that. Maybe a little bit of Poco action in here, but with the Bell and the Jesse awaiting them on the other side, they need to stay pretty far apart.
I actually kind of like Chasmac's comp here. You know, when I saw the Pam first pick, I'm not sure if it's first pick for me, but the way they pivoted to this comp I actually kind of like. But we see a Poco coming out of Crazy Raccoon now. I don't think it's got the best synergy with the 2 brawlers because you don't really want a Jesse or a Bell on the front lines kind of battling out and have the Poco behind them. But you know, there's not that much DPS other than kind of an Amber who doesn't have the burst needed to bring a Poco down. So I like the pick. But I still have faith that Chasmac are going to be able to pull something through.
I think the Amber-Poco interaction is going to fall vastly in Amber's favor, but that's where Tensai and Shitetampo have to come in this region, especially Crazy Raccoon as a roster. They seem to ebb and flow, just really liquid when it comes to some of these interactions, swapping lanes, swapping roles, and covering for each other. The synergy of these guys is unmatched. Or is it? Chasmac Gaming EA are going to try and match that energy and likely supersede it. We'll see if they're built for that task. Crazy Raccoon with the easy and quick take at that mid. Shitetampo out here with some of the spins too. Kenji looking for some value here as well. Moya popping that gadget to stay alive, but feeds the super to Kuru. Bit of healing for the guys and a takedown, and one by one they seem to fall like dominoes. Moya actually avoids death though, at least for a little bit longer. Some fire fuel down the left side is going to be threatening for Shitetampo, but he's still playing around it intelligently. Kuru and Kenji in a threatening position. Looked like almost a kill onto Kenji as well, but the verdict is the same. It's a Crazy Raccoon retake of mid.
I'm also not sure if IC's playing the slowdown with the Mythic gear. I didn't see Shitetampo really getting much slower there, so we'll see if he throws this one down and it happens again. But Kenji now getting some shots around the right side. Nice pinch in, the burn comes through, but heal instantly in a gadget from Moya. But good takedown. Scraps are coming out of Kuru here now as well. Sliding in and out of this Pam turret to keep him alive, but not obviously feeding too much towards this Jesse. Kenji coming aggressive, and he really is the person who's making the moves on the side of Chasmac Gaming, but with no super now, it might become a bit harder.
All that healing from Moya in the early game gave them so much control, and now they're earning it back the hard way without the tuning fork from Moya. Tensai and Moya are both on very low health. Kuru gets caught up in all the action too. Bit of healing for Kenji, but they're nearing the point of no return. They, of course, being Crazy Raccoon all over this point. And a takedown to Icy might seal the deal as Tensai and Shitetampo continue to populate this point as the final bits percentage begin to roll in. 98% is where it will lay for just a moment longer, unless Chasmac Gaming EA are somehow able to put up the correct fight.
So we've seen it before, but I don't think we'll see it again. Poco's going to be walking up, has the heal as well, heals up his teammates, walk on and get the job done. Crazy Raccoon take game number 1 of open zone here, and you know, after dropping the first set, they've really kind of turned things around and came back a lot stronger. So if they can do more of the same again, that's going to be the 2-1-2 Crazy Raccoon, but sure Chasmac will have something to say about it. I feel like they just don't really have the damage to be able to bring them down at this range, and it's difficult for them.
My thoughts too, because Crazy Raccoon, they have these tuning forks to pop off early and often. And even though they do use them up pretty quickly in the early game, seems like in the late game they don't have too many issues winning it back. It's, yes, a little bit harder for them, but in the end, it all comes down to Chazmat Gaming EA lacking the damage to punch through all of that extra health that Moya has to offer. Does need to connect some shots here, though. Kenji's going to have to sit more on the front lines than any other brawler, so they're going to have to come from him. Moya's certainly trying to shift towards him. Does shift gears to get some damage versus Kuru too. It's a free super for him, and he looks for the next one. Crazy Raccoon with one lane taken down and another one falling. Get to sit all over this point, maybe even get a takedown on the right side. That mark is devastating for Kuru, and Crazy Raccoon crossed the 50% threshold.
Yeah, and sadly against Chitampo, who can read his movement, that grass wasn't helping anybody. Mark's going to be tanked by the speed zone there by Kenji. Nice stuff from him, but I mean, this deficit's becoming a little bit too big for them to come back from. Heals are still there as well from the Decapo, and the super available too. Tensai gets low, but gets healed up straight away. Chitampo does go down. Kenji quickly dealt with an 82% to 10, and don't see anything happening from Chazmat Gaming here, and the Jesse turret gets the slow off as well. 10% needed. Burn comes through, but quickly healed by Moya there, and just a little walk on from Chitampo will finish this one off. Hide behind the Jesse turret, and that's going to be set number 2 going towards that Crazy Raccoon roster, who are going to move 2-1 up now. And Chazmak, their chances, and I'm sure their confidence as well, is slowly dwindling away.
I would imagine so too. And look, it's another day in the office for the Crazy Raccoon guys. They show up, they win, they do whatever for a month, and they show up and they win again. Okay, good stuff for the guys. And they do so with a really good draft too, which is, I think, once again, I mean, we've been saying it all this match, but I'll reiterate, the draft is where Chazmak needs to be sourcing these wins. This is where they need to lean on to get the leg up over these guys, because I think mechanically, you simply don't beat Crazy Raccoon unless you reject, but that's another match. And, well, it's not another day. It's coming up later. But still, Chazmat Gaming EA, they put a really respectable fight up so far. The Poco pick, I think, was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, I maybe did doubt it a little bit, because, you know, having Bell and Jesse in front of you is not the normal Poco route, but just having the heals, and look how much he was able to put out as well. Tensai falls low, instantly heals him back up, but that Jesse turret is so dirty up there. Said, you know, if it gets placed behind the wall, it's probably going to be game over for you. And wherever it's placed, it was really helping him out a lot towards the end there as well, being able to tank so much. And Crazy Raccoon kills, DPS, and the win. Pretty much all goes their way.
I seriously, when you bring up the idea of the Jesse, the turret being so oppressive too, it kind of brings all of this into perspective. Chazmat Gaming EA started things off saying, well, okay, this is a really good strategy. We want to go the tanky approach. We'll have just a lot of health. It's going to be too much for them to get through. And Crazy Raccoons say, okay, so we're going to pull out the Jesse and the Bell. So have fun with that if you want to continue with it. Chazmat Gaming EA completely pivots, and then Crazy Raccoon kind of copies their homework and picks up even more stuff to make themselves tanky. It's a nice little yoink and twist from Crazy Raccoon that earns them the victory in that draft, and therefore the set. And Chazmat Gaming EA are going to have to find a way to conceal their playbook a little bit better from Crazy Raccoon in the following sense.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need more from Chazmat Gaming if they want to be able to win this one. They need 2 in a row, and they've got to start here on Flaring Phoenix in knockout, or they'll be knocked out of the competition in the semi-finals. And we can't reiterate enough how much of a big opportunity this is for Chazmat Gaming. Aphelion not making it to the semis, Aphelion in that LCQ spot at the moment in 3rd place, and Chazmak are wanting that spot. 2 sets in a row is what would put them above them this month, and looking good going on to the last. But Crazy Raccoon, looking like they're probably going to shut that idea down. But with Cordelius going Chazmak's way, I start liking the chances a little bit more.
Same here, though. I mean, reminder for everyone, this is knockout, and a lot of times those longer range brawlers are favored. Though, as we start to examine some of the terrain here, I can see some areas where Cordelius might be able to make some moves. If you're able to sort of hide behind some of these walls, and you can get some good value. Also, having that super that... Reminder, it goes through walls. It goes through walls, and you get to take someone to the Shadow Realm where you have serious buffs in that 1v1 matchup. I like Chazmat Gaming EA's selection of Cordelius here. I think Crazy Raccoon might have overseen this, or maybe they don't think it's too much of a threat. I mean, really, those are the 2 options. So far, though, the RT and the Bonnie are going to be really tanky options that might be a bit beefier for Cordelius to chew through. Chazmat Gaming EA have a couple more selections to go with here. Bonnie, RT selected on the opposite side. Two fairly long-range brawlers with a whole lot of health. Bell is always an option. Tick is their selection, though. Might see the approach of a thrower being picked on the opposite side. Can absolutely see the Grom. Can also see the Sprout selected on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I really do like this pick of the Cordelius usually, but against these long-range brawlers from Crazy Raccoon, I just don't know if it's going to be able to get the super end off. If Body jumps on him, maybe he's going to have a bit of a chance. But Tick, I like that answer from Chasmec Gaming. I think it's very, very solid, and a Gus as well. Can provide a shield to Cordelius and allow him to get into those aggressive positions, which I think is a great choice as well.
Okay, Crazy Raccoon, they have the Gus combined with the Cordelius awaiting them on the other side. What is their final selection? Keep in mind, they're still going to be facing into that Tick. There are a lot of things to address here, and I really feel like there's maybe a best brawler. There's always going to be a best brawler, but there's not going to be something that can address all of this. Is there? They have a few different throws they can select from, but they don't go with any of them. The Squeak is their selection. They'll try and keep things at range. I do think that Cordelius might be fast enough to sort of move around some of these shots from Moya, drain his ammo gradually, and that's where it comes for Tensai and Shitetampo once again to help out on that lane. They also, I don't see really too much to deal with the Tick, so this could be quite frustrating for them to deal with.
Yeah, there really isn't, other than that Bonnie, if she can get jump. And I mean, I imagine we're just going to probably be seeing Chasmec try to stay out the way of Crazy Raccoon until that late game starts to come in, and then we might see a little bit more aggression coming in from them. Obviously, Tick's going to be able to be quite suppressive down at least one of those lanes, possibly two if he can spam hard enough, but I'm not sure. I feel like it's probably Crazy Raccoon sided, but there's obviously some glimmers of hope for Chasmec if they can make the right plays.
All right, well, let's see it. Kenji taking the right lane so far. A lot of times we will see Tick at the mid area, but right lane is a great place for him to keep up some of that control. Little lane swap here as Tensai moves on to the right and Shitetampo over to mid, but they forfeit a lot of area in the meantime. Obviously, no, little ring around the rosy here. Shitetampo and Tensai continuously trade these lanes and maybe try and bait Chasmec Gaming EA to go a bit more aggressive, looking to get some easy picks before the real team fight ensues. Moya also stays way far behind, maybe trying to leverage some of that tankiness for the end of the game, as Crazy Raccoon are a very tanky assembly of brawlers with their comp they've decided to go with.
Yeah, I mean, Shitampo's starting to slide up, but with that head coming down, it did take a lot of his ammo. The knockback's there, straight into a couple of shots, but he's not going to go down. Icy coming in now as well, gets the mute off, but 3v1, it's going to be a lot for Kuru, but does hide behind this wall. Tries to find one, but he's not even going to do that, not going to get much towards his super either, just trying to prevent the Squeak from getting his. I don't mind it, but also at the same time, in the late game, that's where you expect Chasmec to excel, not really lose.
Yeah, Chasmec Gaming EA, they're trying to play a slow game here. The Crazy Raccoon seem to be better at that than even Chasmec Gaming EA. The Cordelius also now shifting over to the right lane. It's certainly going to change things up. Will it change things for the better is really the big question to be answered in, at this rate, probably an entire minute. As things are seriously slowing down to a snail's pace. Gradually getting the supers up. Kenji looking for the next one. Cordelius on the right side, just waiting for the perfect time to strike. Shitetampo holding on to that ammo. Being very conservative with it. Doesn't want to get caught lacking on this lane.
Finally, Kenji's starting to shoot this right side now, but Moya's going to be able to slot the mid thanks to his low ammo. We see a little rotation coming in from Cordelius through this mid. Might be able to find Moya here as he thinks he's on the right. He's going to get the gadgets, we can't jump out. Nice move from him, gets the kill as well. Kuru's going to have that shield to tank a few more shots, but Shitampo gets the super off and it makes no connections, but the follow-ups do. Tensai's still there, but he brings him into the Shadow Realm, takes him down, and that's what we want to see from IC. No pun intended there with the C, but they do manage to win the round.
That was so brilliant from Chasmec Gaming EA. There's not really another way that I can think to put it. The target prioritization was just stellar. There were obvious 1v1 matchups to be taken there, but they seem to be calling the shots. It's all focused down on that right lane, and then we'll take RT last. It ended up working out. It did look a little bit dicey at points, too. So it's a really good thing that they work together as a team to take down those enemies one by one. No divide and conquer here. It's all about coordinating on one precise target. Shitetampo's going to need some more damage here. Tensai even has to chime in to help. It's a good thing he did go for that lane swap. Otherwise, Shitetampo would have been a dead man. It would have been a 3v2. 2, but the 3v3 continues on with no clear party in the lead. Shetampo does take a lot of damage, though. The only super also being for Kuru. Yeah, flash that super for a moment. He's got some mischievous ideas. Tensai taking a lot of damage and an unfortunate 1v1 victory on the left side. Moya also taken down by IC, and Shetampo also sent to the Shadow Realm. The chain supers come through for IC, and it's a game victory for Chazmat Gaming EA.
I mean, this is getting a little bit sketchy for Crazy Raccoon now. One game away from taking this to a set number 5, and Chazmat Gaming are looking exceptional in those last couple of games. When we started to see a bit of supercharge coming up from IC especially, and definitely in that last game where he cycled that one out and got 2 kills with it, it was really, really nice. But it was that first round where CR just played a little bit passive and actually won the late game that mattered. If they can do that again a couple of times, they'll be able to even this one out.
Well, Crazy Raccoon need to think about some ways to sort of change the pace of this match, as Chazmat Gaming EA seem to have things all within their control. We'll see IC move over to the left side. He is marked by Tensai. It'll go away in 10 entire seconds because RT is just like that. But shouldn't be too much of an issue. The lane swap is actually good. Kenji now with some attacks forward has a super as well to create some pressure. Maybe even afford an opportunity for Chazmat Gaming EA to push up if things look a little bit stressful or if they get pushed back quite a bit. Shetampo's also taking a different approach. Now, moving more towards the mid area, Crazy Raccoon are using anything they can think of in the playbook to give themselves an edge here.
Yeah, the residue's there, but I'm not sure how much he'll do. The tick head comes down, and it's going to be wasted again, but it's soaked up a few shots, and that's allowing Kuru to push through. Gets the gadget off as well. Shield also, but the Moya's going to stay up. The knockback's still there. Straight into Cordelius' hands, but he's not going to be able to get the kill just yet. The gas will take one, but there's no escape in Tensai here. Has the ability to drop his legs as well, and the first round goes the way of Crazy Raccoon once again. But it's the same story as last time. They did this in the first, and Chazmat won the next 2.
Very close 1v1 there between Kuru and Moya on the left lane. Really came down to reload speed to determine the victor over there, with Moya coming out on top. But really, Chazmat Gaming EA have gotten some sort of micro dubs in the process. They got the Cordelia super, which is really the main feature of this guy's kit. A lot of pressure being created on the right side. Tensai also trying to push them out, or at least go for a pinch. Moya and Shetampo would obviously like to come around the right side here, with Tensai keeping them down, some suppressing fire towards the top. We'll see if they back out, but for now they seem to be focusing down Gus. Emergency super pop, that one's gonna hurt, but IC tries to lunge in versus Moya. He's able to escape, but IC is gonna go for the chain super. He might actually. Here comes the tick super on the left, and they've got them all pressured into the left side. A nice save there. IC sending things to the Shadow Realm. Moya still able to stay alive. Good kill for Kenji. IC tries to lock him into the Shadow Realm, but a good kill for Tensai. Kenji once more trying to stay alive, but it's an easy win for Tensai. And Crazy Raccoon take us to match point.
I mean, it's a good look at match point for Crazy Raccoon, but I can't help but feel that maybe we should have seen more from IC there when the Cordelius. He locked a couple of them in the Shadow Realm, had great opportunities to get kills, but we didn't see any come through on the kill feed, which is a little bit difficult for him. I feel like we should have seen more there from Chazmat Gaming. They've definitely got a possibility of being able to win this one. It is now either going to a set number 5 or it's going the way of Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, they do have debatably the strongest brawler in the game on their side. So a lot of responsibility falls on rookie IC's shoulders. And he's gotten some good plays off. It's actually pretty clutch that he was able to get his super at the end of the second round that game. Even still, though, Chazmat Gaming EA, tricky situation, unfortunate, as we see Kuru gets hit by that Blom from Shetampo, and then it gets passed on to Tick on the left side. This is going to be an easy win for Crazy Raccoon in the very first round. It's really just down to IC to try and pick up that incredibly powerful super.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough one. I don't think he's going to be able to get it too much range on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and you kind of got to weigh it up. Whether or not feeding all 3 of their supers is more valuable than just having one of your own, and it seems like it is, because he's not heading into the gas just yet, but gets hit hard by pretty much everybody on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and now it's just everything: point, game, set, match, round, all on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
A lot more to lose here. Every death is permanent for the round and knockout. And if this is a Crazy Raccoon round win, then every single death on Chazmat Gaming EA side is permanent for the rest of the match. They have to work with what little they have here. 2 supers, but no Cordelia super is really the killer for them here. Kenji's getting some good control on the right side. Shtettampo also keeping things nice and clear at mid. IC being gradually forced out too. Just a little bit of control. IC thinks of committing. Here it comes. The silence on a Tensai and follow-up with the tick bombs is good. It's a kill on a Crazy Raccoon. The 3v2 ensues.
Yeah, I mean, he was thinking of committing, and it was the right choice as well. Jump comes through from Moya. Is he going to be able to get the trade? Actually gives him a super for the next round. That is not good from CR. You kind of got to argue whether or not it was better just for them, both of them, to just walk into the gas and accept defeat rather than feeding that for the next round. Shtettampo looking to try and avoid Kenji's super here, but not going to be able to get it just yet. Steps into the gas, accepts defeat, and now this is a big, big round for both teams.
Well, we've been here before, though. The final round of the game. IC equipped with the super. So much responsibility falling on his shoulders. But as we saw in that last round, that one shot from Squeak, who's a little indecisive, but ended up going for it in the end, got the mute on Tomoya, and the rest is history. But still recent memory. Chazmat Gaming EA had to make the most of these few supers they have, lest they want to become history too. Crazy Raccoon still keeping control. And a super for every single member of Chazmat Gaming EA puts him in a great position for the rest of this round.
Oh, Moya stepped out of line there, and IC is going to take advantage of that. Gets the shots off, should be able to get another super, but only just gets the kill. Tensai should even things out, but not going to get it. The knockback stops him from gadgeting. Nice stuff coming in from Chazmat Gaming. They sweep this one up, and they're going to set 5. Chazmat Gaming don't give up yet. Play it perfectly all the way through that last game. And now, Crazy Raccoon are on the ropes.
Oh boy, this has me on the edge of my seat. What a match that we have seen so far. I mean, it's just stellar from Chazmat Gaming EA, and good stuff from CR2. But this is what we really expect from CR. Not that we don't expect greatness from Chazmat Gaming EA, but we don't, on a normal day, expect them to take down the titans that are Crazy Raccoon. What a match this has been, and I'm sure it's only going to get that much more interesting as we progress towards the final set. There's nothing beyond there. No light at the end of the hallway, just a winner and a loser, and the winner progressing on to the grand finals. But Crazy Raccoon, this has been a pretty good performance from them in every single set so far, maybe except for that very first one. But Chazmat Gaming EA really did pull all the stops out towards the end of this set.
And we've got to remember as well, it's not just, Chazmat who are going to benefit so much from this, but Rejects are going to be dreaming for it as well. They want this to go the way of Chazmat Gaming, to keep on the heels of Crazy Raccoon and not have them kind of run away with these points. So it's big for both of these teams, so influential here, and lovely plays coming out of Chazmat Gaming in this last one here. They just seem so composed, and I mean, you've got to give the MVP to IC. But at the end of the day, it's kind of just the patience. 8 kills going towards that man, and that's just the patience we see coming out of him. 94 DPS with 8 kills. That's massive, but I mean, to be honest, Crazy Raccoon, their DPS is a little bit worse, and obviously have less kills as well, but that is massive coming from IC there.
That is so huge. I mean, obviously a very good pickup for the roster. And he's on cam too, just nothing seems to phase this guy. But we're going in a pinhole punt as the very last set. And you want to talk big picture, I mean, yes, this is good for Reject if it's a win for CMG, but also it's obviously good for CMG. This would be huge in their race to make it to number 3 in the region. It would give them a nice leg up over a feeling, or at least get them that much closer to overtaking them in the points category, especially with a feeling not making it to the top 4 this month. So a lot on the line for Chazmat Gaming EA, and Crazy Raccoon, they've pretty much already locked in. In fact, they have locked in LCQ just by making it to the top 4 this month. So obviously they want to go straight to the Worlds, but there's less for them to lose than I think for Chazmat Gaming EA. They're going to LCQ. Chazmat Gaming EA has nothing certain yet.
Oh no. Or just as I thought Chazmat Gaming were going to start coming back, we see a Shelly first pick and Cordelia's banned out. There's not really much of a reply to this one. Looking very good for Crazy Raccoon now, and that just shows how good Shelly is, having this kind of reaction of one pick and not seeing the rest of the draft. But I mean, just because of that, Crazy Raccoon have instantly got a bit of a leg up here. Chazmat Gaming EA are going to need to answer with something very, very good. Bansby and Poco, Nita and Cornelius on the other side. So clearly that's what they're targeting towards Chazmak Gaming. We're going to see an Ems come through. I don't hate it. I actually kind of like it. Ems is a pretty good pick on the majority of Brawl Ball maps now.
And Ems is actually exactly the response that we saw into Shelly earlier on in the day, and it seemed to be pretty effective considering that, well, the Shelly team didn't take a win and the Ems team won. So I think Chazmak Gaming very deliberately left that Shelly pick open, if not just banning out stuff that they thought was more worthwhile to get rid of than the Shelly. So Crazy Raccoon, also look at this. They've pretty much not gone all in, but they've committed to the possibility of getting Shelly here. They've gotten rid of Cordelia's. Okay, yeah, but they also got rid of Nita, who is a big problem for Shelly to deal with. Chazmak Gaming A, they also have gone for the Otis, yet another Shelly counter. You have that mute, and all of a sudden, Shelly is just a moving target and a free super battery for you to charge your next mute off of.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for Shelly there as well, but the last time we saw these two brawlers face, obviously the Ems and Shelly, it was on a bit more of a favourable map for the Ems. We'll see what Crazy Raccoon go with next. 2 seconds until their next pick. And it's going to be Stu. I like it. Bit of manoeuvrability there, and obviously able to do pretty well against the Ems, weaving in and out of those shots, getting close and taking less damage, or just staying at that max range and staying out of the damage altogether. It's obviously a pretty good pick from Chazmak Gaming as well. Kind of shuts down the possible future for any tanks that Crazy Raccoon might bring out, but also I don't think they really want to take any tanks, even if they didn't have those counters. So we'll see what this last pick is going to be, and then we're back over to Chazmak for their last two.
Okay, Crazy Raccoon, final selection coming in just a few seconds. The Tara from Crazy Raccoon. So this is really a tall order. You got to have something that is able to pierce through those shades. Looks like Ems is already able to do that, but a bit more versatility across the team would certainly help. You don't want to play musical lanes if you're picking up what I'm putting down throughout the game. Also, who is the mid for Chazmak Gaming EA? I would definitely put my chips on Ems taking that role, and Crazy Raccoon are probably going to have a nice time firing down upon her, lest there be a pretty optimal brawler as the last selection. This is the big ticket item for Chazmak Gaming EA, and Sandy is the approach that they take. Now, we've seen Sandy go up in popularity a decent amount recently, especially because Vision Gear no longer affects his super. That's been in place for like a couple of months now. Really, the big thing that holds Sandy back is his range. In fact, I believe he's outranged by every single one of these brawlers, but it's the indestructibles and the regular walls that are going to be a big advantage for him here, as long as he's able to use them effectively on the lane.
It's going to be very tough for Atara here against Ems, Otis, and Sandy. Those shades are really going to not be doing too much, and she's just going to need this big explosive play. And I think we need to see a lot from Shelly, even though she doesn't have the best matchups either. CMG not looking bad right now. Clay Pigeon off the start, not finding any shots at the moment. Eventually one onto Kenji, but Shitampo almost burns down straight away. He's not even using the shades. Gonna be taking that vision.
All right. Seems to have gotten them some decent control of mid so far. Moy and Shitampo combined forces. Easy takedown on the wall and a kill finished off with the Clay Pigeons. Kenji also with no super to shut things down versus the Shelly. Isn't too much of a counter. We'll see IC be able to shove that ball in the back right pocket. And Chazmak Gaming EA need to regroup, reorganize the lanes, and somehow figure out a way to punch through these bushes at mid. As long as Kuru isn't fed a super, then Crazy Raccoon are in a great position because no one will be able to get visibility on these bushes. Even Kenji throws down that fat splatter to try and get some value, but it's just not going to work. A missed super for Kenji 2 is also going to hurt, and it also affords a little bit more aggression for Shitampo should he want to go over to that right side.
I mean, it was a bit optimistic, that mute, I feel there. You know, Moy could have dashed out the way even if it was coming towards him, and that's going to be a goal there for CR. Difficult stuff for them now, and once they lose control, they're not going to be able to gain it back, especially with that Tara super looming in there. Moy's going to dash forward early on, get the super back. Vision popped as well to keep them out of this grass. And IC just waiting it out, trying to get value off his super against Shitampo here, and he's really going to need it as they need some play here.
Can definitely see this ball being supered straight up mid, so Chazmak Gaming EA got to find a better place to stow that 10 side. Goes for the pole, no value there. No value off the constant charisma on the left side from IC. He's going to get in close quarters, some close combat from Moya and Shitampo as they look to keep these guys behind the obstacle, or at least want to go for that kill. Good stuff from Kuru, though. He's even got the super, and he thought about using it, but they might be able to get the goal the old-fashioned way. Kuru has a nice stun if he wants it. A lot of damage in from Kuru, but it's not quite enough. Moya taken down, and an easy goal for Chazmak Gaming EA, though definitely earned the hard way. Good visibility for Tensai. Everyone visible now. in the midst of all of this sandstorm. 25 seconds remain. Kuru and Kenji combined on the right side. Not too much value so far. They look to be out of their depth. The way being cleared by Tensai. An easy goal in with a team wipe. And Crazy Raccoon take us to match point.
I mean, I thought we were going to see more from Chazmak as soon as they did save that sandstorm, got the goal anyway. But that vision from Tara definitely coming in clutch there. Great decision to bring that in. The shot, the shades would have got no value anyway. So great choice to bring that through and kind of completely negate that Sandy Super. And they did a great job of scouting through it anyway. We'll see if Chazmak Gaming have got an answer, or if Crazy Raccoon will take this as they're on match point.
All right, well, early aggression from Tensai isn't going to pay off, at least immediately. He'll be a bit closer to getting that super. Maybe getting some better control of mid. Good use of the super from IC around the left side. Stetampo going to get taken down. Moya also at risk of falling. Kuru goes for the stun. There it is. An early goal from Kuru. And Chazmak Gaming EA lead the score on Crazy Raccoon's match point.
Much better, but look at the supers ready now for Crazy Raccoon. They've got the Tara super, they've got the Shelly super. Scouted out though by IC, and he's actually going to find Tensai and get the kill, traded at least by CR. Fat Splatter comes down on that left-hand side, but the mute is available as well. Shitampo going to walk back onto that and actually pop his own Band-Aid. I'm not sure if that was kind of intentional or not, but mute's there, and vision is as well by Tensai. He's still got that super. Muted out though and stops that clay pigeon value. All in all, IC is going to go down there and retreat to the back lines now as CMG not in the best spot. Moya's going to break down those walls. Kuru still got the mute. I mean, the study can't get it off. Shitampo gets the ball and evens it out, and now one goal is all that Crazy Raccoon needs to take the game.
It's huge for Chazmak Gaming EA to possibly grace past this match as a victor and earn a lot of points and shut down Crazy Raccoon in an unexpected underdog victory. The Crazy Raccoons still persist. Moya looks so strong on the right side. Stetampo powers through on the left with a super. Tensai has the super in tow. Here it comes. The double suck. Kuru and Kenji fall 1-2. And Moya has the super up the right side. It's good. And Crazy Raccoon are going on to the grand finals.
I mean, congratulations to them. That's absolutely devastating for Chazmak Gaming. They came into this one as the heavy underdogs, even though they were very confident, and sad for IC that he didn't pull through with his confidence. But at the end of the day, they took Crazy Raccoon to a set number 5, and not many teams can say that they've done that at the end of the day.
Well, if you were tired of seeing Crazy Raccoon win, then I've got some news for you. They did take the match, but we saw them fall numerous times in a couple of sets, in a good number of games too. So I'll give CMG EA credit where credit is due. Good work versus Crazy Raccoon, but the story continues on for Crazy Raccoon, and the journey of CMG EA is cut a bit shorter than they'd hoped for.
That's just so difficult for Chazmak Gaming to accept this defeat, because this was their moment. This is what they needed to be able to pull through. And now it's all coming down to the last month for them and that third place battle against Aphelion Esports, who in the future might do a bit better than the 4th place that they did get this month. But in the end, Crazy Raccoon come out on top yet again, head to the finals, and are in the contention for winning yet another monthly final. Chazmak Gaming defeated and out. But I do think it was deserved by Crazy Raccoon at the end of the day, as much as I hope to see Chazmak Gaming pull off a bit of an upset. The stats back it up also.
Stats certainly scream a Crazy Raccoon W here, and, well, you'd be correct there if you were just going by the stats. But for Chazmak Gaming EA, we still see IC in the lead here. Now, not a whole lot of data to go by here, since collectively it's only 6 kills for their roster. But IC has definitely been the guy to keep your eye on today. And we did, literally earlier, he was the one on the cams. Really brave stuff to do here as a rookie on the roster. Make such bold claims. Back it up almost 100% of the way, and still managed to pull off a serious performance. But unfortunately, not all of that, even in sum total, gets you the victory. It's still Crazy Raccoon in the lead, and their MVP, of course, is Stetampo.
It's got to be, right? That's just how it is. It's the main man. On a roster of main men, he's the main man. And he always will be. Crazy Raccoon pull it off, and Stetampo being the MVP. Big performance from out of him. But I think from all of the team as well, Crazy Raccoon, it's a team effort in what has been, you know, a Stetampo focused roster in the past. They all really do come together and focus up to be able to get these wins on the board. And, you know, you're going to need all 3 players all in unison to be able to beat a team like Chazmak Gaming like that.
I mean, wonderful performance, really, from both teams, but the victor in the end is Crazy Raccoon, and they go on to the grand finals, and I hope you got that prediction locked in for Crazy Raccoon, because you can get some awards on event.brawlstars.com, get some in-game goodies, whether it's resources, coins, bling that you want, or getting a cool spray, I believe, that you can throw down and flex on your opponents that weren't doing their due diligence, doing their homework, and watching the Brawl Esports streams. So do that, put in your predictions for the next match, because we're going to be heading right into it. No time for breaks, all gas, no breaks. Reject and 3R Gaming go head-to-head in a bit of an unexpected matchup. A lot of us expected to see Affiliate Esports throwing down here in the semifinals, but 3R Gaming takes their place, and they've been doing fairly well the year round so far. So a fitting matchup in the semifinals. But Reject, a familiar face that we have come to know and love, especially when it comes to grand final stuff too. So another underdog matchup today with 3R Gaming being in the seat of the underdog, but Reject, of course, the team to focus on right now, is they're at number 2 in the region.
A big win in this month would propel them forward quite far, but they've got to get through the semi-final first. Achape, Menmi, and Levi are going to be the roster. Great team, I will say. They come in, month out, and you even questioned earlier if they've got better mechanics than Crazy Raccoon, and that is very hard to do. They're a wonderful team, you know, they've got the seasoned veteran on their side, a couple of players who kind of not recently came in, but they've shown their true colours this year, and they've been absolutely incredible.
All right, well, that's Levi on the cams there, and we talked about him just a moment ago, and guarantee we'll be talking about him a lot today, because this guy, I think probably my favorite brawler to watch him on is Fang. Maybe he's the one single-handedly driving up the Fang win rates and play rates in the region so far, but their opponents, 3R Gaming, Rotaro, Yume, and Neko. We haven't seen these guys as much in the top 4, but they've been making regular appearances in the top 8, hence the points that they've accumulated so far that keep them in the top 8 points-wise. That's Hotaru on the cams, and hopefully we get to see some good stuff from him and the boys today.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to perform the best they have in their entire lives to beat Rejects. I think that's the best way to put it, because, as you say, we've seen a good few top 8s for them, and that's why they've made their appearance on the leaderboard. But at the end of the day, Reject are the number 2, almost the number 1 in terms of monthly finals won. You know, it's 3-1 to Crazy Raccoon at the moment, but Reject take them so far every single month and put up a brilliant performance. So it's a very, very big ask for 3R Gaming to be able to take down Reject here, but I'm not counting it out, because if they bring the right drafts, the right mentality, and some great gameplay, they can win.
Well, right mechanics and right drafts, we'll find out in time. Right mentality, I wish we had a handy-dandy tweet here to inform us of their mentality, but seems like we're lacking that. So we'll just hope that they're coming into this one with a proper mentality and good mental, and see what they're able to pull out today. I mean, if you have the chops to make top 8 reliably and manage to take down a feeling, then you got to have some good stuff on your side. But 17% of you guys in the audience seem to be on their side. 83% going with Reject, and I can't blame you. These guys are consistent and they are scary, but nonetheless, it's all getting started on Gold Arm Gulch.
I will say, I think that 83%, as sad as it is, reflects the actual likelihood of 3R winning. They're 13% on. It's not looking the best for them, but we're on Gold Arm Gulch. The bans are in. Bonnie is going to be the first pick from 3R here. Ban's going to be the Tick, the Gene, and the Grey. From the side of 3R, we've got the Squeak, the Grom, and the Sprout. Not going to want a couple of those throwers, and I think Squeak's an understandable ban too.
Okay, to select Reject, maybe picking up their mid-brawler. Might be a little bit thrower-brained here too. They got rid of the Tick, and 3R Gaming eliminate the Sprout and the Grom. Not a whole lot more viable options to go for, which could open up some new opportunities for them. Shelly is what they decide to go for, and another brawler they can decide to go with. Keep in mind some of the more common victors on this map too that we pulled from the last month, aggregated across all regions. But Gus is still kind of an S-tier brawler right now. He's very versatile, and combined with Shelly is a force to be reckoned with. I will say he is absolutely a support, though, when it comes to featuring Shelly in the main match. Give her some extra health, right? Get that shield up, and let Shelly do Shelly things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way to go, but Meg is not what I would go for, to be honest with you. You know, I expressed my frustration with people still picking Meg in one of the previous matches today, but I don't think it's that good at all anymore. It had quite a few sizable nerfs, and Shelly Gus is much more my speed. I like the Penny Bonnie, very good pick from 3R on that side of things, but the Meg has just ruined it for me. And seeing Shelly and Cordelius on the same side, who do you think is going to win this one, Reddy?
Okay, well, I'm going to put my chips on Reject pretty easy. I mean, look, seeing the Shelly, the Gus, and the Cordelius all on the same team, it's like you looked at the top of the like the tier list and just pick the stuff in like SS tier for your roster. Now, it's possible to, as I love to say, have a lot of good pieces and not make a great puzzle. You know, putting all legendaries on your team just because they're nice and shiny doesn't mean that you're gonna win. But Reject here, I think, have gotten a good assembly of brawlers because Gus is able to work really well with both of these guys, and Reject have a serious aggression possibility here. Levi's just gonna go for the immediate aggression, immediate punishment too. I think he might have expected to win by default because of the Cordelius pick, but that's not how it works about a year in a monthly final.
I will say, I think he got some decent charge towards his super, a couple of bursts of shots, but I don't think it was the best decision to go that aggressive. Definitely put his team at a bit of a unfortunate position early on. Menmi's band-aid was popped there as well, and Chape's going to get the super, and that's obviously going to be pretty useful with Shelly and Cordelius on your team, but Cordelius isn't there at the moment, so I don't think they'll attempt for the win here.
Menmi and Choppy left completely to their own devices on the right side. Neko also has a super, which looks like they'll be trying to preserve for the next round, as they seem to think that they have this one a lock for now. Good combo here from a Choppy and Menmi. That's one down, two more to go. Big damage on Neko, and a Choppy might be able to finish it off. Menmi goes in for the big stuff. Still no super. Choppy looks to shut things down. 1-2 shots in with the Kooky Popper. Neko with a double kill, though. A bit too risky hanging out there next to the poison, and Reject unexpectedly lose round number one. And I say a Reject loss because it felt like more of that than a 3R Gaming win. Sure, we had some good moments in there, but the moments where Reject were really playing are sort of taking these guys to town.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the gas is Penny's biggest friend there. Took one of them down, and we couldn't really do too much. I think they kind of had to accept at that point that one of them had to just be hit by the Penny, and one of them had to try and get the kill. She couldn't multitask and get both, but the gas definitely helps out quite a bit there. And Penny turret is down as well, so it's going to be tough for them. Jump comes in down the bottom now, and the Chape's going to go down. Great play coming in from Hota there, and Menmi now trying to focus down on Nico, and does get the shots off. Not going to find the kill just yet, but he actually gets him in the realm. Great stuff from Levi, but he's not going to go for it. Menmi's just being chased down by Neko in the shadow realm, and this is a tough position for Reject to come back from, and I don't think they've played this comp very well whatsoever. It's tough because they don't have the range, but with the quality of brawler on their side, I still think they should win.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking. Like, you have two aces, and I don't know how you fold there, but I think really they came into that with a little bit more confidence than they should have approached it with. Really unexpected here from Reject. 3R Gaming obviously playing their best and a well-earned victory for them. But Reject, what is their approach this time? Levi, once again with the immediate aggression. It's not going to earn too much for him and the team. And 3R Gaming stands strong with a 3 versus 2.
Well, Sharpe and Menmi almost made it happen last time. Will they be able to bring something this time without Cordelius on the side once more? And at this point, I think, you know, he was going for his super again, and he just got punished in the same way, and he needs to learn. Menmi has the super, though, and might be able to make something happen, but at the moment, like I said last time, I don't see them being able to win this 3v2 unless something miraculous happens.
3R Gaming looking alive and healthy. Menmi does have the super, so once we see a super go to Gus, it'll pretty much be at least one free kill for Menmi, unless 3R Gaming find a way to play around it. The Shelly playstyle can be frustrating to deal with. A Choppy and Menmi, okay.
Yeah, accepting defeat. I feel that's the best way of putting it, and I can't blame them either. I'd be walking into the gas if my teammate was walking into the team over and over again as well, but we'll see if he does it 4 for 4 and walks into them and dies yet again. But he does need something. Super comes out, follow-up Clay Pigeon, not getting a lot from it. The Gus shield was behind them as well. Levi surely got to be fairly close to a super now, but they're doing a good job of staying out his range. Achape trying to aggress on the right-hand side onto it, but actually the gadget gets it. Brilliant stuff from Achape, and he seems like the only one who's making things happen at the moment.
Well, it took them a moment to get the ball rolling, but they now seem to be steamrolling the enemy team. Yume on the backside is going to get forced out of that mech. Easy kill versus Hota. They do lose Menmi in the process. Yume might be able to farm the mech back up. Just wait in time. Levi also waiting around the edge. It will probably end up feeding that super, but it doesn't really matter versus Yume. Both Choppy and Levi have their supers. It's good business for the next round. They might try and run it down. Menmi has the super, so they have all the tools in the toolkit necessary to make this work. Unfortunately, it looks like they chose the wrong side. All 3R Gaming are on the right side, and they have a bit of ground to cover to try and surprise these enemies.
Oh, Levi has the super, didn't use it there. Could have used it on Eco to be able to get something happening, and just choosing not to. They have the supers available as well, so they're going to be able to Gus shield up and get some stuff down. There it is. Gets it off now and needs to try and find something onto him. Almost getting taken down here. Very, very low. Has a super cycle as well, but it's not going to matter if he goes down in this round because it will be where it decided. But good job he has that super back, or that could have been an extremely big wasted opportunity.
Neko still around the back left side, looks to get that super for free practically. Menmi also staying behind some of these obstacles. If the poison closes everyone in, they're in a pretty good situation. Levi is also able to force things into the Shadow Realm for a good bit of control. Now the jump in from Hota, Choppy and Menmi trying to fall in turn. Levi forces things into the Shadow Realm. And it could be an easy kill versus Yume. They're going to let them out of the Shadow Realm first. And a takedown of the poison gives a win to Reject. It ties us up in set number 1. That's about the sort of skill expression we'd expect to see from Reject.
I'm also not that convinced though, that's the thing, right? Like as good as it was that win, they're convincing in the second round. A couple before that, not as convincing, and I am still a little bit scared for Reject that they might still lose this set, but they seem to be getting a better grip of this comp now and knowing that they need to play it for the late game unless someone completely steps out of line. Levi choosing not to go directly down the left-hand side and just walk in a straight line this time. He's going to be able to find Hota here. He might be able to get super off it as well. Does bring him into that round, gets the heals off as well. Not the best cycle, but they're not going to complain about making it a 3v2.
I think Reject came into this one with the mentality that they could end this one off really, really fast, and in the process, really just made it take longer. So now that they've decided to slow down the pace a little bit in game number 2, collect themselves, they precisely know how to play it more quickly come game number 3. Reject, it's pretty much a free win for them here. Menmi with some spins and an easy takedown to Yume. Like we like to say, psychological warfare, spin on your opponents, get them a little bit tilted. They're going to rush down the right lane here, hopefully. Everyone goes down the right lane for them. Looks like they took the bait. 3R Gaming now have to abandon ship and move back. Take down onto Levi. It's already a 3v2.
Not again. It's just never ending at this point. They get a leg up and then instantly knocked back down again. Levi falls in the early seconds of this round, and now it's down to a Charpe and Menmi once again to make something happen. Looks like Yume and the boys over on 3R are just staying a bit passive this time rather than trying to force something into happening. But I'm not counting out Charpe and Menmi because they've definitely got the skill to be able to win a 3v2. But without that third member, and especially when it's Cordelius, it's going to be very hard.
I struggle to see the merit of ending the round off so quickly because they definitely are capable of winning this towards the later stages with the 3v3 comp. I mean, they did in the last game very consistently. The speed with which they're trying to finish this one out is really dragging it on a little bit longer, but Reject absolutely can do this in the 2v3. Menmi has that super. It's not going to do much for him. Neko also firing at an enemy that's long ago dashed into that poison. It's now the final round to determine the outcome of this set.
I mean, if Reject lose it, I'm going to feel a little bit betrayed by this competition, I feel. Because, I mean, it's just been walking a straight line and kind of costing the games from Levi here, and it's not the best for them. But now Menmi has the super. Levi playing it a bit more passively, waiting for this late game, and as you said, that's where they're going to excel the most. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to get there.
Well, with things developing on the right side of the map, it's now becoming more evident why Reject might have wanted to end this one quickly. That penny turret can be seriously oppressive, especially versus Levi and Menmi, both of which have shorter ranges than everyone else on the enemy team. Menmi's going to get some decent damage, though, versus Hota. He's kind of pinched out on the top side. Jump in from Hota, an easy kill. Menmi looks for the kill. There it is. It's a 2v2. But sort of a 2v3. That penny turret is still in play. Big damage on a Neko. Levi's just barely alive. Yume has a lot of health. Now sent down to the Shadow Realm. Got to see some good dodges from Levy. Here it comes. Yume
will be able to get more damage. She's popped out of the mech with the shield active, but it's all done and dusted. Reject by some unholy act managed to bring things back. Please don't do that again, Reject.
All is forgiven for the Cordelius after that last play. I mean, I don't know if it is technically, but like that last play, it was very good, was very low, needed to get into that Shadow Realm, pick up those mushrooms and carry on going, and that's exactly what he did. Played it pretty superbly there towards the end, and it's a great little clutch up there in the 3v2. Managed to equal out to a 2v2 quite quickly thanks to Shelly. So great place. I won't say, I'm not even gonna say great place from Reject, because it really wasn't. That was 3 S-tier brawlers taking it to the final round. I mean, if their draft's worst, I can see 3R winning.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is one of those moments where, like, there's got to be a moment where we can speak to some of the players and go, like, so, respectfully, what were you thinking? Like seriously, what was going through your head? Because I wonder why, respectfully, again, they felt the need to end things off so quickly. Was it the penny turret that was going to be really troublesome? Was it that they didn't want to feed super to Hota? Because we saw in moments he was able to get that super onto Gus and take Gus down almost immediately. Maybe that's the idea, but I think more than anything, Reject just knew that they could plow through the enemy, and they managed to do it 2 times in the entire span of that set. So maybe Reject take that one back to the drawing board. Maybe it works on other opponents, but not 3R Gaming, which could give us a good idea of maybe what Reject seem to think of their opponents here and how good of opponents 3R Gaming really are, because they were able to put up a very good fight, take it all the way to the very last round.
Well, 14 kills apiece was what either of these teams got, so good performance on both sides. Very, very even first set, and you know, the performance from Hataru, Yume, and Neko it's good so far, and they just need to bring very similar gameplay in the next set or the next sets, and they might be able to do that a little bit better. I feel like not letting those kind of brawlers fly under the draft is definitely going to go quite a long way as well. But at the same time, they played very well considering the brawlers they were against. So I'm still very hopeful for 3R Gaming in the long run, but Kaboom Canyon is up next. I feel like that's one of those pretty secure maps. If you get control and you're a good enough team, you should be able to win it.
All right, time for some heist. As we know, ooh, that's a cool skull with a hat on it. Okay, yeah, so super ADHD moment here, but let's get into this draft. There's plenty to focus on here, so that'll keep us all occupied. 3R Gaming with the bands already. Cordelius, the Crow, and the Bell banned out. Reject now with the Tara, the Bell, and the Bonnie banned out, and they are the very first pick here. Kaboom Canyon, Trav, what do you think are some sleeper picks here?
I mean, I don't know about sleeper picks, but Shelly's still open, and Shelly's very good on Kaboom Canyon. You know, speed gear in this grass, keep the supers going. I mean,
okay.
I mean, they've gone with the Shelly, they've picked it up, and you know, I think it's kind of expected for the side of Reject. As I said, speed gear in this mid through the grass can do very, very well. But now 3R, I think they've kind of got to go for a bit of a ranged approach, and even, I was going to say slide the Crow in, it's got such a good rim weight, but it's actually going to be banned out, so maybe they're going to have to just break up the grass, go with like a Brock, something like that, just absolutely tear it up, tear it all down.
Yeah, well, we see some of the high win rate brawlers mentioned here. Brock, definitely one of them. Amber also with a pretty good win rate. 8-bit, one that we see appear from time to time, but can be difficult to execute. You need to have those walls up to make 8-bit work. We'll see Eve as a selection as well. This is an interesting one. You'll be able to get some good spam out here, deal with some of the long-range brawlers. Some of the better ones have been banned out already. I think also with the prospect of wall break from a Choppy, it's going to be kind of troublesome for 8-bit to keep this alive. I think more than anything, 3R Gaming know that they can get just like one decent push onto that save, and they can win this. And now it's going to be Reject's job to play control and make sure that they never advance beyond there. Squeak could be one of the brawlers for the job. They have to think about how they're going to clear out the grass, though.
Well, the return of Jesse once more in this region never fails to amaze me. I like the Jesse. Going to be able to bounce off a lot of those Eve spawn-ins and the 8-bit turret and slowing things down, getting decent damage with the turret as well. I do like the pick, but I feel like they do need something with a bit more range now to be able to fight against this 8-bit in the early game, fight against the Eve when it's going to be able to levitate over the water. So we'll see what they do choose to go in with. Whether they're going to go with the car. Okay, I don't mind that. Obviously going to be able to fly and hook over the water, try and fight Eve in the early game and not let them get that early control.
Final selection, how do you deal with all three of these brawlers while still getting some good control for yourself? I mean, Colette is always an open option. They didn't go for it earlier when they had the 2-3, so clearly they weren't really worried about playing into it on that 8-bit. It's a classic 8-bit counter. You can also see it do fairly well versus tanks, especially versus some of the spawnables. Maybe don't want to get too close to the Shelly, but it's also a pretty successful brawler here. They decided to go with the Griff. Can't complain, really. Get some of the walls broken open where you don't like them, and also get wide open area control. Solid damage versus basically anything, too. Might struggle a little bit on the range front versus the Jessie, but aside from that, I'm definitely liking these selections from 3R Gaming. I think it's inventive. The only one that I begin to question a little bit is the 8-bit, but they first picked it certainly for a good reason.
Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty similar scenario to the first. I really do like Reject's comp, but I also think 3R, they have a bit of a leg in it, a bit of a foot in the door, just purely because of the damage they can output on a singular push, whereas it seems like that Reject comp is going to be a bit more control-based. Early flying hook there from Carl, getting a quite a good shot on Hota, and now follow-ups onto Yume as well. And I mean, they haven't even shot a shot, pretty much, and they're already back in the spawn.
As early game domination and Reject are already all over this safe like white on rice. Levi, Minmi, serious damage in, and Chompy has yet to even get a super, but he still contributed a good amount to that safe damage so far, now dipping below 50%. And RC, except for their first casualty, Minmi once more going to town on that safe, and a Chompy gets a super, looking for a good opportunity to throw that one in too, trying to keep Neko on the back lines as well. Hota, Yume looking for any semblance of control that they can possibly muster. The takedown into a Chompy certainly will help, but once they get to Reject safe, if they do, they need to get lots of damage locked in and fast, unless they want Levi to make it all the way to the enemy side. A good trade on the left side will still keep 3R back, and Reject might be able to power through this defense once again, finish off the safe without a scratch landing on theirs.
He's got 22% left, so it's definitely a possibility. Levi not got any flying hooks left, but if he gets super, then he's going to be able to go aggressive. These spawners going to come in now, but the bouncers everywhere. They've gone to the turret, they've gone to the spawners. Chope is just going to go in for the kill and blow now. Yume's low, but he does get the kill onto Jesse. Memmi and Levi coming up and trying to finish this one off. Spin going to avoid pretty much everything. Get taken down eventually. Super there from Memmi, not going to be used, but 15% left. And 3R, I think it's the first time we've even seen them at the halfway point.
Certainly so. It's been a really fast match so far. And yet 3R Gaming have only now taken mid. Reject putting up a good defense too. Minmi has a super. Chompy has a super. Levi, no gadgets for him, but he has a super that he can use for a bit of movement. Here he comes, trying to avoid a lot of the damage from Hota, but it's not going to work out too well. Minmi forces some room up on the left side. Neko also playing defense, and here's the turret in. Could get some good control lockdown, destruction of the turret. Once more defensive Minmi on the left. 3R Gaming have some good defense, but in a lot of cases, the best defense is a good offense, which they've been seriously lacking on that front. 6% remain, 15-second countdown to make it all work. It's just not possible. As we dip below 10 seconds remain, they're going to give it their best shot, but the game's already locked in unless 5 seconds left could be a lot. No, not quite. 49% left, not even close to the 15% left on their own safe, and a nice win for Reject.
I mean, the thing is, right, they showed something at the end there. They showed that they can get the damage and the control back off of Reject. And if they managed to do it a little bit earlier on, then I don't doubt that they're going to be able to win this one. But it was just instantly. We saw, like, 2 Carl shots connect, and everybody from the side of 3R just retreated into their spawn. Instant 70% for Reject. And then from there, it wasn't even, like, they weren't even really trying. Carl was just going in to try and delay time.
Well, he's going to be accelerating the time this time, it looks like. He has some gadgets to work with. 3R Gaming, though, are already in defensive formation. Levi now with a super forward. Not even a protected pirouette to cover his tracks, but it doesn't even seem to matter. Neko, Yume go to town, get the destruction. They seem to abandon Minmi on that enemy safe. A lot of damage locked in already. 6K. Devastating amount, but 3R Gaming had their focus fully locked in on the enemy safe. 87% remain, and Shelly continues to hammer down. It's a base race, and the clock is ticking in the sense of Minmi's reload speed compared with the damage he's able to put out. Neko gets some serious contributions onto the safe. Yume also around the left side needs to avoid that turret. Minmi continues doing what he does best, just 4 shots left, and it'll be a GG. Levi with the final pickaxe swing, stealing some of the valor, but still the win comes in for Reject.
I mean, that was just perfect. I mean, you can leave a Shelly, but to what extent? You know, when do you start thinking, oh, that was a bad idea, let's go and get her, rather than, okay, maybe we'll be able to get this damage done when you're so far behind. It just doesn't really look likely, and I think it was a good choice from Reject to stay up there, and a very good start once again for them, because they just instantly had them on the back lines once again, and we saw when 3R managed to get Reject on the back lines, they do so well. They got 50% in like 10 seconds in the closing seconds of the first, but in the second, we just saw them get dominated again and just leave someone on their safe to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, those moments where we saw Reject really shine were in the very first game where they just went to town. And 3R Gaming sort of managed to fire back in the second game. We saw them get a lot closer to a victory. It was still a loss for them, unfortunately. But abandoning Shelly on their side got them a lot more damage locked in. It seems that, yeah, fighting the 3v2 is a lot easier for them, as it should be. It was just the metaphorical timer was ticking. How fast is Shelly going to be able to fire off that damage and make their safe expire, and we'll see how close 3R Gaming got here. Once again, a lot closer. 23% remained as that safe percentage hit 0. 3R Gaming, once again, some good moments, but Reject simply shines more. 2-0 scoreline so far.
I mean, the kills, though, it's not looking bad for 3R. Obviously, it doesn't matter in safe, but I'm saying at least it can get some kills, you know? Like, they've got a bit of a chance. Rejects get 1, 3, and 4 and still completely dominate the match. That just shows how objective focused they are, and I think that's a great thing for them because, you know, if you're willing to sacrifice yourselves, sacrifice your lives for the sake of the game, that's when you do start to win. And obviously, they have been winning all year long, or at least getting to the finals multiple times. They've been winning in the semi-finals. 3R are going to need a reverse sweep now if they want to bring Reject down, and Reject just one set away from closing this thing out and moving on to face Crazy Riku.
Hard Rock Mine could be the final stand for 3R unless they somehow manage to pick up the pieces, but you got to pick up at least 10 gems to get that countdown started and make it happen fast, because Reject has been sort of taking these sets as speedruns. They tried to do it in set number 1 and they only barely managed to make it out of that one with a W, but now on a gem grab, a little bit slower, not possibly as fast as Heist. We'll see how Reject operate as they do have that first pick once again, 3R. They could go for the 8-bit once again. If they're particularly partial to the 8-bit, they can make it work, but their bands so far don't exactly have 8-bit written on them.
Well, Stu's going to be the first pick there from Reject, and looking at the win rates, we've got Shelly open again, I believe, actually. I didn't see it on the bands. Mr. P going to be a first pick. That's a little bit wild, but RT's going to come up after that, and I do like that a little bit more. See quite a lot of range coming out of 3R right now, and not the same story for Reject. Still do have the possibility of just doubling down on the short range and going aggressive with something like a Shelly, or if they kind of pivot off that and try and match some of this range in mid. 8-bit still available through the mid, Gene still there as well.
Okay, Rico from Reject, one more selection on their side. I like the pick of Mr. P into Stu, but I don't like that they picked it so early because he's such an easy brawler to rush down. His DPS is really, really not good. He only gets value from that turret, and aside from that, he's not really that strong of a brawler. So we got to see some sort of rush down. Max is going to be Reject's choice now. Max has fallen off a lot in popularity and a lot in strength. I mean, she already didn't do that much damage with her main attack, and now she's a little bit weaker, but this region's pretty partial to her, and this will allow them to rush things down pretty effectively. They're just not doing it with a whole lot of health, which would be, I think, the usual approach that the rest of the world would take. But, well, this is East Asia, and they are kind of the most winningest region of all, so I'll trust them on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to, right? I mean, as you said, Max has definitely fallen off. Maybe not in popularity because people still love it, but definitely in terms of how good the actual brawler is. And a Grey coming down in Hard Rock Mine is not something I've really seen. I don't know about you, Ready Seb, but I can't say I've really seen Grey at all in Hard Rock Mine, and I'm not sure. I mean, yes, it's going to be able to TP onto Rico, right? But I don't know if it's really going to be able to pull through.
I might be able to tell you more about what 3R Gaming dislike than what they like. I think they really dislike DPS because that's sort of what the Gray and the Mr. P have written all over it. They might be able to get some good value here, but they don't really put up a great fight versus a speed that Max has to offer. Then again, I don't really see Max having a good combo with the Rika. Actually, never mind. Now, the more that I think about it, it can be pretty fearsome. Levi's just going to beam things down at mid. The suppressing fire is out, and Yume's looking for that very first super. Perhaps a kill onto a Choppy could make that Gray seem a bit more threatening. Hota also looking for the very first super. He'll be able to take down that turret nice and easy, but he's got to be able to hit that shot, and he missed his chance just a moment ago. That speed zone's going to be open up for a bit longer, and a Choppy on the right side is giving a real hard time to the Gray. Neko and Hota also really locked in here on the left side, but the turret's down. Levi with 5 gems in hand, 0 to the other side. Put Reject in a pretty strong formation.
Yeah, now push back quite hard, but they do have a little bit of a leeway with this 4-gem lead that they have. Made that 3 now as a couple of picked up from the mid on the side of 3R Gaming. Speed still available from Levi, but they've always got to be scared of this TP coming in onto a Sharpay, and I think that's what they're kind of backing off for. Speed pop there by Levi. Not seeing a lot of movement down here though, but now he eventually comes up and gets hit quite hard by Nico, and TP almost used there as he was considering it. Now goes past, but the gadget used, and he does fall quite low, but gets the kill. Memi going on a bit of a tear. Left, right. Now going forward a bit further as well, but does eventually go down, but not without Levi swooping out with another couple of gems.
Okay, powered up turret. Hoda has one more of these left. Choppy on the right side has a super, tries to beam him down, but misses unfortunately. Didn't have the intel that it was a bush more forward than he expected. In the meantime, 3R Gaming are slowly catching up to Reject, now picking up the 7th gem of the game, or perhaps not. Good peel there from a Choppy. Levi, the suppressing fire again, and the final phase shifter from Levi may be a bit risky because he doesn't have one in his back pocket for that 10th gem, but a lot of area control forces 3R Gaming out of the area, and they won't be able to catch up within this timer. They gotta get a kill onto Levi, and he is pretty slimy with all that speed and the speed gear active, but he doesn't have a phase shifter. He's not uncatchable. 5 seconds left. He's seriously out of range. Here's the teleport in from Yume. Levi has to dodge it out. There it is. Yume almost managed to pick up some of those gems and get out of there, and a Choppy has too much health to get taken down. He's the gem carrier now. Levi and Minmi get to make do with some of the speed and some of the DPS.
I mean, talk about a ridiculously strong gadget. He just got a kill and another one just randomly didn't even mean to get a little bit further on. Choppy's going to go now, but he's actually going to be quite out here. Mr. P might be able to bring him down. Going to miss a few shots. No! Maybe even auto-aim one on Levi there, and he survives it out. We're seeing a match point go the way of Reject. He looks pretty pleased about it. I saw a little bit of a smirk up there below the hat, and there you go. And it shows his face now. He's actually going to stop. He's going to stop smiling now. But still, match point. They're going to be pleased about it.
Show no emotions. Keep that poker face on as well. I mean, you can't really reveal your secrets to anyone. But Reject now have poised themselves for match point. Just 1 game victory away from going to the grand finals. I love that play from a Choppy towards the end of the game. I mean, was it really necessary? No. Was it incredibly risky? Yeah. But did it matter in the end? Not really. I mean, Mr. P fired off 3 shots, and Levi Choppy either dodged them all, or Hota was under a lot of pressure. And I would expect just as much from 3R Gaming as they're on the cusp of defeat after working so hard to take down Aphelion in the quarterfinals. With a 3-2 victory, they now find themselves versus the 2nd strongest team in the region in the semifinals. And so far, Reject, once more, just taking these guys to town. A Choppy on the back lines is a serious threat. Levi sitting nice and pretty with 6 gems, looking for the 7th, trying to dodge out the brawlers at mid. And only a single gem so far for 3R Gaming.
Yeah, Levi under a lot of pressure, but not off his own back. His Memi's not doing the best against Mr. P, which is understandable. Tough matchup, but they are going to need to win it. Rico still sitting strong up top, and now eventually we get a bit of speed. We might see some more push out from Reject. I mean, look at Rico up top. He just hasn't moved, and I mean, Neko's not really pinching him, to be honest, but the suppression that we're seeing from 3R Gaming down the back, eventually a Choppy's going to fall, and now 3R might be able to establish themselves even more.
Well, takedown of the gem carrier. It's Minmi's responsibility now, and he's all marked up by Neko. Yume and Neko both try and get some damage versus him. He went for a massive risk, and Yume needs that teleport. He won't be able to get it. And all 8 gems go back to Levi's possession. Another takedown. Another gem picked up. 9 9 gems so far, and just one more is all he needs. A free one for Neko as it appears on their side, and Choppy rolls up to the Brawl once again on the right side. Big pull versus Levi. That phase shifter came in real handy. Good teleport in from Yume, but the takedown on a Choppy is not there still. Neko makes away with 11 gems. Gotta see some kind of takedown onto him to reset that countdown. Reject simply don't have enough gems to stall it out on their own accord. Neko still alive on the back lines, plenty of health to work with. The insta-kill there with a Gadget 2, a team wipe, and 3R Gaming take us to yet another match point.
Yeah, it's not going to work out then for the side of Reject in this game, but they still have the capability of bringing it home in the third set here. 3R looking to try and extend it to the fourth and possibly even the fifth after that, but still have to win this game to even start the possibility of a reverse sweep. Now, we need to see a little bit more, I feel, from Menmi, possibly wanting to swap lanes and allow a Charpy to be on that Mr. P, as I feel like that matchup is not great, but it's a little bit better.
Well, now once again, Levi at mid under a lot of pressure. Yume, Neko, Nell. Oh, and even Hota. Musical lanes, everyone trying to switch onto their optimal matchup. And the same exact thing for Reject. Minmi now over to the left side. Dare Gaming, they go for the lane switch again. Hota on the left side in the midst of all of it. 4 gems. Ooh, 5 gems on the ground. Minmi picking up 1, looking for more. He needs that super so badly, and he finally gets it. But he had to forfeit a speed zone in the process. Yume on the right side also, deep in enemy territory. In these bushes with the TP ready to go. Levi and Minmi, very aware of his presence. Minmi tries to get some value off of him, but won't be able to. Good use of the Gadget, too, from Yume. And a great teleport in. Might be able to get out of there. Levi has to have the dodges. No, Yume's able to teleport back. Heal up 1,000 health in the process. See ya. And 8 gems for 3R Gaming.
I mean, I actually feel kind of bad for a Charpy here. It seems like the only one who's actually managing to do something. He's been in the spawn the whole game, but his teammates are going down time and time again. 3 in the pocket for Levi. Gadget to keep him low, and a Charpy gets another kill. Super's there as well. This man's on a mission, and his teammates are holding him back at this point, but they need to make something happen. 9 gems in the hands of 3R Gaming. We might be seeing a set 4.
Yume's looking terrifying, and Reject have every reason to be a little scared of him too. Neko only barely holds on by 90 health. And the countdown's active, dipping below 10 seconds left. Minmi needs to make a hero play. Yume has a teleport out. Neko can't get too close to this guy. 5 seconds left. Levi, Choppy has the super. Here it comes. Maybe some damage. No, nothing there. The teleport in. A kill to finish things off with a bit of flourish. And 3R Gaming. The 3R doesn't stand for 3 rounds, folks. They're not going down in just 3. We're going to set number 4. Take a breather real quick. Man, what a doozy.
I mean, he's reacting so well, and this is just after winning a set. Imagine if he wins the game. Imagine if he wins the game, we're going to see him do a flip. He's going to get up and, like, he's going to be running down the street if he wins the game. He's won a set, they're 2-1 down, and he's throwing up some love art, smiling his face off. It's brilliant to see, and this is the kind of mentality we see out of this region so much. Even when they're down, they're happy, they're smiling, and it's a good thing. You know, I'm not laughing at him for it. It's a very good thing that you can be this happy in defeat.
Oh, I mean, seriously, I mean, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful here. 3R Gaming, wonderful show from them so far. Reject, what a performance too, but the verdict is for 3R Gaming. Well played. They kept their cool and put so much pressure on Reject. Once again, I'm proven wrong, but isn't that kind of my job, to be proven wrong and keep this meta interesting? 3R Gaming, bringing the gray. A lot of DPS lacking, but it's really the flashy plays that keep us entertained and also keep 3R Gaming in the game and send us on a set 4.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're able to do it again in set number 4. If they can manage to take this to the 5th and final. But statistics-wise, I mean, you've got to be looking at 3R here. They've been in the... I mean, actually, no, let's take a look at a Charpy first, because I was singing this guy's praises. 10 kills, 234 DPS, overshadowing anybody on the screen. Obviously, Yume's got 10 as well, but nowhere near the same amount of DPS. And to be honest, he was playing so well, but the Mr. P on the other side as well was playing the exact same game, just on the flip side.
I mean, there was something for everyone here. If you're a Reject fan, they might have lost a set overall, but if you're a Choppy fan, I mean, this dude is incredibly accomplished. 2 World Finals victories here. And yeah, he's kind of taken them to work. I mean, 10 kills on that Rico. So much work put in there. but still a win for 3R Gaming gets us even more action. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you're a Reject fan, are you really upset that you get to see more of them playing? Well, we'll get to see how they navigate Infinite Doom. Sort of a new map introduced to the BSC. We've seen a little bit of it here and there, but now we get to see it on the big stage in the monthly finals in the top 4. How do 3R Gaming and Reject draft this one?
I'm going to be honest, I think it's pretty well known that I absolutely hate this map. I'm not the biggest fan of it at all. Didn't like it in Wipeout, don't like it in Bounty. But I think it gives it a different aspect competitive, you know, different, little bit of a different meta. It kind of brings the Snake Prairie vibe without the Snake Prairie of having all this grass, but it obviously has the opportunity to be broken up as well, and Squeak being that first pick. It's good when you have the residues and you can block off avenues if you've got control. But if you don't have control and you're walking into a bush unknown of who's in there, I don't think Squeak's going to be like the best of picks. Obviously, it kind of backs it up with the win rate, but just off like pure feeling, I feel like Squeak can struggle sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Squeak, you get in close range versus Squeak, they'll be able to fire off some shots, but the reload speed isn't that great. You know, your DPS isn't phenomenal once you're threatened in close range. And then on top of that, you can get one residue down, get some visibility in one area, but there are better things for the job, such as this guy, Gene. Put the vision gear on that guy, you have so much visibility, and it's important to win this really, really early. At this point, I almost expect 3R Gaming to go with the Sandy. I mean, we remember the Gene Sandy Max from all those, I guess it was 2 years ago? So it's not that long, but it feels like forever. This is back before we even had draft, but even in the draft, some patterns still persist. Reject, it's time for their response.
We're going to see the Lola coming in. I don't know if I've ever seen Lola on this map, to be honest with you, but I trust in the Reject drafts, so we'll see how it does play out. Obviously going to be able to tank some stuff with that ego, with the freeze frame as well, and I think it can be decent. Got good scouting ability, has quite a decent spread, so they're going to go with the Stu as the last pick, and now I'm starting to question their comp a little bit more. I feel like they don't really have the required vision for it. If they have control early on, I think they'll be fine, but if they don't have it at all, and we see Gene pulls, max supers, then they're definitely going to struggle quite heavily.
Okay, somehow gotta keep Stu at range, or maybe have something that spawns to keep him occupied. The funny cactus with the face could be cut out for the job. Anything with a spawnable really could be viable here. Penny isn't banned, maybe. Brock, definitely going to be good for getting some AoE. Is much easier to rush up on, so that does raise an eyebrow for me, especially for the interaction with Levi. You will be able to break open bushes, though. That'll be something good for 3R Gaming, but if they and when they get control of those bushes, it won't be as good of a thing for them. So sort of a double-edged sword, but you can still play it to the best effect. Definitely leaning in Reject's favor for this one, since I see plenty of ways that the Gene can be dealt with. Lola with her ego, also Stu with the speed zone. Squeak, not so much, but that's a problem to be dealt with later. By later, I mean in a few seconds, because we're getting into it. Set number 4 is now upon us. Reject, one game away from going to a match point, and 3R Gaming just trying to keep their heads in the game.
We seem to be missing a member of Reject. Not sure what's going on with Levi, but he's probably back in the spawn. And to be honest, Reject are doing well with just the two of them. Now he comes out and he's going to be a bot. Yume's quite low, but this is a difficult spawn. I mean, Reject, considering it was a 2v3, are coming out on top.
Well, looks like Levi's reconnected now. That is the second best I've ever seen a bot play in Brawl Stars competitive. Number 1, of course, going to bot trap. Not to gas you up too much. We'll see what the gas heal can do on the right side, though. Levi now moving over to the left. Choppy trying to get some good damage in here. Yume's going to fall. Reject just barely tied with 3R Gaming here. Now advancing a bit more with 3 stars going to their side. 1:05 on the clock. Levi rushing forward, trying to get some good damage in here. Hota, Yume, Neko, all once more barely alive. And Reject sort of much the same, but they had that mid control that is crucial to keeping their victory here.
I mean, Levi's feeling himself today. He's going in against 3 of them all alone, and now choosing to try and do the same again. Obviously, going to be able to avoid quite a lot thanks to that soup. Oh, the soup comes down. Great connection. Few more onto him as well. Residue hits and say goodbye to Gene. 9-4 now, and possibly more with Levi going in here, but there's a pull available. He's a bit slimy, so he might be able to get out of it. He still hasn't even died. This man is unkillable.
dude is in the Matrix, dodging every bullet that comes his way. He's solved the game, everybody. But it's not over yet. Still 7 stars left to make it to the 20-star mark. And 20 seconds left for 3R Gaming to try and win this one back. They have the speed, they have the pull. Neko is going to go down. Levi alive and safe. Hota looks for the pull, but it's nowhere to be seen. Completely blocked off by the freeze frame and the ego. The panic super out. Hota doesn't connect. Choppy now with the takedown. Levi still alive, and Yume looks for anything at all, but 19 out of 20 stars on Reject's side send them to yet another match point.
The question is, will they be able to close it out this time, or will we see something different? That seemed a bit more convincing than their win in Gem Grab that put them onto match points, so I believe that they might be able to do it, and they looked extremely confident in that one, even with a 2v3 off the start and Levi and Spawn. As soon as that man sprung out, he really sprung out.
We'll see if any trouble spring up for Reject this time. 3R Gaming need anything that they can get. And while they did have sort of a leg up at the beginning there, the blue star has already gone over to Reject once more. 1 star and a blue star lead for Reject. And 3R Gaming playing around these bushes as much as they can, looking for whatever control they can get. It's a tall order though. Hota especially trying to scout things out. Mimi now coming in with the pressure on the left side. Very, very low health for Yume. He's trying to dodge out the shots, but it's so tough to do versus Lola. Her shot has such a large spread. And so far for Reject, collectively, they've earned 7 stars. Only 13 more stars to victory, and they're sort of farming things in the back lines. 3R Gaming, they don't have more than 2 avenues out of spawn. And each one is almost completely locked down by Reject so far.
Well, the pull's there. Good connection by Hota there, and does actually get him down. It is 10-5 now. Shut that gap down a little bit more, but instantly Memmi's going to extend it once more, and now I'm just trying to use this ego to his advantage. Has another one in hand as well, so if that goes down, don't fret, we've got another. Use the freeze frame too, tanks one of those block shots, but a squeak super still available. Neko's going to go down, and Levi's going to pick one up too. Yume's the only one surviving left. Should be dead as well, and he does go down. One more left, and Reject take it. They do shut it down in a 3-1, and they come out on top. Move into the finals once again for the El Clasico of this region, I'll put it. Crazy Raccoon versus Reject in the finals, and what a way to move on with that dominance.
El Clasico is absolutely correct, but look at the smiles as well from 3R. I mean, yes, it's bittersweet. You never like to be defeated, but to get that win over Reject, I think, has to be a pretty good accomplishment for these guys. We saw the smiles, we saw some of the joy coming off of their screens, and I think well-earned for them. At the end of the day, though, you're playing Reject, man, and some things just are always going to go about the same. Reject, see in the finals, they're going to be playing versus Crazy Raccoon. Now, the start to this match was a bit interesting. We started off on Knockout, where Reject had a very good draft, but an interesting approach to it. It looks like they've kind of warmed up by this point, which means they're going to be that much better of an opponent for Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals. But 3R Gaming, they gave it their all in all those sets. Coming up to this one, I think they had a good idea with the Gene Max, but it didn't really work out. I don't think we saw more than one Gene pull, and we saw one moment where Max got the speed onto Gene where he had the pull, but he decided not to commit until it was too late.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good performance from Reject there, really, and look at this. I mean, kill-wise, 3 overall for 3R. Not the best showing, whereas 8, 4, and 6 is much more bounty-like, and considering they finished both games up before the timer hit 0, that's kind of what you expect from Reject.
Yes, unfortunate here for 3R Gaming, but a good look for Reject as they have gotten some good stats locked in throughout this match. And once again, it's what we expect to see from Reject. They're second best in this region, and they might have the chance today to, well, they will certainly have the chance to prove today whether they are still number 2 or number 1, just points-wise. They're still number 2. MVP vote coming in, though, of course. Who do we expect it to be? A Choppy, even in the set that they lost, he matched the max kills on 3R Gaming. 10 kills for the guy. What a performance, even in a set where they lost. The guy continues to pop off. He's a train at full speed ahead, and nothing can stop him.
And let's be honest, that is their guaranteed at least LCQ now, which means they're not going to drop out of that top 3 of the region now they've made it to the grand finals of the July monthly finals. So a big, big thing for them to have, knowing that they're at least going to be able to attend one event this year, whether that be Worlds, which is going to be a big ask, beating Crazy Raccoon the last couple of months to be able to make it that far, or whether they just make it to LCQ. That is the question, really.
the world is the year is wrapping up, and while that is super exciting, it's a little bit bittersweet that we're coming out of more Brawl Stars action. But of course, FDOT, we've had you on the sidelines. What are your thoughts so far?
I think East Asia's going the way East Asia usually goes. Reject clinches their LCQ appearance. This is Brawl Stars in July, baby. This is what we expect.
Fun stuff. I mean, we always love to see some of the good stuff from East Asia, but in the end, there's consistent stuff as well in East Asia that we always expect to see. So as Trav put it, El Clasico, it's Reject versus Crazy Raccoon once again, but I honestly, you know, Bias Caster, whatever, yeah, I've admitted to it already. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we like to see. Of course, you know, let us know your feelings. Event.brawlstars.com. You can put in predictions. You could do all sorts of crazy stuff. Get some bling and coins and, you know, all the good stuff. So that's how you guys get involved on your end. As me, Trav, and Ready Set are generally always involved on our end, watching Crazy Raccoon and Reject come on through. The win above Chazmac was a lot of fun. White Snake happened a little bit earlier. And then Reject walked through Rising Sun. And then 3R. Reject. They did Reject things. Show up as that number 2 team. As to be expected? Question mark, Trav?
I mean, it's always expected, right? Crazy Raccoon versus a Reject final. I think it's pretty much inevitable in this region at the moment, unless something completely wild happens. But let's not pretend like the semi-finals weren't close. A 3-2 and a 3-1.
Exactly.
Like Gaming EA and 3R did their work. They put them to the test, and that is going to be, both teams are going to be tested again, I should say. But I think it's hard to think that Crazy Raccoon won't win for a 4th time.
Well, now is the time to figure that out. Reject comes through from the bottom side, and Crazy Raccoon comes through on the top. Crazy Raccoon made up of Tensai, Shitetampo, and Moyogoku. We've seen these guys. We know these guys. I'm introing them simply so we have a good show. But y'all already know who's playing. Ready, set. These are just the dudes.
I mean, simply put, right, these are the guys. They're the ones to watch in the region. They have been the ones to watch for, I mean, last I checked, a few years now.
Years?
Crazy Raccoon, we entered the year, them being the dream team. And they've only faltered really once, Reject being the one that dealt the killing blow. But they've gone back up on their feet for a good streak once again. How long will it continue? How dominant will Reject be this time is the question to be asked.
Well, Reject, no slouches themselves. I mean, when we look at the players across the way from this team, I mean, Tensai on camera right now, just a boatload of fun to watch, and he might have the upper hand. But a Choppy, the MVP of the semifinals, Menmi and Levi, of course, certainly strong players in their own right. Trav, Levi had some interesting moments here tonight, but I think when it comes to grand finals times, he might turn up a bit.
I will say, you know, his Cordelius was just a little bit questionable, put it that way. But looking at his Rico, I think he may have made up for it, to be honest, in that gem grab set. It was really impressive to watch him play that brawler, even if they did lose it. But at the end of the day, stick Levi on a stew. He'll be absolutely fine. Stick a Sharpay on that Rico, and they're going to be doing all right. I feel like they've got their comfort brawlers. They've got the brawlers that they know they're good at, and they've kind of just got to hope that CR don't click onto that.
I mean, totally true. And this is, again, you know, one of these teams that we talk about if they transposed, like, let's say some North American team decided to go through and just move these guys to Ohio or something. They're going to be in the top 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a crazy strong team. And although we repeatedly see Crazy Raccoon, no pun intended, take it time and time again, Reject are one of the better teams on the planet simply because, Reddy, they have to go up against the CR squadron.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough matchup for Reject, but I think also this is a tough matchup for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, we saw just how fearsome CMG were for them earlier, and that's not really to take away too much from CMG. It's more to say that just overall the competition in this region, while Crazy Raccoon are still #1, they're barely ahead. In a lot of ways, they are matched pretty closely. They managed to scrape by, and we've heard Tensai say before, he's like, we get lucky. And while I definitely am pressing X here, I do think that this is a seriously close region, even though there's a consistently #1 team.
Well said. One of the the strongest region, if you ask me. Now, as far as our predictions are concerned, I think Crazy Raccoon across the board for all three of us. Trav, you agree?
Yeah, I'd be going with Crazy Raccoon. I think like they're just, you know, you see their logo, you see their name, and you've automatically got to put them as the favorite.
And then Reddy said, are you on the side of CR as well, or do you think Reject might be able to do it again?
I'm a Mapache enjoyer, and Tensai is my guy, so I always got to go for Crazy Raccoon. Anytime I've deviated from supporting the dude, it all just crumbles in my face. So I'm not trying to continue that today, but I will say I do expect Reject to likely take them to set number 5.
Well, we'll certainly see if that's the case or not. Trav, we'll see you on the other side. When we talk to Trav next, we'll have a July monthly champion here in the East Asian region. We'll start off with Brawl Ball here. Pinball Dreams, Dueling Beetle, and Pit Stop. And then we'll do Double Swoosh and Bells Rock should we need it. And I have a sneaking suspicion here that we will need at least one of those bonus brawls. But for now, Pinball Dreams is out. A Lola band is very, very interesting. So is the Mortis band. Welcome to East Asia, where, to be fair, so this is something very interesting that you see. These players, these teams, very good. They have their own little meta going on here in East Asia.
I think it's that, and also that Pinball Dreams is brand new as well. So,
sure.
Lola, first of all, strong pick, world round. Also, we saw just how strong it can be in those previous sets. And then lastly, once again, it's Pinball Dreams. It's a brand new map in the rotation. Not super new. If you've tuned in the last few years, you've seen it before. You've probably seen it on your ladder games, but it's a much different game, especially because of the placement of the bushes. You have really, really large bushes. You have really large walls to work with too. So some of that wall break is going to be pretty necessary here. The Barley first pick definitely screams, I'm going to be using the heck out of these walls. But Reject decided to go with that gray pick pretty early on, and we've seen good use of the gray today as well. Even though it's lacking in DPS, I'm confident that they'll be able to get some great use out of it. The real question is, how do Crazy Raccoon plan on making that Barley more viable, considering that it's very vulnerable as a first pick, but this is probably all going according to plan for them too.
Well, Cordelius is still open and available, as Gus is selected here. Long range damage coming out from Crazy Raccoon, but instead it's Nita that shows up here. So some strong, just upfront DPS out of the Nita, long range out of the Gus, and some shield. And then of course that thrower you were talking about, making use of the walls here. I like the composition from Crazy Raccoon. I think easy to say tilted aggressively, but Gus with the shield. Gus kind of is a really interesting choice in the grand scheme of Brawl Stars. But then shifting focus over to the other side, the Dynamite. Oh, we love to see it. What an interesting region. Gray, Dynamite, and Bonnie. What's your feelings on this draft?
Look, my eye is immediately going to the Michael over here on the last pick of Reject. Just because it's going to be flashy, it's going to be entertaining to watch. I think that Dynamite kills Barley like maybe 8 times out of 10. So it'll be mechanics for sure. But Crazy Raccoon, I think that they have some good ideas here. I'll place more confidence in the Dyna to really carry this one for Reject. Great last pick from these guys. The remainder, though, of the Reject roster could struggle a little bit. Minmi especially, he's going to be feeding super to Tensai if he's not careful. He's outranged and has a whole lot of health to feed a Tensai in form of super. It's a good wall break so far. Tensai almost falling. The Herbal Tonic coming down to keep these guys in the game. Reject falling back so far, but they have the control.
It was an interesting look there from Reject. Just walks up and tosses all 3 shots out at once. I think that was kind of a hit confirm, if you will. If Reject winds up finding that kill, they could just waterfall forward. Bonnie finds a nice kill on the left-hand side. Don't know if this is going to be a scoring opportunity. The respawns are coming through. Levi a little bit trepidatious, so walks away here. Nice turnaround kill. But a choppy left side. Moyagoku doing a good job of keeping everybody at bay.
Choppy forced to do something with this ball, went for the stun, went for anything in the playbook, but it wasn't good enough. And now Shitampo's pretty alive and healthy. Pass up to Levi, almost a huge play with the teleport. But unfortunately, and honestly quite luckily and well played for Crazy Raccoon, Tensai had that Cookie Popper at the exact right moment. Not only did he stun him, but he managed to pick up the ball too, which is not something that you see as often as you might expect. Reject now find themselves in the back lines. Shitampo in with that super. A lot of pressure afforded here. Choppy and Levi also all the way at the back lines. Bit of a wall broken open on the right side. Unfortunate. Bonnie's not able to make it to up to the goal line in time to defend. Reject. I think they were really running this match up until that moment where they found themselves on defense. They can earn their way back, but without Levi's hooks, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, what an interesting play. Crazy Raccoon showing us just how little you need to use. The bear got launched on the left-hand side, and I was like, oh, maybe they'll get more use out of the bear somewhere else. Maybe, but they got just enough to find that goal. And that's really what I see separating like top teams from great teams, is being able to squeeze yourself through a smaller window of opportunity. And now Reject on the back foot, 14 seconds to talk about. And they have to make their way all the way upfield and then score. 7 seconds available. Teleport pass to himself. Not going to be good. Shitampo corners the ball. And Crazy Raccoon gets game number 1.
Well done for CR. I really think that Reject were running the show there, though. They had so much more control in the beginning. They faltered once. I think they found themselves in a scoring position. They went for it. Fantastic defense from Crazy Raccoon. And then they weren't really sure what to do with their hands after that. They thought about going aggressive. They thought about retreating. And they thought just a little too long and got caught on offense when they weren't prepared to keep that push going. I have confidence in them in the early game to get a goal scored early, but Crazy Raccoon win this in the long game.
I agree there. I don't know if Crazy Raccoon were ever in a spot that they didn't want to be in, though. Reject looked like they had control, but that was just Crazy Raccoon saying, all right, go ahead. This time around, Reject doesn't even get their cleats in the ground. Crazy Raccoon immediately finds themselves up front. Ball cam! We love the ball cam.
I mean, you gotta see where this thing is at all times. And thankfully, Crazy Raccoon have placed it in a bit more optimal position for the viewers. Definitely not even a thought at all for the guys, as they might have this in a scoring position too. You pass up to Moya, could be straight through Menmi. The stun on the Tensai is good, the satchel charge. And Menmi could manage to get a goal off of this. Well, going to place that as his focus. More on getting this towards the mid area and pushing up the line of scrimmage effectively for Reject.
Really thought that was going to go in there. Great stun.
Very well played for Reject so far. Now if we can get a super for a Choppy, could get them some good value. Last time we saw Reject in this position, wonderful jump in from Minmi, by the way. A takedown for him. He's only barely alive though. Free one for Tensai. He's able to land the last shot. Oh my god, the guy's slimy. And Reject have 2 versus 1. The hook is good for Levi, but no kill to finish that off. There it is, the teleport in. But still, they're sort of staggered on the respawns of Crazy Raccoon. Just no openings to get this ball in.
40 seconds to count. Scoreless after all that. Menmi dealing some damage, jumping on in, taking down Tensai as well. 2 on 1, 2 on none. A Choppy has the ball and walks it on in. Reject are the first ones on the board for game number 2.
Well, Shitampo's got the immediate last call. That's a good amount of pressure versus Reject. A Choppy now in with the super. No connections. Moya only barely alive. The Herbal Tonic also getting some good healing. Tensai, Cookie Popper in, super, down. Menmi looks for the kill. Moya gets taken down. Shitampo's the last man standing, and he does get taken down. 2 seconds remaining, and the spins are out, and the sprays are down, I guess, too, as we're tied 1-1 in set number 1.
Nice job there from the Reject guys. Really enjoyed seeing what they were able to do this time around. As I said, I started to talk about it. Game number 1, Respectfully, I disagree. I don't think Reject had much control. I think they were on the offensive, but that doesn't always translate to control. I think CR just let them play into them. This time around, Reject, they found their spots, they hit their marks, and they executed. Really, really liked game 2 from CR. From RC, excuse me. We'll see which way this one goes. Oof, we're gonna stick to the long names this time around.
Woo! That was slimy. Little ankle breaker action. The wall breaker action, too. Choppy certainly put in the work there, using his super to combine with the teammates and get some good action in. I think I see the best work out of Reject once they land those canes from Levi. They get the gadgets, they get the pull, they get the wall break. It's all perfect. Moya, though, seriously threatening here. Levi with the teleport through. What? That might actually be enough to afford them a victory here. Minmi needs the DPS. Moya has 6,000 health. That's a nice goal there for Crazy Raccoon. Not quite the GG I was about to call it because we're tied up 1-1. But we are tied up 1-1 in the set, too. Next goal wins the set.
Man. Minmi jumps on in here. Moya answers back with a bear. Right side teleport from Levi. Good job there. 10 side not juked around this time. But the respawns are good enough to Reject just play defense with their brains. All players back alive. A Choppy narrowly avoiding the barrage from Shtatampo's Barley. TP on the right-hand side. Minmi jumping away. Down. And it's a 2-on-2. A Choppy shoves the ball up. A Choppy has been on fire, ready, set. He's the one moving things up. Still tied 1-1 with a half a minute to go.
Like I was expecting before this set even got started, Choppy's going to have to be the one dealing the most damage. He's going to have to get some good damage in versus the Bear, too. Here's the teleport in from Levi. Minmi also with a good amount of health will be able to force us out of the back left pocket. Bear with me, putting in a lot of work here. Keeping Moya alive, but the final shot, no, not going to come through. Levi needs the DPS, but he teleports through because there's just no way to prevent that goal. It's a set win for Crazy Raccoon.
Really, really well played there from Crazy Raccoon. I loved the ending. That sequence was a lot of just attention to detail, teammates knowing how to get in between different opposition and how to get behind the defense. And that's what you got to do. You got to find yourself in those positions in order to find yourselves on the good side of things. And so because of that, Crazy Raccoon finds themselves in 3, up 1-0.
I will say the most stark difference between game 3 and game 1 and 2 was that we saw more Nita supers. We saw so many bears in game number 3. And some of that can be owed to a difference in approach between the teams, but also Reject sort of focusing on different areas to try and get themselves the win. And in the process, maybe losing sight of the condition that they were playing around in game number 1, right? You focus down on the things that help you win, and you can lose sight of the things that you were already doing right in the first couple of games. That's at least what I expect. Look at these stats, really stacked on both sides, but far more notably for Crazy Raccoon. Love the work from 10 side this time. It reflects in the kills too, but it's 10, 9, 8 for the members on that roster. Really goes to show everyone's putting in their fair share.
Absolutely. You know, when you take a look at this Crazy Raccoon team, I've spoken a couple of times about how Shtatampo used to be unequivocally kind of like the guy, always winning MVP. Now you see more of a share of the spotlight. And I mean, honestly, for a long time now, almost a year plus, Tensai has been really my go-to MVP for this squad. And so seeing the share of the stats there, not a surprise, as all of these players really, really stepping up and becoming stars in their own right. I mean, becoming is even doing it doing a disservice because they've already been superstars. And so we head out here to Dueling Beetles. I really do love that music, by the way. Big fan. Bell first pick overall. We don't always see it, but I like it. I think it doesn't really tip your hand, and it goes well with everything.
It's, I think, also reflective of a different strategy that Crazy Raccoon are going to take here. Maybe go for some wall break and maybe just try and take this out of the Reject playbook. But Reject's already got some strong options on their side. We see the Gus coming out. No big surprise. We see the Maisie coming out. No big surprise in any region except for East Asia because we just haven't seen it yet today. We haven't even seen it banned out. But I like this brawler for a good number of reasons. Just kind of go for the top-down analysis of her. She charges that super back up so quickly. The only bad thing, I guess her auto-aim's kind of bad, but that's not a problem in the Pro League, so we'll see how fast she's able to charge up those supers. It's also going to influence Crazy Raccoon selections. Yeah, not going to be going for any tanky selections here. Go for some, yeah, maybe less health. That's not really the focus. Just more DPS-oriented brawlers, maybe assassination-oriented, especially Moya here on the Gray. But the final selection from Reject coming through soon. A lot at play here to deal with for that final selection.
Oh, assassination from the Gray. Is that really what you've kind of like seen out of good old Gary? Just sort of like TP behind enemy lines, pop, pop, pop?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we typically see. I mean, the other thing is that you can get those hooks with the gadget. And as we saw from Reject in set number 1, you're able to get really easy wall break and some pretty free kills as long as you hit those gadgets. So that's kind of what I expect to see. Reject's going to have some ways of dealing with it. A Choppy will have a super. Levi will have some knockback. Minmi will have the Honey Molasses to deal with it. So plenty of options. It's all about the skill diff, really, for Crazy Raccoon with the Gray.
Well, Dueling Beetles going to be our place of business here. Long range out of Reject. I like how they responded to the Bell selection. They were like, all right, we're going to play this old school style. Not a lot of area denial like we usually see on Hot Zone maps. Instead, just battle of the brawlers. Reject are the first ones to find a little bit of damage here. And they're stepping up onto the point, 15% and counting. 10 side down, pretty low. And the Choppy's just been vibing. Got this kill early and just absolutely chilling since.
An unexpected cameo from the Rattled Hive, getting good damage in there, almost taking down Tensai. Reject are looking for a lot of dominance around these walls. Minmi also has that super at the ready. Little hook there, action, and Moya manages to get him while he's bumped into the wall. Some serious moves. The dude goes for a double kill too. What can stop him? The Choppy might be able to. Some good dodges and he gets a super. But that final shot does send a Choppy down to 421 health. Moya is a force to be reckoned with. I doubt Reject are going to place more focus on him as a result, but he's seriously a deadly force over here. Little teleport backwards, get an easier rollout for his team when they need to respawn. Shitampo also keeps Levi back in the left corner, but still good takedown versus Tensai. And Reject remain in the lead.
A Choppy just doing it, man. Levi barely alive, gets smoked out from the other side. But a Choppy. Say it again for me, ready?
A Choppy. The dude.
There it is.
The dude's got it on lock. It's just not even fair. What a game here for Reject. But as we've known from the past, it can very quickly turn around. I'm not going to place my bets on that, though. This is so dominant for Reject. Even when we saw insane plays from the Gray, I mean, Moya was going nuts on this brawler. Reject still persisted, and they did so confidently.
We'll try it again. Moya taking mid lane. Last time around, Reject hit first blood. Now it's Crazy Raccoon, so a better look for them and their fans. A Choppy. Oh, nice play there by Moya. And teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid. 2 for the Gary. Crazy Raccoon now a third of the way through. And a Choppy winning in the mid lane. Gonna survive there. Gray can't find the secondary hit. B after the fact. Nice play from Levi.
Oh, the Rattled Hive, it's just like music to my ears, except visually, whatever that analogy translates to for my eyes. But still, Reject. I mean, just wonderful plays from them so far, but Crazy Raccoon are starting to get their way back. Shtetampo, Tensai, Moya, it's their first time all being at mid and having Reject forced into their own spawn. No Rattled Hives for you, Levi. No easy way to get things out of here. And a very oppressive placement of that Jesse turret mid. He's going to be able to take it down, but Tensai says, okay, how about like I reconstruct that? How about I undo all that work he just did? Now it's time for him to deal with Levi on the left side, though. Little slowing action versus him. The 3K doesn't connect. Moya now with a teleport back to engage Levi on the left. And Crazy Raccoon continue to rack up the percentage. Choppy's got to make some contact. Minmi also on the right side needs to not get contacted by Shtetampo. Takedown onto Levi. Crazy Raccoon are all over this point. Another TP in from Moya. The guy's just everywhere and nowhere all at once. And Crazy Raccoon close down this game with the final percentage as they tie things up as well in set 2.
That was a sick play from Moya. I really can't. Rarely do I get excited for the replays. But so Moya TP's behind Maisie, and Maisie has seen this before, so is already turned around, ready to aim. And because of the way that projectile works, by the time Maisie's shot leaves, Moya TP'd a second time behind again. That was funny. Crazy Raccoon's the first one on the point this time around. And Levi hiding there on the right side. A lane swap for Levi and Menmi on the B and Gus, respectively.
Good takedown. Moya, Shtetampo fall one off after the other. Tensai next on the menu. Good damage versus him. Menmi, one dealing most of the damage. Levi's going to go for it. Rattled Hive trying to get that in. Tensai's just out of range, but it's still a good charge for Levi to get that 3KB up and running. Moya in. Not enough damage to take him down. 30 health left. Levi goes for it. Manages to slot things through. Shtetampo looks for the damage, but isn't able to connect. And Reject cross the 55% and counting. The turret in from Tensai is not enough to shut these guys off, but Minmi gets sent packing a bit early. Moya, only barely alive, got to be a priority. Big damage versus Tensai, the dash forward from a Choppy, but it gets caught lacking. 1-2 kills with a single Jesse projectile. Shtetampo now with the teleport forward gets some good stuff versus Minmi too. With a mark hanging over his head. Mark into a noose hanging over his head too. As he's basically marked for death. He's still going to play aggro though and try and win this mid back for Reject.
Levi has been lights out this game. For as much as we were going crazy about a Choppy in game number 1, Levi was doing a lot of work in game 2 and continuing to do so here. His team up by a lot. 88% here for the red team, but it is Crazy Raccoon on the point at the moment, and they're counting up all the way from 50. 88's pretty close to uncomebackable, but not quite there. A Choppy's going to step up forward, and Crazy Raccoon have to make their mark. At 95%, they're just going to walk away. That's it. Reject take the set.
Wonderfully played by Reject. I mean, like you said, lights out from them at some key parts. I mean, hey, we still saw Crazy Raccoon get their beats in, but we saw the same from Reject in set number 1. This is about what we expect. El Clasico, an incredibly close matchup. They're barely separated by points on the leaderboard for a very good reason. They are so close in skill, and it takes us to a 1-1 match so far. One set apiece. Each one well-deserved. Every single game well-deserved. And Reject scraped by. Only score-wise, though, here they managed to play a fantastic game as their last one for the set.
Yeah, I mean, this one real nicely back and forth. Really enjoyed kind of watching both the picks and the ban. I mean, this wasn't, you can't even blame the draft, dude. This was kind of nice looking all around. Just two good teams going head-to-head.
Well played. I mean, I still think we saw some really good things from Moya throughout that set. I mean, look at this. From Crazy Raccoon, he's got the most kills in the entire set, and yet it still went to rejects. So not a no-help situation. I think everyone on that team is incredibly good, but clearly the Gray was a great idea, and Reject had some trouble dealing with it, particularly Minmi, it looks like. Not doing so well on the stats perspective, but Choppy and Levi still playing a good game. When 2/3 of your roster is playing a good game, that's still a good situation, especially versus Crazy Raccoon. So well done for Reject. It brings them that much closer to a victory, but really, they're only as close to a victory as their opponents, as they only have one set apiece. We now head on to pit stop for set number 3.
So when it comes to Heist, this is where we get to see some interesting selections as well. Across the world, we saw some BB, we saw some real fun stuff. And right back here, picks and bans are out. Primo is going to be banned out here in East Asia. Colonel Russ also showing up. We haven't seen much pick or ban of the Dogman here today in July's monthly finals. But first overall selection is going to be the Nita, that bear. Certainly a big point of what we're doing here. And then back in black, it's BB with the bat.
Oh man, I mean, where have I seen this one before? You see that Nita on one side and the BB on the opposing side, and it looks great for the Nita at first. We've seen this draft literally earlier today. You know, no funny Spike Man, but the Nita first pick, it didn't work out, so you still got to play it mechanically well. But I think Nita's a very draft-heavy brawler where you have to ensure that you're playing into brawlers that you're good against. And you also got to make sure that you cover the other bases, so if Nita's not able to get a good range matchup, then you are able to slot other brawlers onto those pretty difficult counters for her. I think Spike is absolutely going to be one of those for Nita. BB, less so. I think Nita has some great play that she can do around the BB. BB can leverage her health a lot to just rush in versus Nita, but you don't want to be playing around that bear, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's get the last pick from Reject. What do they go with after the Tara?
Well, you've got Tara for some kind of group up control, Nita for the bear nonsense. Honestly, a lot of times you see the thrower or the Carl, just straight up, somebody that can just hit the safe kind of no matter what, right? Often we see the Barleys and the Brocks and the Dynamites kind of in that order, where they just launch their super, but the flying hook Carl in certainly gets it done as well. So a Choppy's choice here. Don't hate it. There's not much synergy on the side of Reject, just like 3-color good stuff, you know? And I'm down for it. We'll see how it works out. The buzz coming through to pretty much counter what the Carl is coming out here with. I gotta say, I like Crazy Raccoon's draft a little bit more, although I don't have many bad words to say about Reject.
I like Crazy Raccoon's draft a lot more, but it's up to you whether that means anything to you. I see the clear counter to Carl. I see BB with a lot of damage versus enemy safe. I see good matchups for Spike in both the Nita and in Tara. So the only thing that I can really see being optimal for Reject is getting the Tara onto some of the more tanky brawlers, where I really think she will absolutely flourish. So Choppy is caught on the left side. Moya also sort of in her path, but I think it's really more of the Choppy and Moya's path. Levi on the right side, though, spares no expense, immediately tries to get onto that safe. Moya manages to get Choppy, and he's got those shades to spawn. Or no, does he? There it is. That's so much DPS. No way they're going to try and go for this. It's a win every single day of the week for a Choppy with 3 shades at his side. Unfortunate judgment for Crazy Raccoon. You're just not going to beat the 3 shades, man.
Hey guys, just got back from getting a drink of water. Looks like game number 1's already over. That might, I need a production hit. Is that the fastest game we've seen in competitive Brawl? What was that? I think 2:02, so 14 total seconds. All right, not happening again, as we've already got a monster mash in the middle. Shades come out. Levi's back to the races. This time has to deal with Tensai down here. And Tensai is down to Clown. As the kill goes the way of the Spike player, and Levi now left alone. 50% on the blue box, but Rejects is almost dead. 12% left. Moya still up top. Not quite the straight base race that we saw in game number 1, but this one, pretty geared up.
I think pretty much the only misjudgment that was made in that last one was that Crazy Raccoon thought, yeah, we'll beat the Tara Shades. No, you're just not. And even though it was a very close match, it still wound up going the way of the Tara players. This time they made a great decision. Have the spike, hang back, throw the stick around down. The Shades aren't going to survive that. They're incredibly squishy, so they're not going to survive a single super from the spike. Well played. It's a victory for them. Next, let's see if the teams decide to play this one a little bit more slowly. Base race one way, base race the other way. Shetapo is going to try and rush through the Nita, though. Tensai firmly defending this. And they just kind of let BB do her thing on that enemy safe. She hasn't even died just yet. There's Tensai and Choppy once more with the Shades. It's deadly. All of the otherworldly assistants coming in. Could it possibly be enough? With Moy and Shetapo now connecting with the safe and Mimi the only one left to defend. It might be a win.
Oh, the answer!
The final bits coming in, and it's a win for Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, Tensai laughing at that one. Both teams decided to just have a good time. I'm with you, Tensai, man. This was fun. You know, this was a good one. Game number 1 was faster for sure. Game number 2 was less fast, but also fast. And then game number 3 was super fast as well. So I think that was the quickest set. That has to be the quickest set of competitive Brawl. Game number 1 might have been the fastest game, but that was definitely the quickest set.
And I think it went 3 games too, right? It's going to be hard to beat that. I mean, if you get it to go 2 games, then sure. But aside from that, that was some series speed right there. And lucky for Crazy Raccoon, they come out on top. See, I think game number 3 is what game number 1 could have been if the Tara had been addressed. And we saw a very slim difference there towards the end. I mean, Crazy Raccoon was only barely behind the pace of Reject. These were all the Shades going to town again in Tensai. Easy. Throw down the super. Now, Shetapo and Moya get to survive and do their thing. The Nita counters the tanks only because the bear is like pretty good to have, and the tanks are going to feed you the bear for free. Against tanks, she's like not going to pump out that much damage is the unfortunate thing. And all alone versus the tanks, yeah, you're unfortunately not going to be able to fend both of them off the safe. I would say well played for both teams, especially Shetapo over here. Dude absolutely understood the assignment on the spike. He defended, and yeah, he defended, and it won them the game. So good for him.
Dude, really well said, understood the assignment. This was definitely like, when we were looking at the draft, I was definitely looking at Tara's sort of like defensive and utility situation, how she deals with team fights. What if we don't team fight? And we simply address the objective, which is funny because, like, if you know me, I am always the one harping on objective play. I say the stuff after the stuff, right? I don't care about the kills. I care about what happens after the kills. That was a little too objective-minded. Can we have a little bit Brawl, please? And maybe, ooh, I'm terrified again.
It's spooky, dude.
Big teeth guy scares me so much, man.
There's a spiked mushroom, though. That's a friend right there.
Yeah, but I just can't see it because of the big teeth. Anyway, Sandy first pick. I feel like we are always reacting excitedly to Sandy selections. First pick overall, leaving Shelly up. I don't know how excited I am about that one. But the Shelly and the Jessie slam together.
Okay, and this isn't the only place you're going to see the Jessie and the Shelly, too. Look at those Brawler win rates, 78, 73. I don't know about the math, but that's somewhere above 100% if you add them together. Now, that's definitely not how this works, but it's a high number, and high number equals good, right?
Wow.
Don't.
I think this is a good time to remind folks that it is 4:30 a.m. where Ready Set is broadcasting from. In any event, Sandy, Jean. Oh look, they kind of like it's like a couple's Halloween costume. You know, they like match a little bit. And Tara. All right, it's like a squad, cosplay squad.
Yeah, that's the trio right there.
Yeah.
Every brawler is in a trio, and this is like the entire trio. Not really sure what they're called, but I mean, okay. So we're going for something thematic on Reject. Yeah. in Crazy Raccoon. No theming here. Boo. No aesthetics. Boo. I don't know how far aesthetics are going to take.
Well, if you pick the trio of brawlers together, there's actually a secret buff where you get stronger.
Guys, don't listen to him. That's not the truth. That doesn't happen. This is competitive Brawl Stars. This is a monthly final.
If you pick Bonnie and Janet can actually hit her super. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, reminder that it's actually 5 a.m. where F-Dot's at, so objectively, he should be even more wired than I am. Still, though.
Well,
okay.
Crazy Raccoon's draft here with the Poco, the Jesse, and the Shelly. I don't know what to tell you. I like it a lot. But it is hard for me. I think Sandy is just such a strong brawler. As long as she can, as long as that super happens. If you are kept at a distance, well, Sandy doesn't do anything. Really just an ult bot for sure. So, Crazy Raccoon, though, can do that. Shitapo unleashes and wins the left side. Tensai wins the mid, and a Choppy kept it ranged by the rest of them. And so mid control going to CR, 5 in the pocket.
Well done so far for Crazy Raccoon. There's a clear reason why Sandy picked the Sandy as their first selection, even when Sandy was available, or rather when Shelly was available. We just haven't seen it yet. Maybe it could reveal itself pretty soon. Shitetampo has only one gadget left, it seems. Levi also leveraging these obstacles to his advantage so far. Shitetampo with another super, but still nothing for Levi. He's got to be close, at least one shot away.
Yeah,
getting the super and affording them a lot of area control. Big pull onto Shitetampo, a risky move onto a Shelly with a super, but it was all calculated. He knew he'd be able to finish out off in a couple of shots. Seriously oppressive Jesse turret placement as well from Tensai. It's quickly dispelled by Levi and Minmi. And a Choppy now lurks on the right side bush with his super. Seems like everyone on CR is acutely aware of this as they try to stay away. Maybe some action from Moya as he tries to bait it. Now with the super in from Reject, they can get a bit more room here. Gotta see some careful play from Crazy Raccoon. Easy takedown onto Shitetampo. No, maybe not. Never mind.
Nice
freeze and completely nullifying the super.
Beautiful handoff there. Levi and a Choppy combining for the kill on the left-hand side. Opening up mid for Reject. Menmi by himself up top. Because of that, we're tied at 8-all. Crazy Raccoon does have mid control now. Levi with the respawn. Shitapo, super available, put down to the ground. And Reject, another pull, another kill. Another gem. Still tied at 9. 10 is the countdown, but Crazy Raccoon can just step forward. Reject making sure that doesn't happen. Ready, set. Levi with the kill on right side. They can't reset it. Reject, 11 in the hands of Menmi, and that's game 1, going the way of RC.
It just goes back and forth and back and forth. No match point for you, Crazy Raccoon. Reject are going to make sure we go the distance here. Every single set so far being played to game number 3. So actually maybe match point for Crazy Raccoon should that pattern continue. But this was actually really well played by Reject. It looked shaky in the beginning because, you know, Shelly things and Sandy things, honestly. Levi seemed to be outranged, outmatched. It was the support that he was able to offer his team once that super was down that really made this one work. A Choppy on that Tara with the super ready made some big plays once that Sandstorm was finally down.
And that's when we see these characters with powerful supers, Shitapo just walking up the right lane and putting a Choppy down. Levi had one impactful super, and a Choppy had one impactful super. And that's all that team needed. The rest was just good brawling. So you can, the late game, you know, you don't quite scale in Brawl Stars the way they say in other games, but you can look for these late game fights with these brawlers that just need their super. Levi trying to fight against the Poco. Can't do it. Has to use the stun defensively. Shitapo on the other side takes down the Shades. Can't take down the player. Moya falls down. 3-on-2 for Reject. They trail 2 gems ready, but they've got mid.
Gonna Could be a double pull. Here it comes. Almost a free super for a Choppy, but Levi manages to get away with a super for himself. Minmi now deeply in this Sandstorm. Shitampo remains alive. Levi needs to go for the stun. There it is. Shitampo Band-Aid procs, but still he remains alive. Moy and Tensai also still alive. Here comes the healing. A Choppy quickly on their tail. Minmi just barely alive. Good damage aversion. And Reject managed to sweep through this set and send us on to set number 5.
So, when Rejects win this, they're all buying a Choppy dinner, right? That's how this works?
Dude's been putting in the work for this one.
I mean, for real. And again, like, by no means am I dunking on the other guys, but a Choppy has just been showing up every single game. And that's what you need. That's what you need to have to be at one of these really, really top-tier Brawl Stars teams. I just mentioned earlier today about how Crazy Raccoon has kind of expanded, this, that, and the third, but a lot of these teams kind of get someplace with a lead singer, so to speak. You know, even if we look at, you know, North America and Europe, we look at teams like, we look at Totem with Joker, we look at Stamina with Bobby, right? You look at this Reject team, and a Choppy is the one with the microphone. And Levi and Minmi absolutely do their work, but a Choppy is the one with the 2-1-2. And just ain't nothing lucky about 7 kills here. Fantastic work from Reject with a Choppy leading the charge.
I like the way that you also sort of brought attention to the really powerful supers that Reject had at their disposal, and they were just lights out with these supers, especially a Choppy, getting some good positioning, predicting that the enemies were going to walk out of spawn kind of together, sort of rush over towards that bush on the left side to occupy it once more. And a Choppy got there just in time to get the double pull. Got the super for Sandy too. I mean, they played the long game there, and it worked out in their favor. And didn't seem like CR were really ready for that. It's a sort of perspective that we don't see often in Brawl Stars. So now, come Bell's Rock, really anything is on the table.
Yeah, I think that's a new dynamic dimension that perhaps the high-end players have already been thinking about. But the idea of these sort of all-in late-game brawlers, where it takes a longer time to sort of get your super, whether it's literally shot by shot or just ability to hit said shot. That's certainly a real term of measurement, I swear. But you know what I mean. Anyway, bans are out, and no Piper, says Crazy Raccoon. No Sprout, that's unsurprising. Well, so I want to give context to why I bring up Sprout. We haven't seen any Sprout here today, but Sprout is sort of a go-to quantity for a lot of these maps here. And so interesting that this is the first time we see him picked or banned today across India, Southeast Asia, and now here in East Asia.
Something I'll say about Sprout is that once Sprout gets that super, which, by the way, only takes 4 shots as long as you're running the supercharge gear, yeah, you just can't play that lane. Congratulations. You lost all of that room. It's so frustrating to play against, I know, for players. And I think in East Asia, at least, whether it's frustrating to play against doesn't place that much emphasis on whether it's banned out or not. I think it's also just straight up good. So it makes sense to get rid of it. The Sprout's banned out, so's the Tick. There are other thrower options, but Reject nor Crazy Raccoon have gone for them just yet. This is more of a last pick situation as well with the Gene. I think that a thrower would make total sense for them, and much less so for Reject, considering the pull is so good versus throwers.
The other couple of times we hit Bell's Rock, we saw double Grom bans. Here's the bow. I really like bow when it comes to knockout. I think having the long-range sharpshooter brawler is a good look, but also those mines, kind of a little bit of both worlds. A lot of Gene here today. Now I know these not, when I say these East Asian teams, I mean specifically Crazy Raccoon and Reject, play a lot of Gene, like a lot of Gene, but Gene has honestly fallen off as of late. We haven't seen as much of the pull genie as we have in recent memory as we have historically. And so interesting to see Crazy Raccoon kind of go back to the old classics as high DPS comes through in the way of Lola.
Okay, definitely a formidable matchup for Levi, or really a Choppy for that matter. I think that this is pretty versatile from both sides. Plenty of ways that this one could go. Shtetampo has some good value that he can hand over to Tensai or Moya. I would almost say more likely to be Moya, but I can absolutely see that shield being handed over to Tensai so he can get good value with his super, then be able to finish the job with relative safety. We'll see Reject opt for the bow on the right lane. Tensai, the matchup for Achapi so far. Both Brawlers trying to stay just out of range, and look at how much Achapi is moving this joystick. He's trying to stay perfectly out of range of Tensai, but it does sort of come to hit him in the face here. Off of that last interaction, Tensai's pumping out a lot of DPS, though he does get caught a little bit too aggressive. Levi in with that gadget. More survivability. No, never mind. Achapi taken down. Minmi also on the last legs. Levi forced into that jail cell that is the mid lane. And Minmi completely surrounded. It's going to be a round one for Crazy Raccoon.
Making it look easy. Nothing really. A lot of times when we see knockout, there's a particular play, a particular moment. This was just kind of right side, eventually wound up losing, and then it waterfalled from there. Tensai here, tossing out the ego, not able to do anything with it. Ooh, Menmi by himself here, ready set. Might be a little dangerous. Levi showing up and just providing a little bit of presence.
We'll see. How safe can Levi stay? He's going to look to pounce on any enemy that has relatively low health. Moya also is likely close to the super just from how long he's been on the playing field, but he doesn't have one just yet. Everyone's staying perfectly out of range. Bo might be the one that he gets it off of. Tensai on the right side. Not going to be able to push up this lane very effectively. Doesn't matter too much. Big pull. Levi flashing the super, doing whatever he can, but he's all out of room. And Crazy Raccoon very swiftly pick up 2 rounds in a row. Now they're on match point in set number 5.
Gene out here just like, remember me? Yeah, man, that's what happens when a good Gene pull shows up in Knockout. You just automatically are able to turn the tape to your favor. Of course, Moya certainly spent a lot of time doing this, just hoping to land a shot here in the mid lane. As soon as Moya steps backwards and goads Levi into this column, that's where Moya starts to land these shots. Of course, the further he falls back, the closer he gets into that jail cell you were talking about. Shtetampo deleted. Nice play there from Bo. And that forces Moya to get aggressive and find a kill of his own. Pull is good. The turnaround, insane. Menmi with the 2-on-1.
Shocking. What a development from Crazy Raccoon. Expert plays there. Such a fantastic response. Completely turn around that situation. But they only escape by the skin of their teeth. It wasn't based in luck at all, though. Completely skill. Moya has one more mine to deal with. He's probably not going to have to mess with it too much. Just wants to get that super. Menmi also likely looking for an opportunity to run into the poison without feeding a super to Moya. It's going to present itself pretty soon. Just got to stay away from Moya. Yep, that's the name of the game. Tensai gradually also keeping him low so he doesn't get any funny ideas and try and get a double kill on the both of them. And Shtetampo left superless at the end. Still, a round victory for Crazy Raccoon. They're 1 round away from winning these monthly finals.
Everybody clumped up here, now here for Reject. Choppy pushing down the bottom side. This could be dangerous. Everybody looking at a Choppy. It's a shade, not a player. Or an ego. Moya TP's pretty much to nowhere. 60 HP, but still alive. And Reject have to back off for a full heal.
Levi, the first to fall. Menmi with the teleport through. Goes for the big play with the RT. It's not good, though. Shtetampo, Moya still remain alive, and a Choppy on his last legs. The final connection through, and Crazy Raccoon finish off the game, the set, the match. They are your July monthly finals champions in East Asia.
Fantastic showing from Tensai and the guys. Man, Reject, every time we watch them, they seem to get a little bit better. This squad real strong. A Choppy put on a show, a song, and a dance. But it's Crazy Raccoon that winds up just doing a little bit better, man. What an incredible performance coming out from Crazy Raccoon again with the victory here in East Asia.
I mean, such an entertaining day. I think I personally got everything I wished for. I wanted to see all of these matchups. I wanted to see the set number 5, but in the end, Crazy Raccoon coming out on top. It's a dream come true for me. And I think for Crazy Raccoon, it's a hard-fought victory, but also just another day in the office. Winning, it's kind of what they do, but Reject have slowly been working their way up the totem pole too. I mean, they've been at number 2 for a while, but they're more frequently getting into these final sets versus Crazy Raccoon, showing that they're number 2 and they're close behind on points for a very good reason, because they're very close behind in skill. And maybe had it been a different selection of maps, they could have gotten the upper hand, but for now, the verdict is here. 3-2 for Crazy Raccoon in a just wonderful performance in that very last set. Sort of a strikeout for Rejects. We didn't really see any rounds go their way, and Crazy Raccoon run the show 100%.
Well done. Crazy Raccoon bringing it towards the end. You know, I think that's kind of, it was a back and forth throughout the entire set. And then, like you said, just an absolute strikeout by Reject in set number 5, or throughout the entire match, and then a strikeout in set number 5. So a nice look there from Crazy Raccoon to just kind of buckle down, say, all right, we are number 1. And again, just Tensai being the guy here for Crazy Raccoon. 7 kills in total across this one. What do you have? 3, 6. So you need 12 kills, pretty much, right? You need 12 kills to win a knockout.
Yep.
And Tensai gets 7 of them. Hot damn.
Leave some for the rest of your team, okay? Look, everyone on this team gets their chance to be the MVP. Tensai, Shitampo, Moya are all the MVP in their own right, but this was a Tensai show today.
Great stuff for sure. Ready, always a pleasure to be commentating with you. And of course, Trav, where are you at, buddy? Oh, wow, it's a surprise. Oh, man.
Trav, what a game it was. What a game it was.
It was. It was close.
Anticlimactic, but good.
You know, you say anticlimactic. I think we had some good moments there. There were some crazy moments where Choppy was just farming, and I'm always excited for that. I really think Reject could do it, just not in July.
It's quite sad to see, to be honest. Like, I mean, the rest of the match was good, but I'm kind of just focusing down on that last one for the anticlimactic, the last set, I should say, at least, because you know, it was back and forward, and then Crazy Raccoon do take that last one quite dominantly. But looking at the bracket now as well, they had a tough route through. 2 3-2s for Crazy Raccoon. This region is getting tighter and tighter by the month, but still, nobody can take down the champions.
Not at all. And so with that said, Crazy Raccoon still number 1 overall in the East Asian region. Reject is number 2, 488 to 418. And so that is a very close matchup. Aphelion, Chazmac, and the rest of them, well, not so close. Reject and Crazy Raccoon, though, that has been the story. It has just been back and forth for those two folks. Ready, set pretty much the entirety of the year. And that's definitely what we like to see, is consistency and also elevation. These teams get better every time we see them hit the field.
Yeah, well, elevation too, because they're going from not being qualified for LCQ at the beginning of the day to now being qualified for LCQ at the very least. But we do have to award a automatic qualification of Worlds to one of these teams, but that's not locked in just yet. That'll be coming next month because, believe it or not, we got more Brawl Stars esports coming up for the rest of the year. And if World Finals were locked in today, these would be the teams going ahead to the World Finals. It's Crazy Raccoon in East Asia with some more on the World Stage Zeta Division. Reply Totem and Navi from EMEA, from SA East, FA Mini Pekkas, and Luminosity and Tribe from NA East. Lots of good teams up here. Still, some more developments could be coming. Even with just one more month left, there's plenty to be decided.
Don't forget, this is just the World Finals race. Here is the last chance qualifiers as well. 2 slots out of North America, 3 slots out of South America. EMEA gets a whole bunch of them. And then you can see East Asia has not just Reject, but also Aphelion slotted on in there. And then SEA and India getting involved as per usual. Shout out to the Chinese mainland as well. yet to be determined for the LCQ and the World Finals race. And so as far as all these are concerned, definitely a lot of fun watching all these teams kind of come together and do what they do. Trav, worldwide, it's been the first time we've seen you on APAK in a while. So what could you say about some of the other regions that you've normally been jumping on?
I mean, to be fair, I think all of the regions are of a great quality at the moment. You know, it's been a while since I've been on APAK, as you say, and this is the home of the champions at the moment, at least in the Brawl Stars Championship. We saw some things shake up in SBS where Europe and NA started to pull through, but it seems like Crazy Raccoon have still got what it takes to be on the top of that world stage. So I think at the moment, at least, they'd still be my favourites heading on into Worlds from the Asian region, but EU and NA close on their tail.
Ready, set, talk to me about Asia Pacific. We have not just East Asia, but we also got a chance to see Southeast Asia and India as well. I always ask you, what's the first thing on your mind? What's the second thing on your mind for this region?
Second thing on my mind. I mean, I guess I would say this has been the birthplace of basically all of the world finalists, or rather the #1 team in the world for like the past 3 years in a row. So I will leave you with that nugget of knowledge. This is the birthplace of the champions, at least for now. But with this performance, I expect them to do fantastic on the world stage.
I mean, that certainly does say a lot about our teams here, but that says it for our teams here in Asia Pacific. This is just the beginning of all our monthly finals broadcasts, though, so thank you so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate you. For all my commentators, we say thank you. Tune in next time, EMEA Monthly Finals live today at 10:10 a.m. UTC. That does it for us here at the APAC region. We'll see you on the other side, Brawl Nation. Peace.
CZK dead as he lands, and Meow down the left side. Easy pass up to Troye, and
Sergeant wins left side as well, and that secures it.
Oh, max range, he finds it anyway. Pass forward, and the jump not going to be incentivized. Oh, and the ball back, and that might delay it long enough, but still finds the goal. But not going to get it. The knockback stops him from gadgeting. Nice stuff coming in from Chasma Gaming. They sweep this one up, and they're going to set 5. Might be able to get out of it. He still hasn't even died. This man is unkillable.
Well, put down to the ground and reject another pull, another kill. Another gem.
Big pull. Levi flashing the super, doing whatever he can. Ivan a choppy on his last legs. The final connection through, and Crazy Raccoon finish off the game, the set, the match. They are your July monthly finals champions in East Asia.